Hey friends, in today's video, I'll be taking you through an entire playthrough of Destiny from scratch with the goal of gearing a PvP character. In the video description is an optimized version of the route I'm about to take you on, though we didn't waste that much time doing this. This video length is about 10 hours, and we spent around 20 hours in game actually playing this. It might not take you that long. The estimates for this are 15 hours for a competitive PvP build, 20 hours for a min-max build, and maybe 22 hours for having very strong builds on both a Warlock and a Titan in addition to a Hunter. So all three characters. Once again, check the description below and or the pinned comment for the optimized pastebin link of this guide so you can follow it along yourself, send to friends, whatever. This is going to be 2 videos. This is the long play, and I will do a recap condensed guide in a different video. But if you need your hand held for the entire tutorial, this is that video. I give tidbits of Destiny information the entire way. I do make a couple mistakes, but in a 10-hour video, you're bound to make those. So give me some constructive criticism below as you watch the video, and I will try my best to answer any additional questions, but also keep in mind that your question might be answered a minute later into the clip that you're watching. See y'all in the next. I'm playing the original video now. One final thing to mention. This season ends in 15 days, and by the time this video is posted, it's probably going to be like 14 days. So you only have 2 weeks to take advantage of the specific guide before so many things about Destiny 2 change in a good way. But it's still worth playing for these 2 weeks to progress your account so that you can start with the ball rolling into the new Final Shape expansion. Hey friends, thanks for joining me along a long play with my friend Stump, starting off from scratch with some new Destiny accounts. The goal for this is a brute force gearing, low skill strategy of just being PvP competent so that you don't have an excuse if the opponent is outplaying you. Your gear is more than enough. So that is the goal today, just to do it as fast as possible. I have some notes on the side, and I'm going to make some estimates for time investment on any activity that we come across. I don't know how I will edit this video. It could just be the raw long play with timestamps of where everything is to follow along, and any tip I can come up with along the way I will just say out loud, and also confer with Stump on like if we could be doing something better. We're not trying to speed run this is a brisk run. We're just skipping cutscenes and that type of thing. We're not actually like sweating, tilting the chair forward and deleting a whole room. We're just playing the game. If I remember, make sure that your mic is not automatically on, like voice chat, when you're in the game. I think it defaults that. So you're going to get hit with a bunch of pop-ups when you first start this game. It's totally normal. They're always there week to week. So now here is your first choice, is which class you're going to play, but it's kind of misleading because you're going to end up playing all 3. It doesn't matter which one you pick first. For this video, I'm going to pick Hunter first because I feel that in PvP, Hunter is the most like other FPS games, so it'll be the easiest to transition to. I wonder if they have a randomized feature. Whatever, we'll just pick stuff and go. We can always change this later. It doesn't. They added that feature recently, actually. There is no difference in hitbox between male and female character. Funny enough, that's one of the most popular videos on my channel is why do I play a female character? And it goes back all the way to the Phantasy Star series where you didn't have a choice. Female characters just had better stats for the stats that you wanted. Alright. Skipping cutscene. I also like scammed a bunch of money in RuneScape by pretending to be a girl. It was sick.
Some say.
No, I didn't do that. I had debated on streaming this entire process, but I felt like a lot of questions would derail it. And a lot of viewers would just join up and say the same thing over and over again, which is like, yo, what are you doing? Is this a new account? This is like your 10th account.
A Russian spaceport.
Alright, so we are turning the sound down. Dialogue is going to 1. Music is going to 0. Chat volume going to 0. Extra social text chat on. Allow profanity, everybody. Whisper chat, everybody. Manual on the joins. Voice chat is off. That's the setting that I wanted to hit first. Change my sense to what it's supposed to be. I can change all my controller settings too if I did want to play a controller. It is worth spending some time learning about these dead zones. However, almost everything in these settings is going to be hit in a separate video that you can search on YouTube. Just look up Destiny mouse and keyboard settings, PC settings, controller settings, all of the above. This looks to have defaulted my normal control scheme from my main account. So I don't have to actually change anything except the look sensitivity. There are a couple more things that I want to change, including the radar background opacity to highest. Full auto firing is going to be on whenever I play PvE, because my mouse one finger gets really tired. We're going to leave display hints on, because I'm curious what even constitutes as a hint. Field of view needs to go to 105, crank that up. VSync off. NVIDIA reflex on. Motion blur off. Chromatic aberration and film grain off. And I think I am good to start. A couple things to mention is some guns in the game are functionally unusable at 105 FOV because the gun reticle dips into the gun model, and that goes away at around 90 FOV. So just keep that in mind if this is your first FPS game or something like that. And then the second thing is, in very, very high level activities, sometimes you get damaged extra by the enemy because your frame rate is too high. So if you're wondering like, man, I just got one hit randomly by this thing, it really could just be your frame rate. It happens to the best of us. Anytime I'm doing day 1 rating in this game, I'm at 60 FPS the entire time, and then I go to the eye doctor the day after. It's always my tradition. So at some point soon, Stump and I will be able to join up together. And being in a duo doesn't necessarily speed things up. The game does scale. But if you're going to do this entire process anyway, it's always nice to do it with a friend. You can keep yourself entertained. Otherwise, this can kind of be a slog, because if you're a seasoned FPS player, it's kind of just a point-and-click adventure and a lot of auto-scrolling. Even though the environment and universe in this game is awesome. I love the world of Destiny, which is why I've played it for a decade at this point. I feel I've comfortably attained a Grandmaster status in this game. Being able to pretty much throw cold water on me at 3 AM and say, alright, flawless this activity. Beat this player in PvP. I'm pretty confident you flip a coin, it could happen. In the upcoming expansion, this gun I'm using right now, the Kvastov, is going to get an exotic tier. Right now we're using the common version. Rarities don't matter, don't feel overwhelmed in this game. Almost all the content you can play through with very, very, very minimal understanding of the game, as long as you just look up a guide. And even if you don't look up a guide, you'll probably be able to brute force it. On some of the older activities, you might get soft locked. I think that was an optional amount of enemies back there, so I just ran past them. I popped my super because the prompt told me to, but I really didn't have to. That'll be a fallen walker. I might have to defeat it. I don't really remember.
defeating it speeds up the quest progress, otherwise you just kill Fallen.
Okay. I'm gonna try to fill dead air like this, talking about Destiny in general. Let's start with the classes. At this point, the classes have been iterated on for a decade, and their original class identity kind of went away. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Stump, but it's...
Yeah, they...
Back in the day, you used to say, like, Titan was a brawler defensive class. Hunter was, like, an agile, snaky sharpshooter, and Warlock was a magic wielder. And the answer is they're hybrids of all of those playstyles within each of them. There's no such thing as a pure brawler, no such thing as a pure magician. Each of the classes have elements of each. There are some exceptions to that rule, like in PvP, Hunter is the only one with a from neutral access to the invisibility perk, for example. And then I believe Warlock is the only one who can throw in place turrets. And Titan, I don't even remember what Titan gets that's unique.
Their fists.
Yeah. Anyway, you're ultimately going to make all three characters anyway. So don't feel any class allegiance whatsoever. So if you did click on this video for purposes of PvP, I don't want to influence your first experience of the game by just telling you what's good and what's bad, but this is the nature of a guide. I'm not even gonna like dance around spoilers like that. I'm just gonna be blunt. So I guess this is your opportunity to experience the game on your own without a guide if you want to, and it's gonna be perfectly fine. It'll be a great little honeymoon phase where skill-based matchmaking protects you for a little bit. You're gonna have fun, find your section of skill-based matchmaking, and you'll just, as you grow and get better at the game, skill-based matchmaking will catch up, and it'll be fine for a while. But if you want to use a guide like this to accelerate your knowledge and skill of the game, eventually you will hit what I call Skill Island, where the connection starts to dip a little bit, the queues start to get a little bit longer, and everybody plays the game so tight, as far as FPS goes, that the game falls apart. It's just not balanced to be that kind of game. It's a party game. Even though there have been party games in the past, like, let's say, Super Smash Bros. Melee, that had a competitive scene somehow come out of it. There were other titles like Super Smash Bros. Brawl that just weren't quite it, and that's what I would say Destiny PvP is more like. You're like, wait, they have a trip mechanic? Yeah, they actually do have a trip mechanic. It's called Titan Melee. The melee system in general. If I, like, slide in an enemy... Look, I did it on command. I short-stopped my melee on command. Your melee can just whiff. See if I can whiff it again. No, it hits. That's what a normal melee is supposed to look like. So yeah, Destiny has a lot of RNG mechanics. But once you get really, really, really good at the game, you can, kind of like a card counter, tip the odds in your favor and come out on top. So don't let that discourage you from trying to get good at the game. All I'm really trying to say is enjoy being bad at the game. It is still a fun game to not be the best at. In fact, it is arguably more fun to not be great at this game, because you're not going to have to go through the pitfalls of skill-based matchmaking, and not confirm could even be algorithmic matchmaking. I doubt it, but you never really know. I've had some days where I have a tinfoil hat on, or for people who play Destiny, a spinfoil hat on, and it's just way too consistent not to be, but I digress. Still doing the starter mission. Oh, and by the way,
mission
feel
is
free...
long.
I should have said this at the very beginning. Just feel free to play along with me. Have me on the other monitor on your phone and just play. Pause if I get too far ahead and catch up, or use the quality feature to change the audio to 1.25 speed or 1.5 speed, and maybe you're just like a born speedrunner and are faster. But like I said, this is a brisk run. Just taking my time, making my way downtown. Don't be alarmed if you have to run a lot in the early game. You will eventually get a mount. They call it a sparrow, something like the Star Wars speeder. They're okay. But long term, your movement is going to be done with a sword that is sort of akin to Halo 2 sword flying. Wow, I'm dating myself with that reference, but yeah, you're just going to use a sword to fling yourself around the map long term. Because you can't use the sparrow everywhere.
I unlocked fast travel.
Sounds like Stump is a little ahead of me, but like I said, I'm taking it slow.
I also sent you my Bungie numbers.
Perfect. Next time I get an unskippable cutscene, I will pull those up. Yeah, if you really wanted to be efficient here, you would like link your Twitch, get a bunch of rewards to your character, pull up the item manager, transfer a sparrow from the postmaster, which is like where items that you leave on the ground go, and then you'd have a sparrow really early. I've done it before because I always make new accounts to test the new player system because I want new players to succeed in this game. That being said, the pace of this one is going to be casual, slow. But it's expedited pathing, so like the strategy to do it is really mapped out. And I have notes on the side. I'll pull them up on the screen at any point if I feel like I'm lost. And this will be a segmented video, but it's going to be one long play, all edited together.
Let me know when you get to the splash screen that gives you explore the Cosmodrome or join the front lines on it.
Okay. Funny enough, the first weapon I got was the Sondok.
Yes, it is the curated first weapon they give you.
I needed to say some history on this gun. I'm going to put the good scope on it, first of all, the hollow scope. This gun still competes to this day in Destiny. That is not an exaggeration. So, we're on what, season 23 of Destiny?
Season 23, yes.
Yeah, season 23 of Destiny. And this weapon was meta in season 1 of Destiny. And it still holds up. I'm talking like when PvP tournaments would exist. You would see a Sondok and then its legendary counterpart, the Antiope is what the Destiny community usually says, though, even though it's the wrong pronunciation. Yeah, they would use that gun in tournaments, and it is still relevant to this day. It has got power crept a little bit, but not so much to where you can't just outskill majority of players with this gun. Like I said, anytime I can fill the dead air here with Destiny tips, if you hold the spacebar, your neutral jump goes higher, and same for your ability jumps on Hunter. So if you want just a little bit of extra height, you hold the spacebar down. Or if you're on controller, the jump button. Oh, that's a good topic to fill some time with. Input in this game. Should I play controller or should I play mouse and keyboard? The answer is both have different loadouts that are extremely competitive, as in one is not better than the other. Unless you are God's gift to mouse and keyboard, and even then, those type of players still get frustrated by a good controller player. At the end of the day, this is a Bungie game. Bungie made Halo. Bungie made Halo feel good on controller. And Destiny has the Halo Reach DNA. You can look at the reticle on screen right now and you can get some information about the aim assist cone, the accuracy cone. And if I switch to controller, you'll see these change subtly on certain guns based on your input device. About 6 months ago, I picked up controller to play it competitively after playing MNK for many years. I did originally start on controller in Destiny 1, but once I got good at MNK, it was really, really hard to justify continuing controller. So I got really, really rusty at it, but I competitively picked it up about 6 months ago, and I'm feeling really, really good on it. I don't necessarily win more with it, but I'm allowed to use different loadouts that controller favors, and it's more options. It's more fun for me. I'm gonna just let this mission end timer go to 0. I fear that if I hit go to orbit, I'll have to do an extra loading screen.
I waited for it. Also, I checked the collections, and we can pull an Archon straight away.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so what Stump is talking about is, just like I said, the SMG was relevant in Season 1. Okay, we unlock fast travel. There is another snipe called the Archon, which is relevant even right now. It's still very good. Alright, we fast travel. I also want to pull the Archon. I'm going to try to do a better job of menuing slower. I got that like Japanese RPG menuing habit, so I'll slow it down. This is the Archon. Zoom is a very, very influential stat on how much the bullets bend in this game. That being said, sometimes too much zoom, you just can't aim. So I like 50. 50 is right in the middle. Oh, and of course he just gives me a different sniper right off the rip. We're still using the Archon. I like the Archon better. Alright, quest tracking. Let's open the director. This time I'm menuing slower. We're going to track the quest. Okay, exit out of the menu. Skip the tutorial and fly to the tower, or continue a quest to Guardian Rises. I am voting to skip the tutorial.
That's the decision I was waiting for you to make.
My reasoning for saying to skip the tutorial is because the game has changed so much from when they added these tutorials that I think it's better that you do a YouTube ride-along, long play like we're doing right now to get adjusted to the game, and this is gonna just blind leap of faith, trust the experienced player to put you in the environments where you can learn about the game better. They've had so many bad tutorials in this game. You ever seen the show Wipeout? Yeah, that's basically what they made. They made like an obstacle course for Destiny 2. And they're like introducing the new players to it. And the game's not really like that. I mean, there's a couple places, and one of the places we're going to take you to as an obstacle course, but it's not really an obstacle course. It's like a 15-second detour at most. Alright, I said during the unskippable cutscene, I got you. We're gonna do a /add friend Oh yeah, by the way, we have text chat in this game.
That is an incredible name choice.
Likewise, Toaru is a great anime. Don't click off the video. We're not going to talk about anime for the next checks notes 7 hours. It's not going to be that long. We're going to be quick. So I believe we're at the tower. If you
Yes.
ever load into the tower and your ship is flying for too long, I'm talking like it starts hitting 4 minutes if you're not on console, you might have gotten a loading bug. So feel free to just reload the tower and try again. You can change characters to go back to the menu quickly. Okay, so now important things. I want to click on this new light kit, and I'm going to click the Gunslinger Hunter. I do recommend this one to start for PvP players because it is the most like other FPS games. So that is where we're starting. So now what I have acquired is a bunch of perks to augment my skill tree, or whatever you call it in this game. I'm going to quickly take that off and on. I'm going to put on just everything that they give me here. Doesn't really matter what it is. This doesn't matter in the short term. Just put something on there. You don't have to read any of this. Just exit out of it after everything is equipped. Now we have an exotic weapon with this new light kit. This is called Sunshot. It is, I'm going to say, the #1 primary weapon in PvE right now. I'm not even kidding. It is still an exotic, though. You can only equip one exotic at a time. So it's not the best to loadout. It's just the best primary. So trust me on that one. Okay, let's real quickly check Ikora to see if she has any other goodies for me. So in order to do this Exalting the Flame, Taming the Storm, and Into the Abyss, it seems like you have to acquire all of the light subclasses, which I believe are quest-based and take a little bit of time, but not too long. See if I have any in my quest tab. For now, no. Just quickly scrolling through this. You don't have to do this yourself. Do we want to unlock Risk Runner?
I'd say so.
Okay. I'm going to go
If
speak
you
with
got
Commander
exotic
Zavala in
SMG.
the tower, and you can fast travel through the middle. Risk Runner is an exotic submachine gun that makes arc damage hurt you less, and it also makes the gun overcharged in chain lightning. We recently used that in a raid the other day to survive getting hit by a boss. Alright, opening up my character screen, going to the Journey tab, and checking out the Guardian ranks. Guardian ranks are the bottleneck to loadout slots in the future, so we do have to do them. So after we unlock it, we stand at this tree, we pray. It's gonna keep throwing ads at you. Don't worry about it. Now we're gonna go back to Ikora Ray. We got the speed boost from praying at the tree. I'm gonna stop by the gunsmith while we're here. Sometimes he has some decent weapons for sale, but most of the time he does not. And we are going to stop by the player versus player vendor, Shax. Don't get confused if he appears again somewhere else. Gonna grab the engram tracker from him, and then go to Ikora. So for those who are interested in the lore and story world building of Destiny, this is your opportunity to get a little caught up on the history. Bungie added this timeline reflection quest that kind of goes through old story beats and highlights of Destiny in the past. Do I recommend doing that? I mean, I guess if you want the Monte Carlo exotic auto rifle that restores your melee abilities just for shooting enemies. But I would say I'm going to skip that for this guide. I'm not much of a lore person, and I never really have been. Okay, now it wants us to go to the EDZ. It also wants me to select Neptune for a different quest, but I'm going to skip that for now. That is the start of the newest expansion in Destiny right now. We're not doing that yet. We're still doing starter stuff.
I think I can join your fire team now.
For a spark of hope, wait till I touch down in the EDZ. This is the Devrim K step, 7 of 11. I forgot to talk to 801, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't matter.
I will check for you.
I think it might be the Outbreak quest.
It looks like it's the Outbreak quest.
Yeah, we're not doing that for a very long time. Though, now that I mention it, that would be very, very good to kickstart an account if you had that. Sunshot's also just as good though, so like you're set.
It is the Outbreak quest, but that is very, very endgame.
So one time, I was standing next to this NPC, like next to him, and he goes, "Why don't you come up to the top of the tower? I got a pot of tea for you." And then you hit like approach to talk to him. His next line of text was, "I ran out. I drank it all." Bruh.
How dare he?
Okay, for now, Stump and myself are going to sync up here. I'm gonna check these Guardian ranks.
Pull Dragon's Breath from the Season Pass.
So we do have to do the first contact mission for our Guardian rank, so at some point we do have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good time to say that DestinyItemManager.com is very valuable because it'll show you the storage system of this game called the Vault, where all your weapons and armor are stored. So, like, with this application, let's say I want to put my SMG into the Vault. I can. So now it's in the Vault. Eventually, this will show all three characters, my Hunter, Titan, and Warlock, but for now, I just have a Hunter. You can make loadouts on this. And it has a lot of nifty settings and search tools, so you can search for a exact trait or perk. And then there's another website called d2foundry.gg that shows you every weapon that exists in the game with exactly what perk rolls exist on it. I'll be going into the side resources for Destiny, the outside of the game resources later, but for now, I had some downtime to talk about it. Alright, I believe we have to clear some lost sectors. Reclaim map fragments by defeating Fallen and looting a lost sector chest. Okay, there's one directly below us, don't.
Okay.
Oh, whenever YouTubers make guides like this, their camera work is like something out of a shaky first-person horror movie, you know, with the hand cam. They're like, all right, so first thing you do is, I'm shaking the mouse all over the place, Stump, so you're missing the joke, but first thing you do is go over to this corridor, and I'm going to try to be really, really smooth with that when I do the camera work here for this guide. We're going to do the RP walk on the controller, just really, really slowly, gun slightly lowered like they do in all the Destiny trailers. No, we're gonna brisk run. We're going to be quick. But I will try to make sure that if I am leading you in a specific path, then I make the camera work very clear. One thing you might notice on Quest is that the progress might not be shared. So sometimes we will have to do a task twice or just share kills. Other quests are shared and you will never know which are shared. I remember doing a quest on the moon the other day, and there were like 20 other players in the area that also had the same quest, and they were all competing for the same ability kills. Pretty funny. Okay, so now we want to open this chest.
Did you get quest progress for a Spark of
It
Hope?
says return to Devram.
Okay, good.
So we're going to head back the direction we came, or you can fast travel back to the start and go up the church again. Alright, he gives us the Ragnhild shotgun, which I believe will be craftable later. Complete the mission, risk reward in the EDZ. So we're going to do that right now.
This is a 1-2 punch shotgun too.
Did you grab it?
Yes. The Ragnhild. Mine has 1-2 punch. Is it randomly rolled?
It is randomly rolled. You got the better perk. I got a Perpetual Frenzy, so it is very usable. For context, go ahead and equip that shotgun, Stump. Yeah, they have random rolls on the guns. And 1-2 punch is a perk that counters two very meta options in PvP for supers. And this is the only way that you can kill those supers, is with this perk on the shotgun. So it's not a very popular thing among players. There's an easier way to counter those supers with an exotic shotgun. So a lot of players go for that option. But it is worth mentioning if you do happen to stumble upon that perk on any of your shotguns. Alright, Dust Captains. So I'm going to look at what Sad Princess is equipped with right now. And they have the exotic pulse rifle called Graviton Lance. For context, you had a choice between Sunshot, which is what I have right now, Risk Runner, which is what we're unlocking right now, and Graviton Lance. As far as the original tutorial quests go, for what you unlock, they put Risk Runner in there twice. There are 2 quests for Risk Runner. One's a starter quest, and then the one we're doing right now. Sounds confusing? That's because it is. This is why the experts tell you you go for Sunshot first. Fun little trivia here. They never had this, like, ugly-looking bridge to get up to this lost sector. You used to have to just jump onto the silo. I know, this is like some Cuphead tutorial shit over here. You'd have to jump to this lost sector, and eventually they just added this bridge and this debris. Which is, I guess, fair, because this is the starter area. But considering you're eventually gonna be a God Slayer with, like this Hunter jump. Got the triple jump and everything. Players at the time were like, what is this? Like, this looks terrible. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. This is a live service game, so it's really cool to document the history like that when applicable. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? We gotta find the locked gate. In like 50 years, when I'm in the retirement home, this game is what's going to cause me to be senile, because I've replayed the same thing 10 years apart. They look identical, but they're a slightly different mission every time. So it's like, I think I know what I'm doing, but it's the muscle memory from 10 years ago kicking in. Since a lot of you stumbling on this video, this will be like your first time hearing my voice, seeing my channel, etc. If you just like my rambling, I do this on stream a lot, twitch.tv/camicakes, but other times I'm really low energy and just stay quiet the whole stream, but also just PvP really good. You can get either. Just depends on the stream, depends on the energy. I'm not your typical streamer. I don't care to please my audience, I just am there to say thank you for watching my YouTube content, and I sort of just do what I have energy to do. I'm not there to be a dancing monkey and keep the entertainment rolling 100% of the time. It's just, if you like it, you stay. If you don't, you leave. I'm cool with that. It's not a service stream. I just do what I find fun, and if you find entertainment through living vicariously through that, that's great. That's the type of content I consume as a content consumer. Type of channels I'm subscribed to for various games, card games, etc. This platform might fall, so just heads up. Bungie likes to add trick platforms into the game, and your death, most deaths are going to be caused by the Cabal drop pod. Cabal's an enemy race, and yeah. It's gonna fall on you one day.
Someone at Bungie laughs every time a Cabal drop pod falls on top of
Yeah,
them.
there's like a warning that the Cabal drop pod's about to fall, but sometimes they don't put the warning at all for some missions, and that is what has killed me most in the game, easily. Like, I don't even think anything else comes close. I'm trying to find out where to go next. Got the lighting engine pretty bad here.
I think it's just down.
Oh yeah, that's not that bad of a jump. Warlock makes that jump the easiest. Oh, a note on Warlock jump, if you did happen to pick Warlock jump. You can't, like, subtly fall off an edge and then make vertical upward momentum back. You just fall off. You don't get to go vertical again. As you get better abilities unlocked in this game for movement, you're going to find that these jumping sections are not very interesting anymore. Anytime Bungie designs jumping puzzles and raids, they're usually extremely tame because they have to make sure that every type of player encountering the raid can do the jumping puzzle. So oftentimes, if you're stuck on a really tricky jump, the answer is probably simpler and you're overlooking something. There are movement glitches in this game that pretty much let you trivialize jumping sections, like fling your character across an entire chasm or whatever. Alright, so now we're going to equip Risk Runner, of course. We're going to go back to Sunshot after this mission, but I do think it's worth getting familiar with Destiny a little bit and using Risk Runner. It's a decent SMG. I think the Sondok one is better, but in the event that someone's using an arc weapon in PvP, this is pretty good. So let's get stabbed by this dude. Perfect. Thank you for powering me up. In general in Destiny, aiming down sights is significantly more accurate than hipfire. And if you jump your accuracy is in the gutter. They didn't make it. They've always had it in the game, but they finally made it visible. The airborne accuracy stat. The higher you make that stat, the easier it is to shoot in the air. It's a game balance decision. That does make sense to me, by the way. So now they have trade-offs. If you want good airborne accuracy, you have to trade off other potentially more potent perks.
Oh, we get the catalyst for it.
Catalyst gives it a bunch of range. So we're going to go to the Risk Runner. We're going to apply Catalyst. And now you have to just get kills to unlock it eventually, and you get a fat range upgrade for free. Gonna let that mission countdown timer go to 0. You don't have to overcomplicate your armor. If you get a drop with the higher number, you can just put that on and don't even think about it. Now it is telling me to look at my ghost. I don't think I can upgrade this ghost because it is a green uncommon ghost. When we get a purple legendary ghost, we should be able to level it up and get some useful perks on it. It wants me to go to the tower to talk to Zavala, and it says he gives us experience points. Experience points are used to upgrade the Season Pass. The Season Pass gives us Dragon's Breath, which is a very potent exotic rocket launcher. Not the best one, but it'll get you through most content. It's very, very good for solo content, though, to be clear. EXP helps you crawl along. And I believe the bottom track right here is paid and the top is free, but I'm going to click it. Oh, I got it. Okay, so never mind. I think they made it free for everybody.
Currently, up until the launch of the final shape, everything has been made free.
So as you can see, we have 17 days now. This will probably be uploaded when this has like 16 or 15 days remaining. So that's how long you have from hearing my voice right now on the upload to having all of this free. The new stuff free. Let me talk about what's free and not free here real quick. The Europa campaign and the Moon campaign are going to be free, but the items that you get on the Moon and Europa are still going to be locked behind some arbitrary expansion that you have to buy. Don't worry, don't stress about that. I promise you that even without those, you will have a competent PvP build that is just as good. Okay, we talked to Zavala. Now it wants me to select the timeline to learn more about Destiny 2. Is that in destinations? Yes. Top right. This is that Ikora mission stuff I was talking about with Monte Carlo earlier.
Does give us Stringer. The first one does.
The first one does. Oh, the mission. Oh, I understand. Austringer is a really good hand cannon. Let's consider that. I'm actually going to add that to my notes.
What's the latest report on
There's a mission for a glaive, a machine gun, and Austringer.
What's this called? Timeline mission?
Correct.
Alright, you can launch Cade's Fate when you're ready. I'm not sure if this will be a quick mission, so I'm going to skip it for now. We have our eyes set on bigger prizes right now. So now this is giving me a quest called Gazing into the Abyss to unlock the Void subclass. I will passively work on this. It wants me to use Void weapons and make Orbs of Power. Then I have Riding on the Storm. That's the Arc one. So I am eventually going to unlock both of this. We'll do it passively, though, while we do other stuff. Okay, next I think we travel to the Helm. But first, let's go talk to Ada to grab that one quest that I skipped the other time so that my quest log is a little more clear. So you can fast travel to both sides of the tower. The vendor we're going to, Ada 1, is the cosmetic vendor. She gives you the option to transmog your armor to make one piece look like another one, but retain the good stats.
I'm here next time you need.
Okay, I am taking us to the Helm. Ready to launch?
I am ready.
Common courtesy when I do this is if somebody just hears me ask, is everybody ready? You type like an R. Or you say not ready or something like that and they don't launch it. So whenever you do like 6-player activities, super helpful. Okay, so before this most recent expansion, we got a free expansion called Into the Light. Before then, this power level number mattered a lot and took a while to grow. To grow this, you would have to do any missions around the solar system. It would drop a piece of gear that would be slightly higher than the last one, and you would climb all the way to the mid 1700s or 1600s, something like that. And then after that, you'd have to do harder missions called Pinnacle Rewards to make that go all the way to 1810. And that took a long time. I'm talking multiple weekly resets and probably like 30 to 80 hours of grinding for all 3 characters to get it done. So it took a while. In this recent expansion, they just made a chest that maxes out your power level and you get to skip that entirely, which is why I felt motivated to make videos like this. So now we're moving over to the Queen, Marasov. I actually have a body pillow of this character. Probably shouldn't have admitted that, but it pops up on stream sometimes. Riven Wishes 1, we are taking this. Taking Riven Wishes 2. You don't have to even read these. I'll tell you which ones you're doing. Not all of them are worth doing for a new player because they're just too complex. And when you do those quests, you're able to pick up any of these weapons, any of these exotic armors, or some of these materials that you'll use for upgrading your character. This was also something they did whenever the final shape expansion that releases in 20 days or whatever, that got delayed, and this is what we got in the interim period. So picking all of those up is super important to PvP account progression. So this is the Helm. This is a different personal social space, and it has vendors in the various doors here. So for example, if I walk up to this one, this is the War Table vendor, and this has its own string of missions that you can pick up if you wanted to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and visit each of them and pick them up. If you do plan on sinking some hours into this game, it is worth doing the starter mission at each of these corresponding vendors.
This one requires us to do a mission beforehand.
Yeah, I think this one is worth doing so we can passively acquire engrams, which turn into gear. So we need to complete the descent mission. So we'll do that after we go get our max power level. Yeah, some of these areas are locked off until you do other missions. Yeah, like this one usually has a portal right here. Let's go ahead and start Into the Light. So I just have to show you again. I'm on the main director. Into the Light is over here. I don't really like the UI in this game. It's very confusing. Going to the Hall of Champions. We're launching. In other MMOs, I just like type in the activity I want to go to and it sends me there. That'd be super nice in Destiny. But it is a console game. There's a lot of Easter eggs in this free expansion that show you various seasonal events in Destiny being packed up and on shelves. This
Welcome, Guardian.
is the
We're
PvP
just
handler.
settling in.
Instead of his usual place up top the tower, we're under the tower in some secret hall.
I forgot his sound balancing is...
Yeah, he's super
not-
loud.
Uh-oh.
Our guy is this is called hypergliding when you get stuck in the floor. Remember how I said the melee RNGs in this game and they have a slipping from Smash Bros. Brawl? Yeah, same thing. I told you, you can soft lock. There can be weird things that happen. So, even if you're following along, you're like, why did his quest progress and mine didn't?
The world is burning. We need you out there. Did you show the dark?
And then it goes quiet. When I click on him. Okay, so I can tell you wholeheartedly, you are going to pick up all these bounties. Just pick up the first 4. Doesn't matter if you can do them or not, just pick them up. You'll probably get to it today. We're going to interact with this dude. He doesn't have anything for us yet, but he will eventually. This is the important chest now. Gift of the Thunder Gods. I advise just picking up everything. Do not delete any of these yet. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to equip our new gear, and then we're going to hit the lock button. I think it's a control stick click on controller. For me, I use like shift or control. I forget which one it is. And that locks your gear. Lock this gear so you don't accidentally delete it. It's the most important thing. You delete stuff by holding down, I believe, F on mouse and keyboard.
Yes.
Don't do that. Lock the gear. Okay, now follow what I'm doing 1-to-1 here if you want to equip some starter perks on your armor. So the first thing never mind, we don't have mods. We have to unlock those at rank 5.
Time to check the Guardian ranks.
Yep, lock the weapons too. The ones that say 1810, lock them. Okay, I'm going to equip some of the new weapons now. 1810 Ragnhild shotgun. 1810 Come to Pass. And Thunderlord. Next, I think we should get our seasonal artifact.
The final wish.
Is that at the Helm? Do we have to talk to the spirit of Riven Vendor? I don't think we can yet. Descent. Aquatic. I'm going to go ahead and pause the recording here while I figure out the next path.
Hi.
So while deciding what to do, we went ahead and traveled back to the Helm. Now we're here. We turn to the right and we go to this quest archive. We are going to pick up this bottom left option right here called Blast from the Past. This gives you one of the best shotguns in the game. It's a slug shotgun. Shoots one, it's like a short-range sniper. Best way to put it. And we pick up the other quests that don't say requires some sort of pack. So just pick up all of them. and then just quickly search each of them to see if there's anything else to pick up. Okay, the next thing I want to unlock is the Dares of Eternity activity. This is going to be your new tutorial mission. This is the better tutorial mission. So that is where we're going to go next. We're going to Xur's treasure hoard to talk to Xur. We'll unlock the artifact later. I assume it will pop up after we unlock some other stuff in the game. For now, you don't really need it if you're playing the Solar Hunter, because you can kill the champions that appear. The champions are like stronger enemies. You can kill them with Thunderlord, or by throwing your knife at them and then shooting them with the auto rifle or shotgun. It'll be fine. And if you see something called an unstopped champion, you have to throw both your knife and your grenade at it. But likely you can just kill it. There was one infamous article in the Destiny community where all the new players were getting stuck on this activity because they didn't have a way to kill the champions. So Bungie nerfed all the champions, and you can brute force them now if you need to. So we're going to talk to Xur over here.
I have learned what we're missing for the Riven portal.
Okay. What is that?
We need to unlock the Dreaming City.
Okay, understood. Then don't do anything at Xur.
Okay.
I need to make a note on this then. We're gonna sit in orbit. So I'm gonna make an on-the-fly editor's note then. So as soon as we finish the picking up all the quests at the kiosk, go ahead and move on to the next clip here, where we are going to talk about unlocking the Dreaming City. So our sub-goal right now is to unlock the Dreaming City destination, and to do that we need EXP. I am just going to do the Dares of Eternity activity, since it is, in my opinion, the unofficial tutorial of this game. There are going to be enhanced enemies in here called champions that you have to hit with a specific type of weapon or ability to break their champion mechanic. Some have like a shield, some just walk towards you menacingly, and others teleport. And so to stop the teleporting ones, use Thunderlord. To stop the ones that throw the shield, throw your throwing knife at them. Then you're able to break their shield with your gun. Whenever you throw the throwing knife, you become something called Radiant. Use Radiant to break the shield. And the unstopped one, currently you're out of luck. But you can try to throw both your knife and grenade and blow them up. In this activity, in the past, the champions stopped a lot of new players from being able to progress in the activity, so Bungie nerfed all the champions. All you have to do is just shoot at them and they will eventually die. Whereas, like, back in the day, you could empty an entire magazine and they would just out-heal you. They'd be the Kirito in the anime. I told you we weren't talking about that much anime, I lied. So if anything I said sounds too complicated, don't worry about it. That's what this activity is for. You get to learn the game and be curious and try different things. So the theme of this activity is, it's a game show, it's a horde mode, and you do various objectives in the horde mode to progress. There are some like fake obstacle courses. You do get rewarded for succeeding in them, but they're super easy. They take like genuinely 10 seconds to complete. They're not hard. And when you succeed in the mini obstacle course, you get infinite heavy ammo, or power ammo. Whatever you want to call it. If you go to this flag, you can rally it. You get full ammunition in a super. The fun part about dares is it's slightly different each time. Different enemy races that you can familiarize yourself with, different objectives, different final boss. So let's see if I can go find us a champion. This is not a champion. Here's a champion. Let me shoot him with the wrong gun so you can see what I'm talking about. He has a little look, he teleports. He has a symbol. It's called Overload Captain. You see the Overload symbol on his name. And if I shoot Thunderlord, it stuns him. But I didn't have to do that in dares, because Bungie nerfed those champions. A Thunderlord will be your best friend for a lot of these starter missions and for Dares of Eternity. You don't have to use it, though, if you want to farm this activity for loot. This is where you get the Halo Battle Rifle. This activity. You also get a movement-based sword based on the Halo Energy Sword. You get a really good shotgun from this activity. And then, depending on the weekly rotation, you also get some good loot from Destiny's past. Some really, really, really old loot. But the part I want to drive home is this is your new tutorial for a little bit. Enjoy it. The deaths don't matter. You will always succeed here. You can have fun with the Scorch Cannon. I think you can rocket jump with these. Yeah, you can. And this is a good way to familiarize yourself with objective mechanics in Destiny for both PvP and PvE, as far as capturing a zone, etc. So the loot he drops is always going to be lesser than my 1810, because remember, we picked up all this gear in that Hall of Champions chest that skips the power leveling. If your inventory starts to get full, you can throw everything into the storage system in orbit. A pro tip here is walk backwards, and if your frame rate isn't too crazy, or maybe crazy enough, you will just skip that obstacle section. So this is that obstacle course I was talking about. You just wait, walk forward, wait, walk forward. And now you've succeeded. Now you have infinite heavy ammo. While I remember, I want to put my frame rate counter on. Is that gameplay? FPS display, there we go. When you get good at this activity, it takes about 10 minutes a run. We might even take only 10 minutes on this run. We're semi-efficient about it. Under the hood, I believe Destiny tries to matchmake you with other new players. Maybe not now, though, since we have the 1810 gear, but when you had like lower power level, it would try to pair you up with other new players. So I believe the reason is so that you can get kills. When there's expert players in these activities, every enemy will just instantly get blown up and you won't even be able to shoot at anything. And that sounds great in the short term, right? Like, oh yeah, I don't have to do any grinding. They'll do it for me. But in the long term, You played the video game to shoot some space aliens, so... This objective is throw balls at the ball. Now we throw a ball at the boss shield when boss appears. If you pick up a ball, you can switch weapons to drop it. It's common strategy to split 2 on each plate. Whoever guesses correctly where the final boss will be gets a bonus of infinite heavy ammo. So if you can, try to split between the 3, but always avoid standing on this hive one right here. Always avoid standing on this one that I'm standing on right now, because this is a sword-based final boss that you can pick up a sword off the floor. So you don't actually need your heavy ammo in that room. But when in doubt, 2-2-2 split. 2 on each of the plates. So yeah, you can climb up on the roof here. It doesn't really do anything for you. But it is an option if you wanted it to be. Had to get there a little bit sooner, but it doesn't do anything for you. It's just while you're waiting. To drop his shield, you just kill some minions around the side. They're the gold health bars. Alright, shield should be dropping now. You might have one more Minotaur to deal with. Yeah, he just got taken down. And now this is where you dump your super and all of your ammo. In very optimized groups, this guy dies in 1 phase. In these tutorial starter missions, he's probably going to take 2 phases, but we could get lucky. Good job. Yippee. In the event that we had to do 2 phases, we just kill the same gold bar enemies and those minotaurs again. Okay, we got some loot. Like I said, we're just gonna throw this in the vault when we're in orbit. So to access the vault, I believe it is the S key or the down on the D-pad on controller. However, let's show how the old-fashioned way is and go to the tower or the helm. We'll go ahead and go to the tower, just to show you where the vaults are. So now we touch down at the tower. I'm taking us to the vaults. Slightly to the right, this is the vault. Access it, open your menu, and then you can hit store mouse 1. You just throw everything in the vault. I'm going to keep out this pulse rifle. I'm going to keep out Sunshot. And this sniper rifle. And Risk Runner. I will keep Dragon's Breath, this machine gun, and this grenade launcher. Everything else in the vault. Eventually, you will learn what to delete and what to keep, but for now, you have 600 vault spaces. Just throw everything in there and worry about it later. Okay, now, the next thing to do would be more Eternity. Dares of Eternity, until you get familiar with the game. But we're going to go to Xur's Treasure Hoard to claim our reward, since our reward for doing the Dares of Eternity, going to our inventory here, was 3 strange coins. These are exchanged at the Star Horse for weapons, and then we also get a treasure key. Treasure key can turn into the battle rifle from Halo or the energy sword. That is what we're hoping to get. So we're going to Xur's Treasure Hoard. We're crossing our fingers that both of us get a sword with the perk Eager Edge, because that is when our player movement starts to get really fast, which ultimately speeds up how fast you can tackle the entire game. Now it's advertising the 30th anniversary pack. If I were to buy anything, that would be what I would buy in the game. That and Lightfall for the Strand subclass. So now we have a quest from Xur. I'm going to go ahead and claim this engram. We get a trace rifle from Halo Reach. I'll lock it and we'll put it in the vault whenever we're in orbit. I'm going to walk to this chest. Turn in the key, and it should be a battle rifle. Oh, I got a pretty good one off the rip, too. Excellent.
I got an okay.
Keep this for PvP. It will be a staple for you. It is the best all-around weapon, and a very reliable one at that. Some would even say broken. Okay, then we're going to walk to the Star Horse. Offer it a sugar cube and then approach. The Star Horse has these bounties, which are definitely worth doing because you can get free items from it. So we're going to pick one of these that we think we can do. I feel like I can get shotgun final blows rapidly, so I'm going to take the shotgun one. Then we're going to load into dares again and do that same process until we get what we want. But I want to do a flag on the play here and go to the timelines and unlock Austringer, because I don't know what's going to be on it. So, Stump, whenever you grab that bounty from the Star Horse, let me know. We'll fly to timelines.
I am ready to go.
Okay. So, timelines for the top right. We are going to scroll over to Cade's Fate and hit launch.
Oh, wait. Go to Xur before you leave.
This Xur?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Need to talk to Xur. Thank you. And he gives us a grenade launcher. And a quest for Forerunner. Forerunner is long-term worth unlocking. It is the Halo 1 Magnum. So, if you feel like it, you can track that quest and go. But for now, I am super curious what this quest is going to give us. Remember, all we need is EXP to unlock the Dreaming City. So it doesn't really matter what we do as long as we're getting EXP. Doing missions, killing enemies, doing activities is all XP. So it doesn't really matter what you do. Find something fun. I'm telling you as an experienced PvP player that Austringer is a top option. So let's just go get it now while learning about the history of this game. So the expansion we're loading into right now is the Forsaken expansion. This was a renaissance for the game, a complete shift to the way that Destiny 2 was played. Destiny 2 initially started with double primary, was a very competitively balanced game for PvP. And in PvE, that made it a little more stale. So Forsaken is when they threw that formula out the window and said, everybody's overpowered now. PvE, PvP, it's Clown Town now. That's Forsaken. So we're going to go ahead and skip that cutscene. Since Forsaken, they have dialed back. They have found a better compromise with Clown Town and competitiveness. It's a much better mix now, but not exactly perfect. You still have the Smash Bros. Brawl tripping mechanics. This is not a speed run, this is a brisk run. We're not standing by for cutscenes. We're skipping unnecessary enemies if possible. Even though one sunshot shot clears the entire room. Destiny is a live service game, so missions like these that were available in the past aren't always available. Sometimes they come back for things like this timeline, and other times they're just gone forever, it seems. Not like any of these missions are worth writing home about, though. They all are kind of in the same category of forgettable. The one campaign I will say that stands out in Destiny is the Witch Queen campaign. And I estimate that if you take your time on it and really smell the roses, you're going to have at least 12 hours of good content. Some of it's a little grindy though, so let's say 10 hours of good content with 2 hours of grind in there. It's a good time though. It's a really, really well done campaign for Destiny. I think we're forced to watch this anyway, so we might as well see Cade 6. He's the comic relief of Destiny 2. This reminds me of the movie Elf. Where they're in the elevator. It hits all the buttons.
Yeah.
It looks like
It's
a
great
Christmas tree.
movie.
It gets the biggest like bruh look. Yeah, I watch that movie every Christmas. Love it. It's probably my favorite Christmas movie. So I might have said it once, but I'll say it again. The theme of Destiny PvE is you're protecting something. Enemies are horde mode. You play tower defense for like 5 minutes at a time. And then the objective progresses and you do it again. That's the whole game. If the battle rifle was Halo's most consistent weapon, the weapon that Cade is wielding called Ace of Spades, that is Destiny's most consistent weapon. That's the battle rifle of Destiny, as much as I hate to say it. Alright, rally banner opportunity. Do you need ammo?
I do not.
Alright, closing it down. I'm trying not to go full FPS player on this and just delete the whole room with like flick aim, snap aim, all the above. I'm just very, very comfortably clearing this so you can put this on the side monitor and not be too distracted from your own gameplay. Trust me, nothing interesting is happening over here.
I've hit a locked door. Any updates for me? Bringing the security system online. Green now, Peter? Yes, accessing the lower levels now. Just gotta check on a couple of things. And then we can call it a day. So long as you're the one buying.
Yeah, for passive Destiny grinds like this with the YouTube video on the side, I feel like I've learned more there than I did in all my years of school.
Looks like we're all done and dusted here, kiddos.
Cutscene skip, water break.
Another cutscene.
That's supposed to be a sad one.
Dude, I love this Cade guy. I hope they keep him around.
Same.
What's happening down there? Come in, Kate. Hey, welcome back. We fell at least 20 stories down, and I can't reach Kate or Petra.
Alright, placing rally banner. I'm trying not to get too distracted. Whenever I play these for not guide reasons, I always search around because I like to hunt for Easter eggs, and they're never usually there. Wonder what this gives us. Well, that was quick. Oh, it's good too. What did you get?
I got opening shot. I have the storm, tac mag, corkscrew. And
Okay, so it's a
stability
curated roll.
masterwork.
I got the exact same roll. Yeah,
Is the
this
masterwork curated.
stability.
Stability, cool.
Yeah, this is good for PvP. This is worth your time to get. So make sure you lock that and put it in the vault. That was really worth it. There's the Ace of Spades. And now we skip the cutscene again. I'm going to take another glance at the timelines and look at the other weapons that we can unlock. So there's a glaive, which is a long stick with a projectile attack on it too. A machine gun for stasis. We already did Cade's Fade. So yeah, if you want a glaive and a machine gun, feel free to do those. I think our next time best spent is still going to Dares of Eternity. I've completed the Riding the Storm mission to unlock my Arc subclass, which means now I should focus on Void. So I'm going to switch to this Void machine gun in my inventory. I do not have another energy Void weapon. I can pull one from collections. So tabbing over to collections, weapons. I believe there's a pulse rifle that's Void. I was wrong. I have not unlocked this one somehow, so we'll choose a different weapon. Maybe there's an auto rifle that's Void. Yes, the Refrain 23. So I'm going to equip that. And now I have 2 Void weapons to use. Then we're going to go back into Dares of Eternity. And I will jump cut to opening the chest. So while I'm doing this dare, I'm getting Void weapon kills to unlock my Void subclass. I'm getting shotgun kills to progress the double barrel bounty, which will turn into loot. And you get a lot of EXP for doing bounties, which we are going to pick up from Xur next time we're at the treasure hoard. Okay, bot should be dying here in a sec. So in this run, I have completed this bounty and unlocked the Void subclass, the Arc subclass, and the Blast from the Past step 3 of 8. So I'm going to turn in this bounty. And I can open that Paraversal Hall right now if I wanted to. The reward I got was the Vulpecula hand cannon. If you do get this, shoot to loot is what you look for as the perk. Open the Paraversal Hall, I got armor and another treasure key. Now we are going to travel back to Eternity, Xur's treasure hoard. So once you've done a couple dares and get familiar with the game, now we start progressing past your unofficial tutorial and start completing, once you go to your character page, go to Journey. We are doing all of these Guardian ranks. So we're going to click on number 3, rank 3 initiate, and we're going to look at everything it wants us to do. First contact mission. Then we do EDZ public events. That's the Earth map. And then we explore Nessus, the planet, and do the exact same thing. So that'll be next up on our list after we turn in stuff from Xur. See if I ranked up at all. I definitely pick up these bounties though if you're going to continue playing dares. I got a Wastelander shotgun. Did not have the 1-2 punch perk. A BXR battler. Auto-loading holster. And a Part in Our Dust grenade launcher with disorienting nades. That perk is really, really good, and I am going to keep it in my inventory just in case we need it. I can now afford another bounty if I want to do that. So I will grab the sniper rifle one, and I will complete that later. Stump, are you ready to orbit?
I am almost ready.
Okay. You can unlock pretty cool armor here with the 30th anniversary pack. It has a lot of Bungie references from past games, from Marathon and Halo. Oni.
I got the red border sword.
You got the red border sword. All right, equip it
It is equipped.
so that I can show the viewers at home. So this is a very, very rare sword to drop. with the crafting, that's what the red border means. It means it can be turned into crafting later. Yeah, it's super rare, and it's going to turn into a movement sword later. So Stump is really, really ahead on progress and lucky. Don't expect that to happen to you, though. Okay, now you ready for orbit?
I am ready for orbit.
So that means we're going to unlock crafting here soon, too.
I believe we have to do
The Witch Queen's
Witch Queen.
yeah, missions. Exactly. We'll save that for another time. Let's progress the Guardian ranks without a fast sword.
Yes.
So next up is go to the tower. We're going to talk to Ikora and Banshee so we can progress those quests, so we can pick up more quests to passively finish while we're doing other stuff. That's the trick to getting really far ahead in Destiny 2, is consolidating tasks, doing a lot of different things at once. So this is why you invest in a solid state drive and get those faster loading times. I joke. While we are loading up, actually, forget that thought. I was going to show you some of my outline here, but I don't want to inundate you with like pointless information right now. I'll keep like eyes on the prize with the task in front of us. So my postmaster to the left is highlighting, which means I dropped something on the floor earlier, and the postmaster picked it up. It was a grenade launcher. And I believe I also got a rocket launcher earlier. So I'm going to go to the vault. I'm going to open my character, and I'm going to clean up my inventory again. I just want to keep this blinding launcher. Everything else is going in. Keeping my 1810. Keeping this battle rifle. Keeping my snipe. I got a different rocket launcher. I'm going to keep that. Now I'm talking to Banshee. He has Dragon's Breath Catalyst quest since I picked that up. Just hit accept on all of these. He has one engram for me, which you can later use to buy weapons. So don't just click that engram. Save them. Wait. Now we're going to walk over to Ikora. You do not have to pick up these quests right now. You can hit escape and you can pick them up at another time. They will give you exotic armor though. Let's pick up the 6 Coyote or Graviton forfeit. I want the Graviton forfeit. I'm going to acquire that one. So we're going to exit out. Open our character menu and select our new subclass. Now the Into the Abyss quest starts. Wants me to defeat weakened targets and cast my super. My super is a tether, so that should weaken. Like I said, I'm not necessarily picking these other ones up. And then you can open up this menu to buy stuff with Glimmer once you reach apparently Guardian rank 4 or something like that. I'm going to open this up one more time to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yeah, long term you will just buy all these. Right now, save your Glimmer. You don't have to buy any of these yet. You can switch back to Golden Gun at this point if you want to. Or you can passively unlock Night Stalker at the same time and have an empty subclass. Doesn't really matter. The missions we're doing aren't going to be hard. I am personally going the Night Stalker route. Stump, are you ready to queue? So the next activity we're doing is over here on Neptune. It is the first contact mission. The first mission of the Lightfall campaign. Usually the first mission of a paid expansion is free. Just gives you a taste. Kind of like the dealer. And, yeah, that is this one. You're not crazy. Yes, you just saw the character from Megamind. Like I said, I'm not really into the lore in this game. It all blurs together. There are channels that are really big into it, like My Name is Bife. He has a very soothing voice. It's great to watch when you're getting ready for bed. Learn some lore in your sleep. Get them that ad revenue. Again, if you're entertained by this sort of long-form content, definitely leave a comment on Bife's channel demanding that we implement a drunk lore content on his channel, where he gives PvP players like myself a thick script reading of some lore in Destiny 2 while we're sober. Then we drink a little bit and try to recite it from memory. And then we hire an artist, or I go on Microsoft Paint and sketch out what I think I'm talking about and trying to convey. It'll be great. Comedy Central has done the drunk history before, so it would be something like that. That's where my head's at for some entertaining content, if I'm ever gonna go the lore route. It is at this point I am going to switch to controller and just hope that my binds are the same. I'm using a battle rifle after all, it only feels correct. Button layout default, no, we want custom. You do not have to copy these settings that I'm about to set. I'm separating my charged and my uncharged melee with a button combo using my paddles. So I have to remember all of these from memory. Okay, that looks adequate for now.
Vigilant. With the witnesses back, they could throw anything at us.
Prepare for descent. Bring glory to the herald of the witness.
The Shadow Legion is one step ahead of us. Bottle clean will buy us time.
We should regroup as soon as possible. But maybe we can disable the ship's computer core.
I've located the terminal here and sent it to the ship.
Got it. We're not far from the core.
Oh, I hate having the full auto setting on with the battle rifle. Sometimes I turn it off, but if I know I'm going to be in PvE for a while, I keep it on because my hand will get tired.
Should get us through that door. should have stayed behind to protect the traveler and our people. Was it the right choice?
The witness establishes a link with a veil. It'll be over for the entire system. All of our
If my voice randomly changes from one clip to another, it is because a day has passed. I just want y'all to know.
Even if you stayed, you wouldn't have stood a chance against the witness. None of us would.
Thunderlord time. If you get grabbed by him, it's like getting grabbed by the ice climbers in Smash. You'll be fine on the starter mission. You'll live. Like I said, this is a brisk run. We are not speed running. So while there are Scions enemies next to me, I am skipping them and shooting the cores. And then they just despawn.
We need some way to get to the surface.
I have a method to accomplish this.
Did I detect a bit of hesitation in your voice?
No.
Those upgrade modules are used to infuse gear that is 1810 power level. Or into 1810 power level, I should say. So those will be useful later.
Look, down there. Callus's flagship. He's heading right for the surface.
The art team always goes so crazy in this game. These enemies you can skip, but they make doing the platforming section a little annoying. Yeah, I
That's
killed
toxic.
some by accident. I didn't think it would kill you from all the way over there.
I'm upset.
We have to get to a
I'm gonna go cry.
Here, do I have ricochet rounds? I do not.
He hasn't changed. We have to. Now he only has us to watch his back. Hopefully he hasn't gone off the deep end.
Okay, here's the plan. Destroy the engine.
Okay, so this is a section where, or upcoming will be a section where Stump and I can actually go left and right and split to complete it a little bit faster, but we're not going to. Get the key card, go back up. And skip these enemies as you run to the back of the van. Radiator destroyed. Now the next one. While I am commentating right now, I realize I did not prepare a YouTube video for tomorrow, or what would be tomorrow on my YouTube schedule, which means that I have to save a little bit of juice in my voice to make that one happen. Optional. Alright, we're going to this vent. I believe if you're quick enough, you can go through that other door, but it's a fake door. It'll get blocked. The vent. Switch to playing one-handed there for a sec. Do you have ammo?
Yes.
Alright, a dropping flag going. We do have to kill these enemies to progress. Here we go. We'll be fighting a tormentor in the next room. Okay, now we're launching into Neptune.
I can't remember if the mission just ends here.
It puts us onto Neptune and we unlock the Strand subclass. Now to the viewer at home, who has not paid a cent for this game yet, what is worth buying? The answer is simple. You get stuff when it's on a sale, or you buy the 30th anniversary pack to get the Gallahorn rocket launcher. And then you buy Lightfall to get the Strand subclass, because Strand is really, really, really fun to play. Does that mean that there's no fun in these other subclasses? No, they're fun too. Strand is the grappling hook. Yeah, we don't have our Sparrow yet. Just gotta go on foot. So yeah, if you end up liking this game past the unofficial tutorial and the new light experience, consider trying out Lightfall for the sole reason of getting the grappling hook class. Oh, my hunter dodge is not bound. I'll fix that in a sec. Slide, then hit the keyboard. There we go. Oh, I don't have invis dodge. I don't have aspects. That's what it is. I'm quickly changing a setting. Okay, so I did set it. It was just on the double press setting instead of the press setting.
Gotta go fast.
Oh, you got the arc glass. You get the speed booster ability.
Yeah. I chose it to pair with my exotic.
Thematically fits the name.
Osiris, I'm detecting an anomaly on the sensors. We'll check it out while the coast is clear.
Understood. I note that it's quite confined in here.
You can wield
So now we have the grappling hook. Space magic version. Oh, these are those Cabal pods that I referenced a while ago. Yeah, they really hurt. So now your strand tutorial is you throw green stuff at the enemy. If the enemy is afflicted by green stuff when you kill them, they'll drop this ball. You can grapple onto the ball, you can pick up the ball, you can throw the ball, and then grapple onto it while it's thrown. Out of the grapple, you can hit the melee button to do this shoulder charge move. It's pretty good. Afflicted by green stuff. Pick up tangle, throw tangle, grapple. Grapple melee. If the class feels overwhelming, that's because it should. The strand class that you're playing right now with the grappling hook, it should feel overwhelming because it's one of the more advanced classes in the game. In a PvP scenario, Strand Hunter has one of the highest skill ceilings out of any of the classes. However, on like realistic human potential that we have right now, it's up there, but it's not the best. There are some that just give you far greater reward for less output. Skip a cutscene. Skip a cutscene. Now our Guardian rank should be progressing just a little bit, and now we talk to a vendor when we touch down in the safe zone of Neptune.
Oh. We've unlocked the Dreaming City. Or at least I have.
You might have. You've been... No, I got it too. We're gonna still continue Guardian ranks.
Yep.
You're the light bearer. Look, I'm not gonna claim my
Okay, yeah, you don't actually have to grab any of this because you have to buy Lightfall to do that. Once we talk to him, we're gonna check our... Sorry, we're gonna open up the character menu. Go to Journey. Gonna check our Guardian ranks. Next, we need to do public events on the EDZ. And I'm also going to make sure that we are shuffling the Nessus ones too. Patrols and Lost Sectors. So you can check for public events by going to Destinations, bottom left, EDZ. And public events are this symbol right here. It says optional and it has a countdown timer. At the Gulch, one is active right now, so we're going to go there. As we load in, we might miss it. That is perfectly okay. We will catch another one. And if, for example, we have too many public events that are 4 minutes out, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Nessus and complete the other objectives while we wait for the EDZ public events to be available. Okay, so the text on the screen suggests that the public event is ongoing right now. Okay, they're heading to another site. We're going to follow the boy adept in Braden H. The sparrow that they're on is called a skimmer. That used to be free for a seasonal event, but since that seasonal event is no longer available, you have to pay for it if you want it. It's like the Silver Surfer from the Fantastic Four. To progress this public event to heroic status, you have to kill that extractor or whatever we defeated. It's some node off to the side. I don't know what to call it. Collecting chests do give you glimmer, which is your basic currency. Legendary shards are the other currency, which you get for dismantling gear, and you should have a lot of that in your vault right now. At the very, very end of this journey, when we need legendary shards, I will just go through my vault and tell you what I think is valuable and what is not valuable to help you do that yourself. But for now, you have 600 spaces, so put them to use. This access code thing I picked up is for a completely different exotic quest that we're not even going to do, nor do I even recommend doing it for anything except fun. So here is our node. Node defeated. Now it's heroic. Now we just do what we always do in Destiny and play Horde mode for a few minutes. Let's go see what everyone else is using. Alright, so Braden's got a nice pulse rifle from Neomuna. The boy adept is, I believe, on the same starter pack gear as myself and Stump. Oh, nice. I got an achievement. The people's hero. Those don't do anything.
Oh, 12,000 glimmer for that.
But now we're fast travel to Trostland, bottom right. So if you do need to farm Glimmer, Trostland is where you're going to go, and you're going to run in a big circle collecting chests and resources and doing public events that pop up. That is how you farm Glimmer. However, long term, you're not going to need to, so don't. If you want to short term to brute force unlock something, sure, but most of your Glimmer gain is going to be passive. Now we know what to do. We shoot the node. Not all public events are the same objective. They change. So that is a resource I pick up, and it turns into Glimmer. In the future, when we get a legendary ghost, we are able to upgrade it to have a scanner that finds nearby chests. I have memorized the possible locations of all the chests in this area from just running so much that I could just do it right now if I wanted to. But I would wait to do that farming until you have a sword with the perk Eager Edge to make you go faster. Okay, so I got an exotic engram, which normally is like worth celebrating. However, I'm going to save it in my inventory for later. I don't need to turn it in right now. But if you get one of those on the floor and you want to turn it in, what it could decrypt into is one of the weapons on this page, or this page, or this page, or it can turn into one of your designated armors. Now, some of these exotic weapons and armors are tied to specific quests and specific expansions, but a lot of them you can unlock by just turning in those engrams at the tower. So you would go to the tower, you would go to the Cryptarch Master Rahul, and you can turn your engram in there, and you might get a random exotic. Looks like the next one is Outskirts. It's not worth going to Nessus. So we have a minute 40 to kill. I'll talk to you all then. Okay, jump cut to defeating the next boss of this public event. So we've completed the EDZ section of these Guardian ranks, and now we are going to Nessus.
You've smashed their hopes to powder again. Excellent.
Nessus wanted us to do patrols.
Correct.
So we'll just go to the main starter area.
It wants to meet Failsafe as well.
We could do that. Failsafe is a pretty cool character. So character, journey, rank 3 initiate, explore Nessus. So we're gonna meet Failsafe, we're gonna do patrols, a patrol, and we're gonna complete 2 lost sectors. Simple enough. I was updating my write-up in the background while we loaded in. Let's go meet Failsafe. Pick up this patrol while we are meeting Failsafe. I don't know what that quest rewards. I'm pretty sure you can safely skip it.
Picking up the ghost here is worth it. You can slot mods into it.
Okay. Heard. I'm heading back there now. I need 10 legendary shards to be able to afford that ghost. I'm going to delete this sidearm in my inventory. These gloves and this helmet. Unfortunately, that is 9, and I would have to go to orbit to pull something from my vault in order to get the requisite amount of shards.
If you click on a an activity like launch thing, like PvP, and then just press S.
Oh,
you can
really?
pop the vault. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I did not know that tip. That's incredible.
Yeah.
However, if we were paying attention at home, you can avoid this entirely by using Destiny Item Manager to accomplish the exact same thing. Good tip, Stump. Alright, so I pulled something from my Destiny Item Manager, I deleted it, and now I have enough legendary shards to buy a ghost.
Hello, Captain. I hope it works well for you.
This ghost, I can level up. Level it up with legendary shards, which again, I'm about to pull from Destiny Item Manager. I want to keep at least one Wastelander shotgun, the rest of them I will delete. Keep that Austringer hand cannon. Ranking up a ghost early on is very, very good if you can scrap together the spare legendary shards to do so. So now we're bottlenecked at an enhancement core, which we will get at some point in the future. For now, we can set it to Ultimate Glimmer Booster at 65%, or you can set an EXP booster. I think I want the Glimmer in the short term, so I'm going to do that option until I can rank up the Ghost more in the future. Okay, so now we're going to continue that patrol from earlier, which is just kill enemies. So I'm searching around the area real quick for my radar to highlight some enemies. Radar is top left. We could do this public event for some Glimmer.
We can double dip and do the lost sector over here at the same time.
You're
Because
right.
we need to do 2 lost sectors for our Guardian ranks.
Okay, so let me show what the lost sector symbol looks like. Should be painted on something around here. If not, I'm just going to open up the destinations and show you what it looks like. So let's do that. Where my cursor is right now is a lost sector symbol. I'll show you another one. This is a lost sector symbol. And another one. This is a lost sector symbol. Normally around the lost sector entrance, you see that symbol painted on like a wall or something nearby. Okay, there's that patrol complete. I should say, if you are also deleting stuff from your vault to give you some legendary shards for that ghost, if you have a shotgun with 1-2 punch, keep it. Keep a trace rifle and keep a special weapon grenade launcher like this one with disorienting grenades. Keep anything that is 1810. Keep your exotics. And if you somehow have a rocket launcher that's legendary, like Crux Terminus or whatever it's called, keep that too for now. Almost everything else you can pretty safely delete. Same. Alright, wants us to do 2 lost sectors, so let's go to the middle artifacts edge. I'm checking the progress so far. So yeah, we have 1 more lost sector to do. We're gonna drop off this cliff to the bottom left. The lost sector should be near us. I'm trying to look for that painted symbol, but I know it's to our left.
I found the painted symbol.
Okay, cool, cool. I want to see it. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what it looks like. So now a habit that I want all of you to break right now is when you're doing these campaigns, you're going to be looking at the floor the entire time, and I promise you when you play PvP, that's going to happen. Looking a little bit down in Destiny it's okay for PvP. It's not a terrible habit, but looking at the floor, that's pretty bad. So in Destiny, a lot of players keep their crosshair a little bit below, like, waist level, I would say, because they're anticipating either they are jumping, the opponent is going to slide at them, etc. So they naturally keep that crosshair there. However, if you just kept the crosshair head level, you'd move the crosshair less to shoot them in the head. And if they do slide at you, you can also tap the crouch button to move your reticle down automatically. So just a food for thought for building a good habit for the long term. There are a couple PvP builds in this game that are very aerial though. So like I said, it's not a bad habit, but something to keep in the back of your head for long term. Alright, now we're going to the tower, I believe. Character,
Yes.
journey, turn it in. Oh, I also have these seasonal challenges right here that I can turn in. So I'm going to do that right now. These give me EXP and various rewards and bonuses. So just anything you have done, just turn it in. You don't have to read it. Now we go to the tower. I'm going to check the progress of my other quests to see how I'm doing. I also have a random shacks bounty done. I'm going to turn that in. So on my Void subclass 1, I'm making steady progress. Pretty passive. That was a quick tower load. Okay, now we go pray at the tree. I see my postmaster is lit up, so I'm going there first. Now immediately we're going to open up our menu and see the new Guardian rank. So pause, character, journey, now rank 4. Complete learning light, purchase aspects, purchase fragments, light subclasses. Good, we did all of that one. Gunsmith, meet Banshee 44, we have Glimmer, we have some legendary shards, we can get more. Then enhancement cores from gunsmith bounties. Shaders applied to our gear and upgrade our ghost. Okay, we can do all of that very, very quickly. So now I am at the Cryptarch. Remember that I had a exotic engram. We're just turning that in. I got Monte Carlo. No! I could have unlocked that via the timeline mission earlier. To knock it out of the possibility of being in that engram. It's not a big deal. You shouldn't waste your time doing that. I just got unlucky. Alright, so I talked to Banshee. We should pick up bounties from Banshee. Don't forget that. Just get kills with various weapons. Machine gun, sidearm, kinetic weapon. Simple enough. Character, journey, guardian rank. Turn them in. Purchase weapons from Banshee 44. Okay. So we could do that over here for legendary shards, not worth it. Or we could do the focus decoding. Out of all the weapons present today, I think I want the funnel web the most. So I'm going to pick the funnel web. Yo, Stump, check out my funnel web.
There's no way.
It's pretty good.
There's no way.
Yeah, this one's PvP ready. I could just take it in right now if I wanted to.
That one's crazy. I am ready.
Just about. Alright, we're going to complete some gunsmith bounties. In the process, we're going to delete some legendary gear. And I might as well just apply shaders to my armor. So let me do this in slow motion now. Character menu, down on the D-pad. Appearance customization. And then you can select each piece itemized if you want once you unlock shaders. I guess we haven't unlocked shaders somehow. We'll do that in a little bit then. Let's focus on these gunsmith bounties. We can consolidate tasks. We could do another dares while we complete them if we really wanted to. Let's do that, since we know we're going to be needing more dares in the future. So my goal will be to do dares and complete all of these at the same time. I will check back in with y'all after that chest. Sometimes in the dares you will get this dude named Cash and Prizes, this ogre right here. He just drops extra loot. Enjoy. You're lucky. And it's delayed when it drops sometimes. It'll just appear in the air out of nowhere. Oh, there it is. Woohoo! Are we lucky? Canis Major? I don't really think you get anything good from that. I'm safe to delete that. Okay, we have collected legendary shards. Character, journey, guardian rank, gunsmith. Complete a gunsmith bounty. I'm pretty sure I did one of those. I did not progress the sniper rifle final blows, so I'll do that another day. Okay, character, journey, guardian rank.
Oh.
And now we purchase a weapon from Banshee 44. I feel like we already did that, but I'm guessing it's saying buy the weapons on that other tab. I didn't know. So we have to unlock armor synthesis, so we are going back to the tower.
Check your triumphs.
Triumphs.
Under career in gear, check the one called exotic archivist.
Okay. Lifetime. Once I find it, I will go really, really slow.
Yeah, it should be the lifetime option in the new light section in under gear. It should be column 2, row
Lifetime,
2,
new light.
then the gear tab.
I don't see the gear tab.
You don't see the gear tab?
No, I'm gonna share a screen.
Okay.
Okay. Triumphs.
Yep.
Lifetime.
Lifetime. Okay, yeah, you don't see it. I don't know which triumph I claimed to unlock this part.
All right, I'm just gonna start turning them in.
Oh, there it is.
That's what it
gear.
was. Okay, I'm so glad I recorded this for YouTube. There, we figured out your problem.
And then exotic cipher.
Nice. Okay. Cool. That's very, very useful, by the way. The exotic ciphers are great. Is that all I needed to do here? Or does that somehow unlock shaders for me? I'm just turning all these in now.
Some of it is lore.
Okay, well, we figured it out.
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to read this. You find new shaders in the world and at the Eververse Brightness store. What else? Guess we have to just find a shader.
There might be one in the season pass that you can use.
True. I'm going to the store right now, and at the middle, bottom left right here, you can see you get free Bright Dust. I'm going to go do whatever the game wants me. I'm going to scroll over to collections just to get rid of that. Now we're going back to the store. So I'm going to pick up this to get my free Bright Dust for the week. And now I can buy these shaders if I really wanted to. Let's try the season pass first. Yes, I have a shader on the season pass. So now let's go to D-pad down or mouse and keyboard down. We can apply this shader to all gear, and that should progress the Guardian rank.
Another place to acquire shaders is from 801 for 10,000 glimmer.
Heard. So now we have one enhancement core, which means we can upgrade our ghost again. And I believe that will count as Guardian rank, maybe? Equip an economic tracking mod on your ghost. Okay, do not do what I just did. You're going to eventually get this to 10 anyway. And there we go. We just did the ghost thing early, which is why it didn't count. Okay, and now we just save up to buy a gun from Banshee. So let's go to the tower. Thank you for the help with the triumphs. That exotic cipher will be very useful in the future. I'm currently at 8 legendary shards.
I am at 20.
I think we need to get to 30
Yeah.
to afford his weapon. Alright, he has the armor synthesis introduction, which sends us to Ada. I tried to do that earlier and it wasn't existing then. So we do have to come up with legendary shards here to buy a weapon. So I'm gonna just start deleting stuff that I don't think is valuable in my vault. Do not delete your Austringer if you've been following along. I wouldn't delete your trace rifle either if you have a trace rifle. Oh, 1810 Scatterhorn grips. Do not delete the 1810s. Do not delete the 1810s. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Alright, hopefully I can afford a gun. I'm going to turn in that engram on the top right and see if that counts. Just science. I don't think it did. I really do think it has to be on that second tab.
Out of the weapons, which one do you recommend today?
Today. They're all bad.
Yeah.
I might even say the bow. And my reasoning is it might work for a champion weapon for the artifact. But then again, I guess I could just use the cannon. I'm going to stop being indecisive about this. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. So we're going with a peace of mind. And my reasoning is because eventually you can craft this weapon if you keep it. Oh, never mind. I was wrong there too. You can't even craft it because it doesn't have the necessary node where my mouse cursor is. So ignore what I said. Whatever you choose, it doesn't matter. We just want to progress the Guardian ranks. Okay, that should be everything. And now I get to pray at the tree. Also, let me go put my extra stuff in the vault before I pray at the tree.
I need to go finish my gunsmith bounty.
Okay. You finish
I will be
gunsmith
right
bounty.
back.
I will wait for you at the tree. Exiting Osu. Okay, we are at the tree. Let's pray. Okay, let's open up the character menu, go to Journey, go to Guardian rank. We acquired Risk Runner. We're ahead of the game. Wow, we kind of like sequence broke, but we're doing everything we were supposed to. So I don't feel bad if you follow this guide 1-to-1. Vanguard bounties from Zavala. Complete Vanguard bounties. Do Vanguard ops. Yeah, I'm very, very happy with the order we presented. It feels more natural.
Meet the Drifter and meet Shack.
Is that on yours?
That is on yours too. Final tab, final two options.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Playlist. Got it. Let's just do that right now. Talk to Shax, talk to Drifter, and then we also stop by Ada at the same time. We also need to commend other players in the Vanguard ops. We cannot forget to do the commendation. Alright, I'm talking to Shax. This is a different Shax than Into the Light. He has a quest right here. Light Reforged, and then he might also have another quest for comp and another quest for the new playlist. The new map playlist. Don't pick up these bounties. We're not stepping into PvP yet. When we do step into PvP, it'll be interesting. Ideally, we get some decent gear before we set foot in there, which is the whole point of today's video. That Austringer alone, with an Aachen sniper rifle, is already more than enough. Okay. I like having the speed boost, helps navigating the tower a little bit better. Pit stop at Ada.
Before I opened my doors to Guardians, I watched you thrash through your collective existence.
Alright, I spammed through that. I really want to buy the pretty shader, but I'm going to resist.
The Black Armory awaits your
That is where you obtain transmog. I'm not wasting Glimmer on that until I have my gear. Now we talk to the Drifter, and this is where I explain what Gambit is. Gambit is a PvEVP mode. Think like a MOBA or something like that, but it's not really. It's FPS. You kill enemies to collect a resource. You deposit that resource in a bank, and it sends a blocker on the other side of the arena. It's symmetrical arenas. At a certain point, you can send a player through to their arena to disrupt everything as a PvP player, an invader. And it's a really, really fun mode for that. But Bungie has sort of just forgotten about that mode and not updated it in years. And it's a husk of its former self and not really as good. That being said, I played a lot of that game mode, and I'm loading up strikes right now, by the way.
That's fine by me.
I played a lot of that game mode. I had a lot of fun with it. And the player base at large in Destiny hated it, so Bungie stopped adding to it and updating it. And it is what it is. It's not really liked by the community, but that doesn't mean you won't like it. So you can try it out. I'm telling you, I've had a lot of fun with it in the past, despite the Destiny community not liking it. Okay, so reading my Vanguard bounties. Finishers, stasis, shotgun, defeat targets.
Target.
So how am I going to defeat enemies with stasis damage when I don't have... I do have a stasis gun. I have the syncopation. So I will switch my loadout to have stasis damage now. Pro speedrunner skip. Oh, psych, I did not make the pro speedrunner skip through the little window.
What for? Let's hope we never find out. Get down there and target their leadership, Guardian.
Alright, so I explained Gambit and how Gambit is deceptively fun, despite what the community thinks. Vanguard strikes are your standard mission formula of Destiny, and they always have been. The formula for this is kill adds, tower defense, complete an objective, typical Destiny stuff until you kill a boss at the end and then loot the chest. Each strike has a slightly different flavor than the others, and this is also, like theirs, a great place to get used to the game. However, in strikes, your abilities and access to power ammo aren't as cranked, so you don't get to use them as much like you can in Dares, which is why I say Dares is the unofficial tutorial. I don't think I want to long play all of these strikes that we're going to have to do, because they can be quite the undertaking. They can be 15 minutes. They're not hard by any means. It's just some strikes take longer than others and are more boring than others.
We do have to clear at least one.
So I think this might be one of those where I just say, I'll jump cut to whenever we get to the final boss kill and continue the recording from there, because I just don't think these are interesting enough to fill with commentary.
Yeah.
And I also think at this point, you're a very self-sufficient Guardian at this point. So see you at the end. Okay, here we are at the end of the strike. This one, like, surprisingly had some hands. So if you keep, like, failing over and over again in a strike, it is perfectly okay. Alright, so this is our reward chest. Now I will be turning in all of my bounties.
And remember to give commendations.
That's the most important thing we have to do right now. So hit your ghost button, go to full results, and just give them any card. It doesn't matter what it is, just give them the card. Okay, now we go to journey, adventure, turning these in. Nice, we completed rank 5. Now back to the tower where we pray at the tree. Okay, now we pray at the tree. We're gonna have a bunch of stuff unlocked again, so we get a journey. Guardian rank 6. I believe Fireteam Finder and mods are unlocked now. Let's go talk to Saint 14 about trials right now. That seems like an easy one to do. And then we're going to go get our seasonal artifact next. That's a great next thing to do. So I'm going to go ahead and turn in more seasonal challenges. And then we are going to talk to Saint 14. Alright, we talked to Saint 14 to learn about trials, and we didn't learn about trials. Let's teach you about trials, though, since we're doing the new light long play right along. It's an elimination style game mode that the Destiny community likes. I think it is the most popular game mode in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Personally, it's not my favorite. It's more on the lower end for me. That is because previously there wasn't an objective in that mode, and it kind of played very stalematey and slow. But now there's a zone to capture, and the zone speeds up the game a lot. However, there's some balance oversights in the game where a couple abilities of classes make that zone very, very aggravating to try to retake. So players don't like the zone in trials, even though it's more of a problem with the abilities that allow them to capture the zone so easily. I hope I explained that correctly, because that pretty much explains trials better than Saint 14 is going to do for you. Okay, next, I think we should do Dreaming City to get the artifact. Right? Final Wish mission?
Yes.
Alright, loading it up. So now we are building up steam on our characters here because we are 2.5 hours in, and we essentially just unlocked the whole game at this point. We are getting out of Tutorial Island at around 2.5 hours. Now, if we were speedrunning it, dude, we're getting through that in like an hour-ish. However, we did it brisk, we consolidated tasks, we unlock future weapons for future use. These are things that longer term you're going to use on a PvP account, so it doesn't really matter if we sequence broke and did it a little bit out of order, because ultimately you would have done those things anyway.
I must call upon you to defend the Dreaming City once again. Petra and Crow will guide your path.
Yeah, I'll go Sunshot on this one. once again, we're going to stop and smell the roses on this one. Take a look around. Once again, the art team goes crazy on these environments. This is the location of the raid of, I'm going to say, Destiny 2's most legendary raid. This one is called, the ribbon one. Last Wish. It's called Last Wish.
Apologies for not rolling out the red carpet.
So in this raid,
Occupied.
Haven't we all?
my team brought the competitive reward at the time. You got this hand cannon called Not Forgotten for maxing out the competitive rank.
Them down.
That was the least I slept in my entire life, where we maxed out the competitive rank and then we brought the reward to the raid. Normally, PvE and PvP players don't mix that well in this game, but that was one time we did both at 100%. I definitely lost some lifespan for going that crazy on that grind. That being said, Destiny does have some very memorable and fun raids. Not all of them are equal in that, though. Some I actually really dislike and do not look forward to doing them. Last Wish was a very, very, very good memory for me. So if you go into it blind, it might have some hands, but it also might be fun. Recently, I think, is Stump here?
Yes.
What was the WoW guild that recently did a blind... Echo, right? Yeah, there was a World of Warcraft guild that did a blind run of Last Wish raid, the location that we're at. And they had some Destiny content creators commentate their attempts. So, I'm telling you, this content still holds up. So, if you have a wider friend group and want a very, very fun weekend or two, consider exploring some of these old Destiny raids. Do you have a favorite raid, Stump?
My favorite is actually King's Fall from Destiny 1.
I like that one too. My favorite parts of King's Fall is that it feels like every player has a task to do. Whereas in other raids, it feels like Bungie designs the raid knowing that, I'm going to say 3 out of the 6 jobs are not necessary.
That I trust my queen's judgment.
If I had to say my likes and dislikes of Destiny raiding, whenever the raid aligns more with the genre of game, action RPG, that is when I'm enjoying Destiny raiding. And there are some encounters that are really nice like that. Vow of the Disciple comes to mind, the final boss. You have to dodge a boss that is trying to kick you to death. All while depositing some runes in corners. And they recently just made a new version of the raids called Pantheon, where they add extra mechanics to old raids. And I'll spoil this one because if you're just even slightly on Twitter, you're going to see it anyway. That boss encounter, I'm talking about it. They added a second version of that boss, like a shadow clone of that boss in the same arena that you have to avoid. And to me, that is like peak Destiny and what it should have been from the start.
We never should have done it. She set a trap and I walked right into it.
Stump is so fast, I can't keep up.
Blinded me to her scheme.
No, you're good.
I know the feeling.
Got the speed shoes.
On that note, for speed, if you see a weapon that has a lightweight frame, you get a sprint bonus.
Whatever they're doing, you'd better put a stop.
And I'll just say another trivia here. The mobility stat has nothing to do with your sprint speed. It's all about your strafe speed. For most PvP players, it's a dead stat unless you play Hunter. And the only way to increase your speed is to use an exotic armor that does that, or to use a lightweight weapon. So these boots right here, Stompies, they give you a sprint speed bonus. 6.25% bonus. So I think there's another way to improve the sprint speed, if I recall. There are some exceptions that can improve your sprint speed even further in this game. Just know that only 2 out of 3 sprint bonuses will work together. So Stompies plus a lightweight weapon is pretty much our cap. And I bring that up and go into detail right now because if you understand that this early into the game, you could have just like made it through these missions that much faster by being able to sprint that much faster. So it does make a difference over the course of like playthrough. Of course, as I've said many times in this long play, this video is not geared towards speedrunning. It's geared towards what I expect to be a mostly casual playthrough that is briskly running, avoiding enemies that you do not have to kill, and avoiding cutscenes. This part of the raid, you have to unlock a vault. Think like picking a lock, whatever they call it, a rotator lock, like you'd see in a school locker.
Combo lock.
Combination lock, there you go. If I ever like become really holly on the YouTube front, I want to see if I can get the lock-picking lawyer and take him blind through that. I'll get him to say another click. It'd be even funnier if he just like uploads that on his channel, like lock number 827, the vault, the last wish or something like that. Oh, this is a great place to talk about security and cheating in this game. I say this because one of the mechanics in this raid is if you go to the secret area that we're at right now, you can punch in codes onto this wall, and if you stand on this pad, that code will activate. And you can do a variety of different things, like you can have the Grunt birthday party from Halo and have any ad you kill just blow up in confetti. You can change the voices of the characters in this raid. Things like that. And so what players have done is they've uploaded mouse macros to punch in those codes in like a second. It's pretty crazy to watch. And there are other macros in this game, like for example, sitting in a hallway with infinitely spawning enemies and just killing the enemies on repeat while they sleep. There's macros in PvP where they automatically crouch while they fire a gun to try to avoid gunfire or something like that. And although Bungie has not made a statement on the legality of those macros, I'm going to tell you, err on the side of caution and do not use those. Especially in PvP. PvP, it's supposed to be like an integrity thing. If the robot is automatically doing the motions for you, it's not you.
did not intend to
Okay, so now we got the artifact.
paying all these years.
If the weapon has a red box around it, that means it can be used for crafting later.
The curse on the dreaming
Alright, we're gonna go through this portal and speak to Riven. This is Riven. Gonna accept this quest and continue on. When you're ready, Stump?
Now is probably a good time to go through the mod requirements on the Guardian ranks.
Okay.
The modify armor in gear progression.
That's a great idea. Let's do that. So we're gonna start on the helmet. We don't have all the options yet. So I am going to put heavy ammo finder and 1 heavy ammo scout. I find that heavy ammo is very, very useful. Since I'm playing hunter, I will put a small mobility mod. I always put fastball on to make my grenade distance throw farther. I'll put a firepower and a heavy-handed to make an orbital light after ability kills. You can put whatever you want, or just follow what I'm doing 1-to-1. On this one, I'm putting concussive dampener to reduce area of effect damage. I am putting melee resist, and then I am putting harmonic resistance, just because it's cheap. And 1 small mobility mod. On the boots, I'm putting recuperation to get health back when I pick up an orb. Wow, there's like, these are so cheap. I'll put absolution on. I'll put orbs of restoration and a small resilience mod. On the class item, we don't really get choices here, so just slot them all in. And we will put a big mobility mod. Going to change one of those small mobility mods from earlier to a small discipline mod. And you're going to see that it ends in a... It gets it to the next tier. So, look at discipline, 48. That 8 doesn't matter. We need to get that 4 to a 5. We need to make it round number like that. And now we're the next tier over. So this is a good time to talk about another resource. A website like D2 Armor Picker that helps you use armor in the future. To very, very easily build stat splits, as you can see. Let's go to discipline right here. Going from tier 4 discipline to tier 5 or 40 to 50, you can see that all of these different grenade types reduce their cooldown by a couple seconds each. So that's what you're trying to accomplish with this armor. You don't need to know that for a long time, but I hope that paints the picture for you. Looking at this red box weapon, I go right here to deep sight resonance, scroll right here to extract pattern, and after I extract the pattern, I can safely delete this if I want to, or if I like the roll, I can keep it. Eventually, when I collect enough patterns, I can craft this weapon using resources to pick any perk combination I want that is featured on this gun. I'm just following the prompts on screen right now, so it shuts up so I can continue. The next stop is going to be at the vault in the Helm. And then when Stump is ready, we can do the activity that the game wants us to do right now.
I am ready.
Which is wishing all the best. We're searching Riven's, searching for Riven's eggs in Riven's lair. Riven is an Ahamkara, which is like a mythical beast, shapeshifter, dragon thing. I don't know. It sounds like it just is a shapeshifter because it conveniently will fit the plot whenever necessary, but whatever. easy to animate if it can change into anything except a dragon, right?
Oh, I got a really great Imperial decree from my first engram.
Nice. I am still turning in bounties and whatnot. Now I'm loading Riven's Lair. I am typing the guide as I am doing this. Wishing all the best. I think I did something with Guardian ranks. Yeah, gear progression. There we go. Increase the energy level of an armor. The problem with that is this armor is already 8 energy out of 10, and we do not have the enhancement prism resource. So we're going to have to wait until we get a random armor drop and just upgrade it arbitrarily for no reason to satisfy that requirement for Guardian ranks. So what is the activity we're doing right now? This is the, let's call it the light, L-I-T-E version of an activity called the Coil, which I think is probably Destiny's best activity they've ever made. Not like perfect or anything, but as far as the concept goes, it's the best concept they've ever come up with. So the way the activity functions is, think of a roguelike game, but not quite here. You accumulate resources, you use those resources to buy upgrades, you progress through rooms, fighting bosses, doing objectives, looking for hidden secrets, upgrading your character with those resources, rinse, repeat. And I think my only complaint is that they limited that formula to only this area, the Dreaming City area, instead of the whole game. Because think of all the combinations they could have for this if they included all of the setting of Destiny 2 and not just the Dreaming City. That is both the benefit and the negative of a live service game, though, is you're always getting something new, but you're not always getting like a full course meal. Okay, we got a gamer joining us, Hot Pursuit. I think this guy requires rockets. He's very healthy. I'll keep that shotgun for now. I think that damage will help later.
If the tech yields were not occupied, we might arrange alternate passage.
We're gonna find the plates in this room.
Ow.
Died to poison.
I think I died to the crossbow.
Oh, this crossbow's hurt. Oh, I got throw distance now. I can snipe him. Oh, the poison. Okay, gonna rally the flag. Pausing for like 5 seconds, then I'm ready.
Oh. Oh, my health died.
When the ephemeral virus is close to 0, we're going into that fountain that he's protecting. And no worries to the viewer at home if you're playing along with this, and it's fucking brutal, and it's hard, and you're dying a little bit here and there. It's fine. These starter missions are perfectly okay to restart on a little bit, respawn on. It's okay. We gotta kill this wall protector and then we're good to go. Good job.
We did it.
Okay, I got a retold tail shotgun. I know that one's good in PvP. And a red box scatter signal. Scatter signal is high-key one of the best PvE weapons of that type of weapon. It's a fusion rifle, it's like a charge weapon, shoots a burst out. Pretty cool. Okay, what is next on the quest? Visit the hollow projector. So we're going to the Helm. During the loading screen, I will turn in some triumphs or whatever is highlighting in my menu.
Two weekly vendor challenges.
Okay, I got a random armor drop, so I can now upgrade it, which should satisfy the requirements of the Guardian ranks, perhaps? I have to do it one more time. Okay, so now we go to the Journey tab. Turn it in. Now it wants us to increase the masterwork of a weapon. So let me pick a weapon that I enjoy. Let's just go with this battle rifle. Increase it twice. Now we turn it in. Now we need to acquire prisms. That sounds rough. It says season pass rewards though. So
Level 60 something on the season pass.
60 something on the season pass, that could be a while. Now we're not totally left to dry for obtaining these. I have some methods written down. Let's just see if we get any to naturally drop, however.
63.
Let's go talk to Ribbon or Hollow Projector real quick.
Bad news, Guardian. I bring
Blind well.
Okay. In real life right now, it is getting closer to my bedtime. And the blind well is such a, I'll just be blunt, it's a boring activity to the point where it actually does want to put me to sleep. I call it the melatonin activity, and it has been a nightly ritual for a very long time in this game for me. I joke, I don't play it that much, but seriously, when I do, I really do want to go to sleep. So let's load up the blind well. Go into the Dreaming City. Loading up the blind well. Now I want to note the order that we've been doing things in. One of the first things I did in this long play is we went to Mara Sov, the queen, and we picked up these Riven's Wishes. One of these Riven's Wishes, I think it's this one right here. It says do blind well, kill targets, do a tier 3 blind well, and you get progress towards this. These wish token rewards turn into so many good things, like raid weapons, exotic armor, or materials like those enhancement prisms or ascendant shards that we need to progress our guardian ranks. So just keep that in the back of your head whenever you obtain these wish tokens. Those ascendant shards can be used to buy weapons that are very, very good, arguably best in slot in PvP. And that is our goal. So as you can see, we joined up into a tier 3 blind well. Look at the soothing color palette. Doesn't it make your eyes a little bit drowsy? Gonna update my quest guide real quick. So let's explain this activity for real beyond just saying it's boring. This activity is you sit inside of this protection bubble. If you leave the protection bubble, you'll see that this timer right here called Touch of the Sky goes away and you start taking damage. All you have to do is just kill enemies while in the protection bubble. Sometimes they drop a ball that you pick up and it gives you immunity for a little bit. After you kill enough enemies, you move to the next protection circle. After you complete all of the protection circles, it's boss time.
Cammy.
Hello, Edge. I am currently recording a video.
Oh.
It's a long play of a new Guardian from scratch.
Oh, a new what? On the free to play?
Yeah, I mean, it is free to play now. I might eventually buy something on it, but we'll see.
So you're doing a road to a new free to play, or
We're like what, 3.5 hours in?
About, yeah.
Okay, so now for these bosses, you'll kill enemies that drop the ball on the floor. You'll get this buff called Harmony. That is how you rip their shields. You need the Harmony buff to break their shield.
Primary wells ready to push past max.
Okay, so a note here. To make it heroic, you have to have this item in your inventory called an unstable charge of light. You can I essentially buy those for Glimmer at the vendor in the Dreaming City. But a lot of the times, if I'm gonna be honest, you're not gonna use those at all. Someone else is gonna use those because they're rich. And you're gonna benefit from it. However, if nobody ponies up and walks to the middle of this to deposit that unstable charge of light within the amount of time you're given, you should probably do it.
The heroic bosses also have a gimmick depending on the week and which boss it is.
True, it is a weekly rotation. They all blur together though, so. There's a lot of weapons dropping. Okay, what did that progress? 55%. We have to do another? Yeah, this is definitely where I stop recording and we jump cut to the end of another one of these. Turning in seasonal challenges. I'll see y'all in a little bit. So in all my time playing Destiny, I have never failed one of these, but first time for everything. So whenever you pick up the ball buff and get Harmony, you just shoot your super, dump all your power ammo on the Minotaur guys, and usually you clear. This time we didn't. I don't know what that really means in terms of the quest, but we just gotta run it back. Yeah, we just have to go again. So I will load a tier 3 into here, and we go again. Okay, this time I think we're gonna succeed, he said as he hit record and then died. But we're about to defeat Insomnia, Plague of the Well. Properly named. Okay, and we finished the wishing all the best quest step. Now we can move on to the mission, Polysemy or whatever it's called. Let's pull up the quest tab, check our progress on it. And then if we go to our Guardian ranks, we have to do the vendor challenges. And so I'll show you what those are real quick as we go to orbit, because I don't want to just take up the space here in the blind well. So when I'm in the destination and hold down E, I think it's one of the triggers on controller. Actually, milestones don't matter here. What you're looking for is the little yellow symbol next to the Helm, next to Vanguard. Those are pinnacle rewards. And if we go to the tower and we hover over this vendor, you see how he has the challenge to complete 4 out of 8 bounties? We need to do that for pinnacle gear. So I think that is what this Guardian rank wants us to do. So yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. We just need to do bounties from Crucible and from Vanguard. So I will pick that up again tomorrow. No joke, doing the blind well actually put me to sleep, so I'm going to call it a day here, end of day 1. And we'll pick it up with Vanguard bounties and Crucible bounties tomorrow. So continuing off from yesterday's play session, our plan is to grab bounties from the Vanguard. And instead of doing Crucible, I think we're going to do Gambit, since that's more PvE focused and less stressful. And to be honest, if you do end up playing really good players that end your game quick, be happy that they ended the game quick and you get rewards quicker. The best way to look at it. Need to vault some stuff too while we're at the tower. You can always do that on Destiny Item Manager or in Orbit. I'll stop by the vault immediately. And it looks like I have an engram for Rahul. I'll turn it in. Do not delete 1810s, just keep them. Lock them. Doesn't matter what they are, you're going to want that infusion fuel for later, longer term. Alright, inventory somewhat managed. Now we pick up bounties. Stump, do you remember if the 3,000 glimmer bounties count towards it?
They do, yes.
Okay. And now I actually have a stock of Vanguard engrams, which I can use to focus on gear if I really wanted to. However, if you're going to play this game long term, do not spin these immediately. What you want to do is rank up this reward track by playing strikes 3 or 4 times, because every reset of that rank, every prestige, you can think of it like Call of Duty, the perks that can roll on this weapon, you get multiple perk rows or columns. So it increases your chances of getting a more desirable piece of loot. Okay, now I'm going to fast travel over to the Drifter. Some legacy weapons, like really old weapons, are exempt from these multiple perks, which is what we're going to focus on using our Gambit engrams on when we get them. Send blockers, summon primeval, defeat combatants with finisher, solar scorch, so I'm going to play gunslinger, invader elimination, moat, You can just always come back to the tower after each Gambit game and refresh bounties and delete ones that you don't think you can complete. We are focusing our legacy engrams on this gun right here for gnawing hunger. And the reasoning is it's still a 1 out of 6 chance to get the main perk that you want. And I really, really like those odds for just a few Gambit games. So I'm gonna go ahead and load up Gambit here, Stunk.
I am ready.
Remember that Aachen sniper? This is the time to use it. So I'm going to pull Aachen out of the vault. That Monte Carlo that I got also would be useful, but I want to stick to gear that the viewer has access to. So we're now going to change the Aachen to 7D zoom and switch to controller. That way if somebody invades, I will have the most aim-assisted sniper possible. I believe we've unlocked weapon mods now, so we can start putting those onto our weapons. Any legendary rarity weapon, the purples, you can slot mods into. I'm just going to say for default PvP choices, Icarus Grip is your default for hipfire weapons, or if you just want slightly more accurate hipfire, you do freehand grip. And if your boots are on the ground, I prefer radar booster because it increases the radar by, I think, like, what, 5 meters?
5 meters.
Very, very useful high-level mod. Anyway, for PvE, I think it's very, very safe to pick boss spec when you're dealing with champions and bosses. Minor spec for low health adds, the red bars, or backup mag if you can't decide. Your default is going to be backup mag, and if you're dealing with champions, your default is going to be boss spec. Even then, sometimes in PvE, I go freehand grip because I just really, really cannot aim down sights. I just don't feel like it. It's one extra step. For now, though, in Gambit, I'm going to go radar booster. That way I can see potentially where the invader is a little bit early. Okay, so let's focus in on some of the more difficult bounties here. It wants me to defeat defeat combatants with hand cannons, so I'm going to pull a hand cannon from collections or my vault. It doesn't matter which one it is, but I want it to be in the kinetic slot. So the first thing I'm going to focus in on is hand cannon kills. You will have different bounties. These are all random and they change daily. So what you can do is, if you think it's going to take a little while... Oh, never mind. You cannot focus those bounties for some reason. What focusing means is when you pull out your ghost, you can very quickly check the progress of them. I know you can do it in quests for sure. Out of habit, I'm checking the roster to see if it's a Gambit team. There are players who only play this game for Gambit, and they're very good at it. So we have 6 motes collected, so I can go bank for a blocker right now. So that's what I'm going to do. High level Gambit is about pre-spawning all of these enemies, having grenades and rockets and stuff in place to kill them before they even step out of those dark doors, and use movement abilities like those eager edge swords to fly from spawn to spawn. These are all predictable spawns, and be really ahead of your opponent. Now, if your opponent invades, that invasion location is also predictable based on where you and your teammates are positioned and where the current attack on the HUD is. Now, that's nothing to pay attention to for now. It seriously doesn't matter. But if you ever feel that the game mode is unfair, just know that that's an excuse, and it is very, very readable at a high level. That looks like a good cluster for a grenade, and I missed my nade. I'm on controller, by the way. Just for when invasion happens, I can snipe. I think I'm dead here. Oh no, I barely lived. Gambit actually has some really difficult enemies compared to the rest of the game. Like, the AI is updated to its most aggressive and intelligent form. Alright, this is a good opportunity to check my bounty progress. 2 hand cannons, 5 nades, and defeat things with super. Alright, so now that the middle boss is spawned, I'm going to try to put my camera on it. See the big guy with the shield? Now that he is spawned, we have to kill these wizards that spawn up in order to break his shield. If you look at the top of the screen, the yellow health bar has segments on it, and he will have another shield up if we get him to a segment. 1/3 down. Alright, gonna kill the invader. Completely lost him. This is where I would radar booster otherwise. Found him. The glowing red. When the invader gets kills, the boss recovers health. So this can be a pretty big back and forth if you let it get that way, so that they have a chance to come back. I believe your ammo is automatically reloaded when you pick up this box. And so they should have another invasion pretty soon. Found the invader. Hoping not to get flinched off this kill. Found the invader again. Can't really do anything against them right now, so might just pop a golden gun to clear some of the middle. Oh, I do like no damage to that. Want to kill some lower tier ads. Yeah, I didn't make the most of that super to get bounty progress. These low-level Gambit games, this is how it is. Nobody has good damage options for the boss, so the invader pretty much gets to force 15-minute games. Okay, found the invader.
Ow.
Machine gun make pretty easy work of them. I'm gonna say see if I could snake a hand cannon kill off that blocker. I'm gonna go grab more power ammo so when the invader invades, I'll have machine gun. Gonna position into my normal area so that I can stay on top of where the invader pops up from. Gonna help clear these envoys so we can do boss damage. That's my bounty done for hand cannon. Now I can switch to the pulse. Okay, so if you're worried this is gonna go way too long, every wave of envoys, those wizards that you kill, every wave you have a damage multiplier applied to the boss. Nice. The game ended before he could cast the Chaos Reach. Pretty average Gambit match, nothing eventful to note. I kind of struggled on getting ad kills from my teammates. They're too good. But again, I have to remind everybody, this isn't a speed run. This isn't supposed to be like insane high-level play. I'm making references to what to do in high-level play, but it's not like I'm just picking up the mouse and keyboard, aimbotting, calling out, switching to meta loadouts, and big difference in play. So we gotta bank moats, we gotta kill another guardian, gotta send more blockers, gotta summon one more primeval, gotta get a little bit more scorch, and all my grenade kills. And the finishers. The finishers are rough when you have a hand cannon, because the hand cannon automatically just one hits them. So we got some more seasonal challenges done. I just turned those in. So I'm on this proximity explosive knife. I'm going to switch to knife trick because it scorches the enemy, which helps me complete the bounty. Out of curiosity, I'm checking out my opponents and teammates. We got Gambit experts, so this will be a very, very fast game depending on whose team they are on. So if you see something like Moat, Honed Edge, some clan name like that, it typically implies that they care about their results in Gambit. Oftentimes, and I am going to paint most of the clans in this, there's some interesting individuals in those clans that will stream snipe new streamers to the game in general to, I guess, show them how good they are at Gambit, but they don't realize that they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot there and making people not even want to approach this mode. Okay, so the Gambit players are on the other team, so we're going to switch to probably a throw mode and let the invader just get away with everything and hope that they don't lock us in here for longer than possible. Our goal is to have the game end as soon as possible, whether that's a win or a loss, while making bounty progress. We do not care about winning, we care about fast match completions. That is how to get the most rep per hour. That doesn't mean throw, you're gonna do bounties, but you have to recognize when some matches are quite unwinnable. Scorch and finisher. If I accidentally kill the invader, then so be it. I'm gonna let the invader kill me as soon as possible. Just jumping up. And now he's back. So now we can play the game again for a little bit. Funny enough, you're actually fighting your teammates at this point in the game, not your opponents. You need the bounties done right, so if your teammates are getting kills, you're not completing bounties. This is a high-value target that's supposed to work as a catch-up mechanic. We don't care about that. We don't want the catch-up mechanic. We want the invader to kill us as quick as possible to end the game. Or we want to kill the invader as quick as possible to send him back so we can help his team. In either scenario, it's fine. What you don't want is them locking you in the game longer than you want to be here. Yeah, I've like barely even got to see ads this game. Just gonna go for all 5 of my finishers now.
That's what I've been going for.
My guns do too much damage. This is rough. Okay, let's check where I'm at on the bounties. You can check your progress by going to the tower director. And hovering over the drifter. I'm at 5 out of 8 bounties complete, and that match was a waste of time. I just couldn't get anything done.
I am at 6 out of 8.
So the super one just doesn't look possible, just on the match length against better opponents. So I'm gonna have to get the finishers, the Solar Scorch, and then we either have to RNG me getting a super ad wave with no one else taking kills, or summoning the Primeval. In either case, these two aren't really up to me. It's up to matchmaking.
Dragon's Breath is very efficient at getting the Scorch kills.
Okay. Yeah, I'll switch to that. I wanted to keep Thunderlord on just because that's what the viewer would have, but they would have Dragon's Breath too. Alright, so I'm going to do a pro gamer move, and we're just going to wait in queue. We're going to wait for that to fill, since we're just going to play the same opponents again. I'm hoping that our under-the-hood skill-based matchmaking isn't too good. I feel like we played terrible, so I'm hoping it's not high. But chances are, if we match that duo again, they're going to be opponents, which is a waste of time for completing bounties. So in the meantime, we're going to go back to the Drifter and refill some bounties. I call this shuffling the queue. because even though the game will say like it's breaking up this lobby to find a better match, it immediately will refill the exact same lobby with the exact same players, with the exact same team distribution. It's to the point where on Skill Island, the high levels of skill-based matchmaking, I can very, very predictably call out who's going to be on what team. Just by instinct. It's wild. Alright, so we're going to refill on these bounties. And we can buy the Gnawing Hunger. So it costs 3 engrams and 15,000 glimmer. It's well worth it, considering that it is the most probable to be a useful weapon, and it's actually perfect. First try. Stomp, Zen, Swash. First try.
Wow.
Right? Both perks I wanted right here. Everything else about it doesn't matter because I got the main 2 perks. This is going to be very usable in PvP. Zen Moment is possibly the best perk in the entire game for an FPS player. I'm going to go ahead and start the queue now.
Okay.
While I explain that. So what, I'm loading Gambit. So what Zen Moment does is it reduces the visual recoil of the weapon. The reticle is a lot cleaner, doesn't bounce as much, and you receive less flinch from your opponent's bullets. The combination of both of those make for the best shooting experience in the game, which is why I said to focus Gnawing Hunger off the start. It's a very good starter weapon, especially for controller users. This is an all-arounder that you can depend on. So I'll go ahead and put a mod on it. I'll put Radar Booster. Or, in the case of some weapons, this is a good time to talk about Counterbalance. Good opportunity to talk about the recoil direction of your gun. So, wow, where do I even start with this? We're in Season 23. In Season 22, the developers made an update for any weapons that came out at Season 22 or after. They are going to have deterministic recoil, meaning it's the same pattern every single time. So this symbol right here that shows you the recoil direction is wrong on new weapons, but on old weapons, it's very true. So with a lot of the old weapons, you want to get that recoil direction as close to 100 as possible for it to feel good, just as a general rule of thumb. If that number ends in a 5, like 65, 75, 85, 95, those are mostly vertical, but there's still some deviation between shots. So I did pick up some new bounties. I'm going to go ahead and read in case any of them are faster. Sidearm, Strand, Hand Cannon again. That one wasn't that bad. So now with the new weapons, since they have deterministic recoil, if you change the recoil direction stat with a barrel or that counterbalance mod, it changes the deterministic recoil to a slightly different pattern. Sometimes good and sometimes bad. So on all new weapons, Season 22 or after, how do you know what season they're from? You can check D2 Foundry website, and that's a good place to start. I'll show that on screen here after this Gambit match. But for the new weapons, you just don't know what the recoil direction is going to look like until you shoot at a wall. Then you add your counterbalance mod or change your recoil direction barrel and try again shooting at the wall. And whatever pattern you like, that's what you use. And that's just what you're going to have to do for new weapons until Bungie changes that system. We have 11 motes. Let's bank. A lot of Gambit players get tunnel visioned on trying to go for 15 motes. You don't have to do that. Still on controller. Still chilling. Alright, hand cannon done. We should be very, very done shortly. So these blockers, it's safe to use your special ammo on them. Just get rid of them as soon as possible so you can bank. I'll work on the blockers. I died, but I think I got bounty progress for Scorch. Yeah, it's 97%. Dude, these finishers are so rough to get. Okay, finisher's done, and then I just need a couple Scorch kills. That should be my Scorch done. Oh, the Primeval deposited. That's what that is. Excellent. Alright, so I believe I'm done. It says return to the tower for powerful rewards. And if you picked up this engram tracker from, I believe, Shax earlier, you can see how many engrams you have from a corresponding source. We're concerned with Gambit. As long as you have 3 engrams, you can turn it in for one of those gnawing hungers. I think teammates got it. I think it's faster to win, so I'm gonna just invade. Alright, I have permanently ruined this account's Gambit, Elo. Skill-based matchmaking. It's over from here. I'll just keep this out for potential invasion. If I don't use the golden gun, that's fine. And now we just wait for a spawn kill. Missed it. Izanagi's Burden is the most popular Gambit weapon because you don't have to aim for the head with the sniper. The swords are also very popular since they pop you into third person. So it looks at this point that it's faster to let them win, so I'm not going to invade. Even if I get the 4-piece, it's just not worth it at all. Alright, good. We don't have to play Gambit anymore.
Freedom!
Gambit is rough without gear. You genuinely cannot keep up. Why did it tell me to go to the Helm? It wants us to do the wishing all the best mission. We're not doing that right now. We're going to the tower to get our powerful rewards from the Drifter. Which doesn't really mean much, but as soon as we're done with this, we're going back to the Vanguard playlist to do bounties again. If we were really, really smart, we would just do the Vanguard bounties right now, and then go to the tower and turn in both. But we'll just turn in Gambit for now. So I need melee, final blows, bows, and defeat combatants. Simple enough. As soon as we grab this, I'm loading up strikes. You can go ahead and grab powerful gear here. Your enhancement core, whatever you got, and this one Gambit engram, just grab it if you have less than 3. Just grab it, whatever you get is fine. You're probably not going back to Gambit. So I went ahead and locked that weapon. I'm going to the vault really quickly to grab a bow, if I have one, and to deposit my extra weapons. Postmaster has something for me. So perhaps enemies dropped an engram and Gambit. Okay, everything deposited. Let's check if I have a bow. I have one bow. And I'll grab that scatter signal again. Once again, if you have red box weapons, go to right here, turn it in, and you've made progress towards the pattern. You can check that pattern progress at the collections tab. So character, tab over twice, go to patterns and catalyst, and then we scroll down to special weapon, fusion rifle, and scatter signal. We're at 1 out of 5.
Whoa.
Did you get a good gnawing hunger?
I got a heater out of my exotic engrams.
Oh, did you get Jade Rabbit?
No. I wish. I got Cold Heart and then a helmet.
Very nice. I'm loading up the Vanguard strikes. I can delete that hand cannon I pulled from earlier. And I would say you can also delete the Aachen too, but I'm going to put it in the vault. Let's refresh myself on what these bounties want me to do. Bow, defeat targets, melee. Okay, strike has begun. I need to get these bow kills. I'm going to skip past these first few enemies and get to the major area of the strike to find even more enemies. And now we get to work competing against my teammates yet again. I hate that design of Destiny. As soon as I finish, though, I let my teammates have all the kills as courtesy. Since I am sprinkling in some high-level tips there that you can choose to ignore, this one is for bows. You hold down the trigger to draw the bow, release for it to fire. You see how my bow is shaking? It'll eventually release by itself. There's a perfect draw mechanic with the bow where it is at its most accurate state. Like immediately after the string is fully drawn, that is when you get the most damage. To reset this perfect state, you can tap the reload button, which does this, and then immediately release and retap the trigger. So this is what it looks like. That's a trick for PvP to make bows always accurate when you repeat. So something like that. That's what it would look like. Okay, finished bow. Now I have to punch everything. Some enemies are not worth punching because they have too much health. I could just throw my knives too. The knives count as melees. And on this gunslinger class, this knife trick melee that I'm using refreshes itself because it makes your character radiant with a radiant fragment. I'll show you what that looks like. Call it Ember of Torches. Powered melee attacks make you and nearby allies radiant. Knife trick scorches and makes you radiant, and then knock them down says while radiant. Final blows with your equipped throwing knife fully refund your melee energy. So that's a very, very basic build, which is why I believe it was featured in the New Light starter kits. When you miss your melee, you can use your Gambler's Dodge to refill your melee. Okay, so got bow done, halfway through targets, halfway through melee. So we're definitely getting this done. Whereas Gambit felt like a toss-up. Gambit was honestly terrible. That was a really, really bad experience, consider we're playing geared opponents with New Light gear while going for bounties instead of playing to win. It's rough. While also fighting your teammates for any kills to progress the bounties. As usual, I will continue to yap to fill dead air here. We're going to talk about ability melee versus neutral melee. There's a control feature in this game, I'm going to hover over to it now, called auto melee. What auto melee does, it's default by design, is when you're physically like on top of your enemy, it switches to the neutral melee. So this is bad for builds that want to throw the knife even when you're point blank on your opponent. So like for example, hold on, that dude died. We're also going to die to the Cabal drop pod. So for example, if I want to throw a knife point blank, I have to have the charged melee option in my control settings. So that way I have a different keybind to activate the charge melee. If you use the exact same keybind on both uncharged and charged melee, your neutral melee, it will always prioritize the charged melee point blank. There are some special cases in PvP where you want to use a uncharged neutral melee. And there are other times where you always want to use the charged melee. So since you're really early into this game, you might want to consider your mouse and keyboard key scheme to always have the option of using your charged melee on demand. An example I can think of is if you ever see those crystals of ice, it's called a glacier grenade. With some builds, you want to break the ice, but not necessarily with your gun. You want to punch the ice. So you use your uncharged neutral melee to punch the ice. and you don't want to waste your charged melee, like your throwing knife, on those glaciers. So that's just one example I can come up with. Once again, if this information sounds like it's too much, don't worry about it. It's just I'm filling boring strike content with useful info for later. That is all my melee kills, and I think I can just play the game now. Oh, never mind, it was the other one. Got 6 more to go. It does look like I finished a quest line of something. I don't think that matters, though. Just gonna continue getting melee kills. Three more to go.
This Legion's champion is near, Guardian. Before the right of proving, call him out.
I believe one more to go. And that's all of them done. Now I can kill the boss. Gonna go ahead and turn in the final bounty. Then I'm gonna check the destinations tab, hover over to tower, and check to see if I completed it, which I did. Perfect. If we really wanted to, we could lead the strike right now, but it is always worth finishing. I also don't have to keep this bow equipped, but I kind of like it for PvE. Gets the job done. Definitely use the opportunity in these easy new light missions and beginner quests to just try out different weapons. Doesn't matter if you die. Just try out different things, have some fun. Alright. I think I got a sword as a reward. Now we're going to go back to Zavala. I'll just jump cut ahead here. Have to do some writing on the side. So we're back at Zavala. Gonna go ahead and claim his engram. He gave me a fusion rifle. Powerful gear. Depending on if you like the strike playlist more than dares, you can spend your time there and work towards an ascendant shard right here, which is very useful for future. There's also these enhancement prisms at rank 10, which you do need to progress guardian ranks, and we're going to talk about those in just a minute here. I'm going to select his old legacy gear and see if there is any old weapon that I want to use for PvE or PvP reasons. I have 4 engrams, so this is 1 weapon and 1 random pool, or I can just do 4 random pools. I think I'm comfortable saying I want to do 4 random pools and just call it a day here. I'm not going back to Vanguard strikes. If you plan on going back to Vanguard strikes, though, do not turn these in. Okay, so that gave me an okay auto rifle. I think this SMG is good. No, it missed out on everything. Yeah, nothing really decent here. So I'm going to go ahead and vault all of it. And then I'm going to talk about this enhancement prism. Okay, so there are a variety of ways to get enhancement prisms. You see we have enhancement cores right here. We unlock those, if you remember, by doing the gunsmith bounties that you pick up. This will change on daily reset. His reward path also gave us some enhancement cores and some powerful gear. So yeah, you do these daily, get your cores, but there's a lot of other reward sources in this game that give you cores. Like there's an activity called Lost Sectors, the legend version, that give you enhancement cores, and so on. So if somehow you've been following this guide and don't have at least 10 enhancement cores, you're gonna just wait on those gunsmith bounties or obtain the cores from just doing other things in the game. As we level up our ghost shell, we will eventually get this activity mod socket, which is helpful for passively unlocking cores and prisms. For now, though, we're going to use the cores that we have with Rahul. Let me turn in this engram. We'll talk about that in a sec. We're going to go to this material change right here and exchange 10 cores for 1 prism. And this will move us forward on Guardian ranks. You just need to do this once. I almost never recommend doing this otherwise. This is the only time in the game that you're going to interact with that screen. So now I will turn everything in here. Power. That's the prism. And then we have 1 remaining, which is activate your seasonal artifact perks. Haven't talked about that up until now because we didn't have enough XP to really get much here. But this is how you deal with champions with primary weapons. So the barrier champ, you can put on piercing sidearm, and then the sidearm weapon type in your inventory, when you equip it, will suddenly start piercing barriers. Hand cannon unstops, these change from season to season. In season 22, we had a different artifact, therefore different champion modifiers, or weapons. So you can go ahead and read all this, or just pick the perks that I pick. It's fine. This is an important one right here. Overload rocket launcher turns your rocket launcher into an overload weapon, just like Thunderlord. Thunderlord intrinsically deals with overload champions. Okay, the Merciless Fusion Rifle I got is very good for PvE. It is used in a lot of solo raid boss kills. So that's great to have, but I don't really want to play that much PvE. Okay, gonna visit Postmaster. Then I gotta turn in that last Guardian rank. And then we pray at the tree. I'll just delete those on the spot because I don't really want to walk to the vault. Gonna turn in my last Guardian rank. So once again, character, journey. Go to the 6. Turn it in. Now we pray at the tree. And it progresses our accounts. So congratulations, you've completed the main tutorial section of this game. This is where most players that play Destiny quit and pick the game back up are right now. So I'm going to go ahead and turn in all of these that I can. And I don't think we are going to progress past this. Because it says you have to complete the Lightfall campaign, which means you have to buy the game. And we're not necessarily going to do that right now.
There is one more to do.
One more to do? Is there... I see it, I see it.
Nightfall tab.
So Stump is right. Complete Nightfalls while using a subclass that matches the current Surge. You get armor charge mods unlocked. I think I do want that. So that is our next priority. Let me turn in these remaining seasonal challenges and we'll get on it. Alright, gonna go to orbit and chill there for a second while we choose our loadouts. So to recap, we are trying to unlock the Armor Surge unlock on Guardian rank 7s. To do this, we have to complete Nightfalls with the subclass that matches the current Surge. So we're going to open the director, go to the Vanguard on top left, go to Nightfall on bottom left, and then we're going to hover over these modifiers until we find Surge. Stasis Surge and Solar Surge. You currently do not have access to the Stasis subclass, but we do have Solar. And depending on how far you progressed your account, you might not even have the other elements. So these surges change daily, I believe. Could be weekly. But regardless, you can do your passive quest to unlock the other two light-based subclasses, and you will always have an option to use. For today's purposes, it is Solar. Nightfalls are power level based, so you want to use your 1810 weapons. Or at least as close to 1810 as you can get them. So I think I'm just going to use the New Light starter pack and just use Thunderlord. Yeah, that looks fine to me. So this is going to be a little bit of a grind. They're slightly harder than normal strikes. But at the hero version, it's match made, so you get a third teammate. And the enemies don't hit quite as hard as the other Nightfalls. So it's not going to be that bad. Don't feel overwhelmed here. It's just if it takes a little bit longer than a normal strike, that is why. So since I just did 2 strikes worth of commentaries, or a strike worth of commentary, I'm probably not going to fully go through this Nightfall. Maybe it is worth going through this Nightfall, just to teach you how to do it, since I believe this Nightfall is a little annoying at the end.
It also will introduce champions again.
Oh, true. Yeah, what Stump said.
Preliminary recon suggests the Lucent Hive are stockpiling Guardian Light for some kind of ritual. We'll destroy their stored light if we can.
I'm just gonna say I am going to do the walkthrough here. So this is where a scout rifle would go crazy if you own one. And you can always menu over to different weapons to fit the appropriate distances. For this strike, you have to deliver a payload to a door and blow up the door. These champions require anti-barrier, so I am going to make sure I have anti-barrier equipped on my artifact. Anti-barrier is piercing sidearm. So I could pull a sidearm from collections. Let's see what level it would be. I don't think I can because it would be 1600. Yeah, that's not going to work. There's a second way to do it though, which is radiant, which is what we already have. You just cannot use Thunderlord while radiant to break the shield. There are also unstopped champions ahead. So I might just say, it might be worth going to Orbit and learning about infusing to save us time here for this specific Nightfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. We are going to learn about infusion now. Remember those upgrade modules you kept in your inventory from so long ago? This is where they're being used. So that we can properly have a loadout for this Nightfall. Okay, so I've told you to keep most of your gear. Just throw it in the vault. Surely you will have a hand cannon and a sidearm. And if you don't, we can go buy one from a vendor or something. So after very quickly browsing my vault, I don't have a good sidearm at all, I don't have a good bow, and I don't have a great PvE hand cannon. As we can see in our artifact, we need a sidearm for piercing, and we need either a hand cannon or a bow for unstop. I think in this case, the bow makes a lot more sense than the hand cannon, so I'm going to disable the hand cannon for now. So since we are trying to progress this account for PvP, and not just trying to get through Guardian ranks as fast as possible, we're going to unlock one of the best PvP sidearms in the game right now because it makes the strikes ultimately go faster. And while I'm doing this, I'm keeping my eyes peeled for a decent bow, and if we don't get one by then, I will tell you some other sources where to get a bow. So now, with that being said, we are shifting from trying to do these nightfalls to now doing the Magnum Opus quest. So you gotta find this in your inventory again, in your quest tab. It says collect strange coins and bring them back to Starhorse in Eternity. If you remember me talking about it way back when I said dares are the unofficial tutorial, well, we're going back for another time. So I'm gonna go ahead and load this up. I still have a sniper rifle bounty from all the way at the beginning when I created this account, so I am going to attempt to get that done right now. I promise you that unlocking the Forerunner, the Halo Magnum, is extremely relevant in PvP to this day, and it does have some PvE utility in breaking champion shields. So that is why we're going for it right now. Or at least making progress towards it right now. And if I get a sidearm to drop, or if I get a bow to drop, we can then shift back to Nightfalls. So it turns out that a future quest step on this Magnum Opus quest is going to be complete Starhorse bounties, which we've already been doing for Dares rewards. This is the Starhorse bounty. If you do complete one of these, do not turn it in. Just keep it in your inventory for later. Okay, that was boss killed. Chest should be popping up here in a second. As just a random note that Stump brought up. Oh, also, of course I get a sidearm to drop and just don't even have to progress this anymore, but Stump brought up that sometimes, depending on the Nightfall rotation, a free-to-play in the future could get locked out of it if you're somehow like watching this video 30 days from now. It's very, very unlikely now that we have all this free stuff in the game, but if for some reason you weren't able to load up the Nightfall, that is why. You can also give commendations at the end of this screen and get a free powerful engram from Hawthorne, I believe. So that is worth doing if you want to take the extra second to do so. So we're going to go to the treasure hoard and grab a bounty. Up until now, I did mention about the bounties that you should do them and turn them in just to get free gear. At the time, I had forgotten that Magnus Opus Quest requires you to have these bounties, so it wants you to do 3 of them. Unfortunately, I did not finish the From Beyond sniper one because I was focusing on writing during that rather than shooting a sniper rifle, so I'll just have to do it again. But I can also just buy a separate bounty. These rotate daily, so don't worry if you've already done 3 for the day, you just wait for the next day. In the grand scheme of things, you don't actually need Forerunner to do these Nightfalls immediately. It's going to help, though. And I remembered where we're going to get the bow from for the future. Okay, so I have some engrams here from Xur. This strange key is going to be used for the Forerunner quest in the future. So, just grab that. You don't need to even remember that you have it. I'll remind you. I got a sword, finally. Does it have eager edge? It does not. Sad times. Now we turn in this box. Still no sword. I got some battle rifles. That's nice. No eager edge sword. We talk to Starhorse. See if we have any bounties we can buy. So I can only hold 1 at a time. These weekly ones require a little bit more points than the daily ones. So for some players, these just will not be possible. And then the final one is the legend difficulty one, which I do not recommend, because you'll have to use LFG and find teammates. Okay, for now, let's continue into dares. Like I said, this is the unofficial tutorial. And you're just going to spend time in dares getting familiar with the game, trying different builds, trying different guns, while you complete those Starhorse bounties, chipping away towards working towards Forerunner. I'll jump cut to the next end of dares. Okay, I just threw all my extra gear in the vault. Stump has our answer for if you're going to be locked out of Vanguard strikes. Go ahead.
On the 28th of this month, the week before the final shape launches for Destiny 2, the GM Nightfall Hypernet Current is not free to play.
There you go. So if you cannot progress Guardian rank 7, threats and surges, because you cannot access the Nightfall, that is why. In the grand scheme of it for PvP, you're not actually using these mods, and I'm going to say 90% of builds. You're just not using them. So you don't need them, but since you're progressing your account and gearing and trying to get PvP weapons, you might as well just do this anyway. And that is our plan. But if you're on the 28th and can't do this, it's not a big deal. You can still compete in PvP. Alright, bounty done. Chest acquired. Oh, Practithist. I forgot about it. It's not a good roll, but for context to the viewers at home, this is a competitive shotgun still today, and a lot of players don't grind for it because the dares loot pool is super oversaturated, and it's hard to get the Practithist to drop in the first place, but also with good perks. Did I get a good one? No, not at all, but it'll get the job done for a starter PvP shotgun. So if you do happen to get one of these, definitely keep it and do not delete it. Now, related, I got the Star Horse bounty complete, which progresses the Magnum Opus quest. So 1 out of 3, now we go back to the Treasure Hoard and buy another bounty from the Star Horse and complete it 2 more times. Once again, doing extra dares on your account is not a bad thing, because you progress towards your Eager Edge swords, a craftable battle rifle, as well as good weapons like the Practithist if you're lucky. So it is not a waste of time. Still, it's the unofficial tutorial area, so continue changing your loadout up and trying different weapons. Okay, touchdown at the Treasure Hoard. Does Zur have a level up for me? No. Turning key at the chest. Not a sword. Go to inventory. Open the Paraversal Haul that you got from a bounty. Got the Legal Action Pulse Rifle. It's one of the zoomiest pulse rifles in the game for this archetype. It's okay. Gonna probably end up deleting it in the long term. Now we talk to Star Horse and buy another bounty. This one is Pulse Rifle, Auto Rifle, and Shotgun. I'm going to do Pulse Rifle, since I can use the Battle Rifle or the Syncopation. Since it's Dares of Eternity, I'm using the Battle Rifle. Okay, gonna load up more dares when Stump is ready, and I'll jump cut to the chest as usual. Okay, so while flying into dares, I realized that it is a great time to upgrade your ghost to full, since now I believe we have the resources. Which we do. We barely have enough of everything to upgrade it, so I feel okay suggesting this now. This activity mod socket is the most important, because you're going to go for Prism Harvest. So when you complete PvP games, Vanguard Strikes, or Gambit, there's a chance to get enhancement prisms, which are super rare for a starting account. I don't know if dares counts towards this, but I will give you that answer soon enough when I see a prism drop. Prosperity is what endgame players usually go for, but starter accounts, you want to go Prism Harvest. Okay, now you know. Okay, that is another bounty done, another chest reward, and another Star Horse visit coming up soon. I have been chipping away at the Void questline that I got from Ikora way back when. So to remind you, it is called Into the Abyss. I can track it right now. You have to get Void weaken kills. And you can drastically speed this up by buying fragments at Ikora that help you weaken enemies. But with dares, since you get your super and ability so frequently, you don't even really need any of this stuff equipped to make a difference on this on completing this quest. You just throw the snare bomb melee. You throw this melee at the enemy, or you shoot the tether at the enemy. And in either case, if you kill the smoke afflicted enemy, or you tether the enemy and kill them, you get progress towards that quest, and it's passive. You don't really have to look at it and keep checking on it. It's just when you see it complete, you get to move on towards getting that Graviton forfeit exotic helmet, which is really good. So, turning in that bounty, opening that Paraversal Hall, seeing if Zur has anything for me. Maybe it could be an Eager Edge Sword, maybe? No, it doesn't have anything for me yet. Grenade launcher, trace rifle, crafted other half, red box, I mean. It's no Eager Edge, but now I want to unlock crafting. We'll do that after all the other stuff, though. I'm assuming that you didn't get as lucky. Wow, we saw 2 of these. That's wild. People grind these for all day and just don't run into other half. So this is very, very rare. You see the red box sword. Be sure to turn it in, because check this out. We're going to go over to collections, patterning catalyst, scroll down to sword, and you can see we have completely unlocked the entire pattern on the purple sword, whereas the blue sword, which is significantly more common, requires 5 patterns. So that's great. Now let's talk to the sword and buy another bounty. This time I will be doing auto rifle. And since this is the last bounty that I need to do for Magnum Opus, I can buy Paraversal Halls if I want to, but I'll do that absolutely last. For now, we're loading up yet another Dare of Eternity. See you at the rewards chest. Okay, that should be the 3rd bounty done. Chest opening up. Unfortunately, I got a bad piece of armor. Let's turn in this bounty. And that should progress the Magnum Opus quest. Make sure, yeah, visit Zur. We're actually going to get the Forerunner now. This is exciting. At the treasure hoard, we talked to Zur. Accept Magnum Opus quest. We would buy the strange key if you didn't already pick it up. We need, what, rank 16? That is going to take a while. Key? Let's double check this. Unlock the way. Strange key, anomalous object. Well, let's at least do the strange key part. Anomalous object is pretty far on that track, which is a lot of dares. Still, though, this gun is really, really worth it in the long term. Okay, got another sword. It has Eager Edge, so we are now weapons ready for speed, and I'll demonstrate that here in a second. I think I'm going to buy 2 Paraversal Halls. Open those up. Maybe we get lucky with practice. Look, got an exotic engram. Alright, let's throw on the Eager Edge Sword and show this off. So if you turn around, go back where you came from, there's a portal which teleports you to the Dares of Eternity location, or whatever it's called. Okay, so we're heading over to this rock. Yeah, what I just did there with the sword is you pull it out, swipe, and then immediately swap weapons. That's your form of movement. That's gonna really, really speed it up. Okay, so you see how this sort of makes the Bungie logo in a circle? You just use the strange key here. So we started over there, walked our way all the way over here. Now we're at this cave. I know you're not going to have a sword, so I'm putting it away now. Now that you see what the speed can contribute to the game. I'm trying to use my camera the best so you don't get lost here, but my apologies if the camera is too shaky and fast. Y'all have ever played Womp's Fortress in Super Mario 64? Here we are. Waiting my turn. Okay, now we're up the cave. We see what looks like a drop pod. We're gonna open it. And now we got the anomalous object. So I guess the reward track for that is like the catalyst. We're going to the tower now to talk to Banshee. The catalyst is an upgrade for exotic weapons, specific exotic weapons, and in the case of Forerunner, it allows you to pull out a grenade from Halo after a kill with it. However, this is not really used for PvP because it consumes your special ammo to do so. And it is used in some PvE builds, but not for the purposes of this video. We do not care about unlocking that catalyst. So luckily, this questline is pretty much done here. And we're not going to worry about the catalyst. So now at the tower, going to the gunsmith, and he should reward us with one of our most useful PvE weapons for this season. And this will unlock many more weapons in the future for us. So my main loadout right now is going to be just a rocket launcher, Forerunner, and a bow. So the next thing to unlock is this bow. And we're going to do that via an activity called the coil. If you didn't get lucky and get this bow drop, I will walk to Hawthorne for this engram while I talk about it. So we're going to continue on the Wishing All the Best questline. That's the one that got us our artifact unlocked. And it's going to give us access to the Spirit of Riven vendor at the Helm. And we're just going to keep rolling engrams on that vendor until we get the bow to drop. It's a very chill method, requires no skill. Just start an activity, grab a chest, reset, rinse, repeat. That's the ultimate goal here. Alright, helmet obtained. It's 1810, so I'm going to keep it. Stump, you ready to go to orbit?
I am ready for orbit.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and deposit stuff into my vault, and then we're going to continue on the Wishing All the Best questline. Let me make sure that I have Overload Rocket selected, Unstop Bow, and Piercing Sidearm. Between those three, you're going to have a lethal loadout for PvE. Okay, now in orbits, check quest, Wishing All the Best. We need to do Holesame quest. Also, I'm 98% done with Into the Abyss. At least that quest out. Still passively working towards it.
Now that the ley line
I really like hipfire grip on bows.
within reach of you. You'll have to hurry. We need you in position when it arrives.
Especially a mouse and keyboard. When using a bow, it is worth it on the armor mods to go for Void Loader or whatever your respective bow element is. The reload speed, it really, really helps. So we're going to skip this cutscene. This is an introduction into the Ribbons Layer activity and the Coil activity. At this point in the video, though, there's the light at the end of the tunnel. We're almost there with gearing for PvP. Almost done. Final sprint. Okay, so note, these circles on the floor, I'm just going to take the death here. They're spikes. And then they have these plates that like knock you all over the place. The bumpers, sorry. If you do not have a bow, consider using a hand cannon with the Unstoppable mod instead of the bow. And if you need to, you remove like a perk, activate Unstop, remove Unstop, click Overload again. If you wanted to use like a hand cannon instead of a bow, because you just weren't lucky yet. Since I already have the bow, I'm just gonna use it. We are looking for some plates to stand on to trigger the exit portal. I triggered that one on purpose. Wanted to see if I was quicker. Alright, now we head to the end. Oh no. I want to put on the Eager Edge Sword so bad to skip through all this. Every Destiny veteran knows. Alright, let's go.
Don't mind my rocket launcher, by the way, Cam.
You get the, like, best PvE one? Oh, you got the same one as me. We really are twinning up in here.
4 rockets in the magazine.
Yeah, I was super serious when I was telling y'all it's not a speed run, it's a brisk run. Skip unnecessary enemies, don't stop and smell the roses too much, but sometimes I have a stupid death like that, where I just die to the architects or falling off the map. And that's going to make our ultimate time slower, which is realistic, because not everybody's going to play this game perfect, especially without knowing ahead of time how to play the game. So, when I give you these estimates, they're going to be real to the hour. Oh, I haven't even shot Forerunner yet, for the viewers. The Halo Magnum. If you have the full auto setting, do not hold the trigger down. Always tap. If you tap, it is inherently more accurate for PvP. So you have to use these craniums, these lasers, to shoot the boxes in the sky.
By the way, Cam, Forerunner is always full auto.
Oh, okay. That's good to know. I have the full auto setting in the settings, so every gun's full auto.
I do not, and I can hold the trigger.
Okay. Then, regardless, never hold down the trigger on Forerunner. It makes the gun inaccurate. Alright, into the Abyss step done. Now I have to loot the Ori Lost Sector on Nessus. Should be simple enough. I don't have to rush that right now, because we're going to do the coil method of farming soon enough. But I'm not going to forget about that either. So at home, if you're following along, be sure to be chipping away at that quest in the background. Reminder, throw your smoke melee, tether enemies just when you have them on cooldown, and you will get that quest step done. Alright, we have to find some plates. Now we're in the boss room. The boss shielded from the beginning? Yes, we're gonna need a cranium. Whenever a hobgoblin puts up its fire shield, you can use an armor-piercing weapon. In this case, Forerunner is a sidearm. On the artifact, sidearms are piercing, so it'll pierce the fire shield. If this part is overwhelming, just take it slow, clear some ads, pick up a cranium, hit the boss. Get to higher ground. Don't let the harpies explode on you. Continue killing enemies until that cranium drops. Boss is dead. Nice, I got rewarded with a fusion rifle. A really good fusion rifle for PvE too. Now it wants us to go to the Helm and listen to a conversation. One step closer to being able to farm this activity for high stat armor and this bow. I'll see y'all at the Helm. Okay, we're at the Helm, turning to the right. Going downstairs. We're supposed to listen to this conversation. If I could cutscene skip this, I would. This is where I'd probably go into my journey tab, go to seasonal challenge, turn those in. Take the time to do that now. I probably have infinite amount of triumphs. Make sure you don't accidentally track something. Just turn in all of these. And whenever the conversation is done, doesn't matter if you've selected all these. You can just finish this later. You have some downtime now. Get a snack, drink some water.
Riven is risk incarnate. To follow the witness, I must reconstruct the bridge it forged through the Guardian's ghost. But the Veil is not a docile subject.
Those still have more to turn in.
A similar fate suffered by the Dreaming City could repeat on New Luna. So we bide our time while you seek an answer. Until then.
Okay, looks like they're finishing their conversation. Speak to Riven. And Riven is giving us a slug shotgun. That slug can be useful for PvP. Gonna grab this caught in the coil quest. Except wishing all the best. And now we have 8 engrams right here, which are going to be useful. So I'll show you what we're working towards. You see how if I hover over this engram here, it says requires wish weapon focusing? That's what we're trying to unlock. And then we also want to unlock armor focusing. So the next method we're about to do speeds both of those up. So to unlock those, we go to Journey, Seasonal Challenges. Give me just a sec here. I'm gonna start a new recording with the finalized plan. So here's the plan. You're going to interact with this vendor. You're going to turn in these 2 rank rewards first. I happen to get the bow there, which is good, but I want to guarantee you have the bow before I move on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn in these engrams, hoping for armor. I want to complete the entire armor set as soon as possible. So we've unlocked wishful weapon focusing, which now means that you can just buy the bow with your next 4 engrams. You might not get lucky and get this, you might get extremely lucky, and you already have unlocked armor. In either case, I'm going to teach you how to farm for these engrams and related Dreaming City loot. I'm going to fast travel back to the center of the Helm, so I can be near the vault, and start cleaning up my inventory just a little bit. I'm going to switch which bow I am using because this bow is better. Actually, is it? It's explosive head. I'm just going to use that one. And I'm pretty much keeping all of the weapons I just got. I'll worry about deleting them later. Okay, now that I've cleaned up my inventory, Stump, are you ready for the coil method?
I am ready.
Okay, so we are going to load into a private instance of the coil activity. I'll show you how to get to that again. We're at the Helm destination. It's right here, rightmost. The coil private, and we're going to launch. We're going to load in, go through a portal, break some pots, open a secret chest, leave, and repeat. We are going to do this for an hour or more. As far as like how RNG lines up with all these random drops. At any point, if you get the bow, or enough engrams to get the bow and the completed armor set, you are done. It might be 15 minutes. It might be 3 hours. Regardless, this is the most efficient way to progress towards a PvP armor set. And I will show you a passive method too, in case you completely strike out on the bow. So you break that pot. If you're by yourself, you just stand on one of these, portal opens. Is it left? Doesn't really matter. You're not going to get lost if you follow the waypoint. Another benefit of this is you're farming for a very, very good PvP shotgun. So for that reason, you're farming for a weapon. Don't even worry about the other stuff. It's just a bonus. So we're just looking for pots all around the room. Break the pots, collect the shards. We need to get to that pervading darkness pool, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of a bad coil permutation. Coil's random. It might even be daily different. But regardless, the mechanic for this room is if you have pervading darkness stacks really, really high, you die. So to get rid of those pervading darkness stacks on the left side of your screen, you just go to one of these brightly lit pools. Still, we're breaking pots here, and we're going to look for the secret room soon enough. Take your time, kill the enemies, and once you know the path and you know the location of these pots, you can start speed running this specific section. I believe it'll say like a pathway opened or something like that whenever you have collected enough pots. Get into your Legend of Zelda mood, start playing some Ocarina of Time music in the background. There we go. It says first pathway, a secret chest lies. It just said it on the bottom left. So now we know we have opened the chest. There's a fake chest and a real chest. You know the fake chest has these circles under it that trigger the... I'm just going to do it so you can see what it is. Yeah, you die if you choose the wrong chest. That was a little bit of a waste, but once we grab this chest, we have access to Wish weapons and armor and Dreaming City weapons and armor. And the Dreaming City weapons we want are the Retold Tale shotgun and the Twilight Oath sniper rifle. Both of those are fantastic. And pretty much we're going to grab that chest and then just reload this activity and do it again. Like I said, this encounter is kind of random on the permutation of the room. Or maybe it's daily, I forget. You're just going to learn it. And you're going to get faster at it each time. So there I go, got Retold Tale. It's a pretty bad roll, but I'm still going to lock it anyway. And now we go to the menu, go to the Helm. Load up the coil again. Make it private, and launch. And we're just going to keep repeating this and repeating this and repeating this until we have unlocked armor focusing at Riven. And if you truly are bored of this and want to skip this and go back, there are other methods that can passively unlock forms of armor focusing. So after a few minutes of this, we're going to go ahead and move on to those. This is not the only method of getting high stat armor in the game. It's just one of the easiest. Remember those eager edge swords? If you have them, that is going to speed this up so much. So I think after this rep right here, we're going to go ahead and unlock the other sources of high stat armor. Just to give some variety. But just like I told you, spend as much time as you want at Dares. You can spend as much time as you want here too, working towards a good PvP shotgun. And I'm going to show you on screen, once I get to a light pool, what perks to go for on said shotgun. Okay, so pulling up the website d2foundry.gg. I'm going to type in Retold Tale, Season 23 version. And the perks that you want are Quick Draw or Slide Shot on this left column. And maybe Repulsor Brace are well-rounded, but these are the primary two. On the right-hand column, Snapshot, 1-2 Punch, Killing Wind, or Deconstruct. Out of all of those perks, Snapshot is number 1, 1-2 Punch is number 2. Now the barrels, magazines, masterwork, etc. Accurized or Assault Mag or Light Mag, any of those work. Then for the barrel, all of the barrels are pretty good, but be careful with Rifled Barrel and Smooth Bore. Both of these have a minus to them that might not be good for your one-hit kill distance. Barrel Shroud or Corkscrew is what I would recommend the most, since handling is super useful on a shotgun. For the Masterwork, handling or range. For Twilight Oath, opening shot, snapshot. And then extended mag, Accurized is fine. Range or handling again. Range or handling again. I oversimplified it. Trust those rolls if you see them. Those are the ones to prioritize and keep, and that's how you know you're done farming. Okay, let's orbit and start planning out our next armor farm. I believe it is through the salvage mission.
That sounds correct.
Okay. I'm not going to do this into the abyss until later when I know the viewer has caught up. So in order to do the wishful weapon focusing, I claimed this reward in my seasonal challenges. What I'm working towards right now, and I'm going to mark it, is wishful armor focusing. I'll unmark it for now. Okay, so at the helm, I've talked about this before in this video, but I just want to remind, since it has been a couple hours at this point, that if you go to the sonar station over here, in order to get these rewards, you have to start the quest, Legacy Beneath the Waves. And you can access that. I think the Descent mission gets you to that. Let me check. Yes, the Descent mission. So that's how you unlock this vendor. And what this vendor has, all of these weapons will eventually be craftable. Right now, Bungie has a special exclusive promotion or something like that for the next, until Final Shape. You complete one of these related missions, you get a free red box weapon. However, I don't think any of these are worth wasting your time for PvP. There is a hand cannon here called Spare Rations, which is very solid for PvP. But if you've been following this guide, you already have a pretty decent Austringer hand cannon, which is arguably better, especially if you're unlucky with Spare Rations. So you can avoid this one. But if you really wanted to, this could be a source of high stat armor in the future. We're going to go to seasonal challenges. We're going to go to past challenges, Season of the Deep, and deep armor focusing. So if you wanted to chip away towards obtaining Spare Rations or any of those other weapons, and you accidentally get lucky and get a full set of armor, then you unlock deep armor focusing and can use this as a source to get high stat armor. The same can be said about the war table over here. The war table engrams that I have from picking up that artifact a while ago, that old artifact, has recovered Leviathan weapon engrams right here, which are very useful for maybe getting the Imperial Decree shotgun, which I just got. That shotgun is very competitive in PvP, so it is worth stopping by. It is worth farming a little bit, but save that for absolute last thing you do for your PvP ready account. In the same way that the sonar station vendor could give you high stat armor, you can upgrade this war table by progressing these quest lines to eventually get high stat armor. And it doesn't take that long to unlock, but it is another source, if you want to, that will help you passively unlock the shotgun over time. Hunter also gets a lightweight frame sword, only type of it in the game. Move a little bit faster, you look like a ninja. Get the Naruto opening running through the field. So those are your other options if you don't want to do the coil. I also believe that the way of the witch vendor would... It's over here somewhere. But I think you do another mission to start it.
It's through the portal.
Yeah, there's normally a portal here once you unlock it. So to unlock that vendor, you do the Way of the Witch arena mission to unlock it. And the same way we've sort of unlocked this ribbon vendor, you unlock a different vendor. And you can do the same thing for high stat armor there if you want to. So there's a lot of different pathways. I still think I like the coil the best because it's the easiest, lowest effort to do. So you do have options. You can also continue progressing this current season's Wishing All the Best questline. And I believe you will get reputation towards that ribbon vendor, which does help you unlock the high stat armor focusing. So I think I'm just going to continue doing that right now. So now that I've listed off potential pathways you can go down, I'm going to start completing the Wishing All the Best questline. And you should be doing this too, and keeping your eyes peeled for when you get a bow to drop. And when you get the bow to drop, we can finally pivot back to doing those nightfalls in the Vanguard Strike playlist. So loading up Tautology. So we're currently going through the Wishing All the Best questline, doing the Tautology mission, and I'm going to let you know very soon with a jump cut if you do get rewards for doing this. So if you're following along, might be worth waiting until you hear back from that news on whether or not you should continue. However, if you want to still be doing the coil method in the background, resetting and reloading it with this video playing in the background, that's probably the best use of your time right now. So see you in a bit. Okay, now we're at the end of this mission, transmitting an egg to Ribbon, and it does give us a weapon reward. Did it give us reputation too? That might be what that 632 was on the right side of the screen. Just visit the holo projector and see what happens. Here at the holo projector, just go into the helm and turn right.
You've made excellent progress.
Let's go to the ribbon vendor. Complete the Chamber of Starlight Lost sector. Okay, I guess. Did that give me any reputation?
No.
Didn't look like it, but I am going to pick up these bounties while I'm here. So we're going to complete that lost sector and report back if it gives us a reward towards the ribbon vendor. Okay, we just killed the lost sector boss. I'm not walking you through this right now because I still don't know if this part's even worth recommending. Now we meet with Crow and Petra and hear a discussion at the helm. See y'all in a sec. Okay, looks like this conversation at the helm is ending. What happens next? Holo projector, that's easy, that's quick. Speak to Riven. Alright, hopefully Riven has a reward, making this worth it. Otherwise, I'm going to say go back to the coil method and work towards being able to do the match-made coil.
The bow.
Guaranteed bow, right? Repulsor, Golden Tricorn?
Correct.
Oh, this is it then. So since I just assumed that this was going to be bad and did not show you how to get to the Chamber of Starlight, let's make sure you know how to do that now so you're not left hanging. Gonna go ahead and turn this engram in again, hopefully completing my armor set or getting closer to it. Okay, let's show you how to get to the chamber. The Starlight, if you were waiting to hear back from me. So you load into the Dreaming City. You sparrow this direction where my mouse cursor is. You jump off a cliff and the Chamber of Starlight, Lost Sector, will be there. Should be able to find it. Shouldn't be a problem. Then you go back to the helm, listen to that conversation, go to the holo projector, go to Ribbon, and Ribbon presents you the bow that you need to be able to confidently do the Nightfalls. So now, we're going to switch to Nightfalls. Now that we have the proper loadout. If in the event that you don't have a rocket launcher by now, what you're going to do is you're going to do the coil method until you get a sleepless rocket launcher to drop, since that's in that loot pool. So make sure you keep this. Ideal perk, autoloading holster. This right column doesn't really matter. You just need a rocket launcher so that you can trigger the overload rocket on the artifact. However, for this specific Nightfall, you don't need overload. But for your ultimate PvE loadout, you will eventually need this. So for now, if you want to go start Vanguard Nightfalls, you can use any power weapon you want, and a machine gun might actually be recommended here. So check your vault and see if you have a legendary machine gun that randomly dropped. Go into orbit right now. So I'm going to go check my vault real quick and just see what I have and put together something semi-decent. You know what else works is this Doom Petitioner linear fusion rifle from the Riven vendor. That also works. So if you have any linear fusion, that also does the job. This Nightfall is quite a long range Nightfall for the second half of it. So this is why I recommended a bow instead of a hand cannon for those unstoppable champions. Since majority of your boss damage, especially if you get unlucky with your matchmaking, it's going to be on just you and that bow. It also might be worth upgrading the Void Kit to make this a little bit easier as a hunter, so you can get some revives. This is like the first actual challenge of your account up until now. So it is worth gearing just a little bit. So I think my loadout is going to be this Doom Petitioner linear fusion rifle, and we're going to go to Ikora right now to start progressing our Void fragments. So we're going to set up our Void Hunter just a little bit so that we can be useful in this Nightfall. So hopefully by now you have stockpiled a little bit of Glimmer, because this is when we're going to need it. If you don't have Glimmer, you're going to do public events and collect chests around the EDZ and resources around the EDZ to start stockpiling Glimmer the fast way. Otherwise, if you have an abundance of legendary shards, you can go to the Cryptarch and exchange 10 legendary shards for 10,000 Glimmer. I don't recommend that early on a new account. So now that I have my main loadout, I'm going to vault all my unnecessary items. I'll keep the rocket in my inventory. I'll keep the Eager Edge Sword in there. This bow, this Forerunner, and the rocket launcher long term are going to be your bread and butter. Okay, let's go to Ikora and let's buy some reasonable invisibility upgrades. We want to stay very cost effective on this. We can buy a lot of stuff, but we don't necessarily have to right now. We can save that for later. Skip the dialogue. Oh, wow, we already have Foe Tracer unlocked. That's at least useful, so somehow got that, I'm just going to accept it. Which is kind of useful considering our bow and fusion rifle are void. Okay, so we're at this screen. I'm going to just start from scratch again here so you can follow along. Open up the screen, exit out of that whatever prompt just appeared. We're going to grow our light. We're going to open void. We are going to open super. We are going to buy Shadow Shot Deadfall. Next, for class ability, we're going to buy Gambler's Dodge. We're not buying movement yet. Keeping triple jump. For grenade, we are going to buy Vortex. For aspects, we are going to buy Vanishing Step and Trapper's Ambush. And now fragments are the expensive ones. At most, we're going to buy 2. I want finisher blows grant invisibility. And then I also want either persistence, which is you have longer duration of invisibility, or you want devour. So it's called starvation. Here it is. Echo of starvation. I'm going to go for starvation over persistence, but if you do have enough glimmer, just get all 3 right now. Okay, so now that we have all 3, we're going to our character menu. We're going to switch off of stylus execution. Oh, never mind. We have to meditate first. That means we walk over here, hold the use key, and now we get all this. Sometimes I go to orbit without doing that. It's super annoying. Okay, back to character. Click void. Remove stylus executioner and put on vanishing step, and then also put on trapper's ambush. First one we want to put on is starvation, obscurity, persistence, and then since we have 1 left over from before, reprisal. If you still have extra glimmer and want to buy 1 more fragment for PvE, this is the one I recommend. Echo of Vigilance. You get an overshield when you're weak and defeat an enemy. It is very noticeable and helps you survive in PvE. As a detour, I might do the Into the Abyss quest. Stump, have you progressed on this?
The Lost Sector?
Yeah, the Lost Sector one.
I have not, but I can do my own.
Okay, yeah, let's split then and do that right now. So I'm going to do Into the Abyss. You're going to do the Arc version.
Yes.
Funny enough, Stump randomly got an exotic to drop that was Graviton forfeit. I'm going to equip this Foe Tracer right now, since it does improve my build a little bit. So I'm going to pull up the vault. I'm going to scroll until I'm at arms and look for that 1810 arm. Doesn't matter which one it is, but the Scatterhorn Grass that you got from the Into the Light chest by Shax really early on, that one has the most armor energy to use, so that's the one you want. So I exit out of my character inventory and open it up again so that I don't store weapons and armor in the vault. I'm going to pick Fastball. I can do Harmonic Loader since I am on a Void class now. But since I might switch to Gunslinger at any point, I'm putting Void Loader. Then I will go Firepower since I'm way more likely to kill an enemy with my grenade. And I'll just throw a small mobility mod even though it doesn't do anything for my character. Now I'm going to equip Foe Tracer. And all I'm going to put on is Harmonic Siphon. That's the only thing I can afford. And now I have an exotic that says if I damage a enemy with a void ability, it improves my void weapon damage. Very, very simple exotic that will be very helpful for completing this Nightfall. Now we're continuing on to whatever this void quest was called. I think I marked it, Into the Abyss. The Ori Lost Sector on Nessus. So we're just going to hover over each of them until we see the Ori. That's the one at Artifact's Edge. We're going to load into the middle of the map. Knock this Lost Sector out and progress towards getting our Graviton Forfeit Helmet, which will be an option for PvP. So when I start talking advanced PvP way later in this video, make sure you keep your Graviton Forfeit for later, because it is an option. Drop off to the left. Now slay the whole room. I'll talk about your new Void abilities. Now when you dodge, you go invisible, which is super helpful for getting clutch revives. Your smoke melee now can make you go invisible when you throw it near your feet, and your allies invisible. And you can also do what's called an air move, where you slam the ground and go invisible for an even longer duration. It helps get you out of the air. Super useful in PvP too. I need to change my grenade in a second. I want the vortex nade. Because that nade doesn't kill you when you throw it on an enemy close. Here, I'll show you what the slam looks like. It also damages enemies. Was that Minotaur's name Thydron? He's not as thick as I thought he would be. Alright, now we loot the chest. And we talk to Ikora Ray yet again. While I'm flying in, I'm going over to my Night Stalker tree, switching grenade for vortex. And I'm switching the shadow shot for deadfall. Deadfall is way more useful in nightfall scenarios. It's a giant tether, whereas Mobius Quiver is 2 volleys of smaller tethers. If you're on mouse and keyboard, you can split the direction of all those tethers too. Trap multiple doorways. Otherwise, it's just a generally better damage option for single targets, but you're not worried about single targets in a Nightfall. In a Nightfall, you want to keep all the ads under control, so you just want to shoot the tether in between an entire group of ads. It's worth noting that this bow I'm recommending is a lightweight frame bow, which means you move faster with it equipped, so make sure it's on your back when you're running around. It does marginally save some time across really long grinds like this. Talk to Ikora. We're going to skip that solar thing again. We don't need it for now. And it already gives us the Graviton. And judging by the roll that they give us, that's good enough for PvP. Now we have to equip it. Is that it? Quest done? Think so. We talk to her again. Now we can grab the solar one now that we finished the void one. Focus on that. I'll also grab the Urk one. Okay, so let's make sure Ikora Ray has nothing else for us. Excellent. So now we have the Graviton Forfeit Helmet, which is really good for PvP because it gives you basically extended invisibility. Just how this Echo of Persistence fragment gives you a longer duration of invisibility, this helmet does that too, and they stack. So it goes even longer, which is arguably better for PvE considering that I'm going to have to make some clutch revives for my teammates. I'm going to upgrade this by 1 to move my mobility from 28 to at least 30. So my mobility just goes up just a little bit. So what Graviton Forfeit also does is while you're invisible, whatever your recovery stat is while you're invisible goes all the way up to tier 90. So this is why I recommend it for PvP. It lets you get some really, really good stats on mobility, resilience, and recovery, but when you're invisible, it makes up for having those low. Okay, I am ready for Nightfalls now.
I am also ready for Nightfall.
Let's send it properly this time. Hero Nightfall, launch. This time, we have the range, and we have the champion mods to properly do this. You could have brute forced it all the way back then, but this is one of those Nightfall weeks that is actually kind of difficult. There are some bottlenecks at the very, very end which new players really struggle with, so I'm going to focus my best on walking us through this with the viewer. For now, as long as you have a machine gun, linear fusion rifle, or a rocket launcher, you're going to be just fine in the power slot. However, lock it in. Use the bow, use the Forerunner. If you're Hunter, hopefully you've unlocked the big tether at this point. But if you're still brute forcing it on that golden gun I recommended from the very beginning, using Thunderlord, you can still get through it. The tips will help though. Okay, start off with a little short hop through the window. You don't have to do that. Always keep the bow out to move faster. When that barrier pops a shield, we're switching to Forerunner to break it. Nice. You don't necessarily have to save all of your Forerunner ammo for the barrier shields, but save a little bit, just in case you run into barriers. So we are delivering this payload. I have extended invis, so I can do this the entire way through and sort of cheese it. Just so you know what that looks like. I have 11 seconds of invisibility, and if I switch my class to Gambler's Dodge, I can actually refresh that, and I think I'm going to do that. So I'm switching to Gambler's Dodge right now. Snipers pop up on the left, middle, and right buildings. So you have to be you have to pay attention to if and when snipers appear. Keep your head on a swivel the entire time. Don't be afraid to sit in the back and let like an Invis Hunter or a Warlock with a Healing Rift handle delivering that payload. Just make sure snipers cannot wipe your entire team. That's the important part. When the payload progresses up to here, a brig spawns. Dump all of your power weapon if you can at this brig until the faceplate opens, and then shoot the middle critical area of its face. Shoot the orange. Now you continue delivering this payload, using the payload as cover against snipers, working towards a tether. The super. Luckily, we got a really good random teammate that is helping us along. So at Gambler's Dodge, now I have a smoke to make my whole team invisible in case we run into trouble. Snipers are up again, head on a swivel, stick to cover, chip away. The snipers are on the move and I have a tether. I'm using the tether at this corner since I know a lot of exploders are around this corner. I'll have another tether for later. Just don't want my team to fail. Just gonna use my bow to plink away at these enemies. And if we get overwhelmed, I'm going to pop invis and run backwards. Notice that I have Devour on the bottom left of the screen. That makes it so that every kill I get gives me plus 100 health. Your Guardian has about 230 health. Just gonna hip fire my linear fusion, and I get a little chunk of health back. If I really was threatened there, I'd just throw a smoke at my feet or slam the ground. So I'm about to have another tether. Barrier champ, we pull Forerunner. I'm going to go ahead and tether the wizard, and you have to perform a finisher on that wizard. This is normally where the invis player invises forward, holds their finisher button, and crushes this ghost. And that is why I bought that fragment that makes you go invisible for finishers. So you can use enemies to reposition, and when you're in danger, breathe for a second, So I'm gonna backpedal while hitting this barrier, switch to Forerunner, break that shield, and I'll just even finish him for good measure. And we go invisible.
Cabal intel reports massive energy spikes up ahead. That must be their stockpiles of stolen light.
For this room, I usually head over here and chip away at the enemies to the best of my ability. Later into this room, enemies will spawn on top of you, so be ready to throw a smoke at your feet. Still, same strategy, just blink away with your bow and Forerunner, or your linear if there's a healthier enemy. So that's our unstop ogre. We hold the bow down until it glows, then we shoot the ogre, and it stops. Unstoppable rounds also can stagger normal enemies sometimes to prevent them from shooting you. But for unstopped champs, it makes them vulnerable to damage. Those floating moths in the air, if you have the aim, you can just shoot them, protect your teammates from getting exploded. Unstopped champion to the left. I think I shot my teammate in the back instead of it, but it's fine. Gonna shoot the wizard with my linear. These enemies spawn on top of me. Like I said, I'm just gonna throw a smoke at my feet, deal with them. I'm gonna use that gambler's dodge to refresh the smoke for later. And I'm gonna consider shooting a tether to handle these enemies every time they spawn. So I pop the tether, no problem. Gonna throw a grenade down while I focus on the wizard. A barrier knight, so get that Forerunner ready. Oh, we throw the smoke at our feet since we're overwhelmed. Gambler's dodge to get the smoke back and just wait. It's fine, just wait. Play your health. Remember, with Graviton Forfeit, when you're invisible, you have high recovery. So wait until your health is like 99% full, then break your invisibility. These heavy boxes in some missions are communal, and other times they're personal. In this mission, they're communal. So if a teammate pulls one, be sure to grab it. This boss can completely one-hit your entire team. So if you really want to play it safe, sit back on these stairs and blink away. You can still reach these stairs. There's also a pocket you can stand up on the ceiling a little bit to very safely have an angle into that room. And it's just RNG on whether or not that boss approaches you. Otherwise, you can play it a little risky, go up close to the boss and dump a lot of power ammo. You can shoot your super here for free if you got it before the random teammate started the encounter. But I just went ahead and shot the tether anyway. But you can shoot it for free. When the boss has enough damage dealt to him, the next phase of the fight starts, where you have to grab a spear that is spawning where I'm shooting and throw it at this aspect of Savathun. So I grab the spear, I leave, I go to cover, and throw it at him. There's an unstop ogre, so I'm going to drop the spear by switching weapons and focus on the ogre. Ogre dead. Now I grab the spear. If I wanted to, I could res my extra teammate. So I'm going to. I'm going to get up close, dodge with gamblers. and then smoke slam us both. Grab a spear, rinse, repeat. So now the boss comes up again. We do our damage with our heavy weapon. And save a couple shots, couple machine gun for another unstoppable ogre in the future. So we dealt with one aspect of Savathûn last time. Now we're going to have to deal with two. This is the hard part of the strike, the one that bottlenecks a lot of teams. Savathûn also throws a Nova Bomb at you at some point. Here it goes. Try to dodge that to the best of your ability. It does AoE damage too if you stand in it, so be careful. Use these towers as cover. Don't tunnel vision on just throwing the spear. Sometimes you have to drop the spear and kill any enemies that are shooting at you. Then when it seems safe, you can go and grab another spear, drop back down below the tower, use your third-person camera to just keep chucking spears and playing your life. Once you finish one aspect of Savathûn, you can start moving to the other. If you hit your grenade button, the spear teleports, and then it also has a slam if you want to descend to the air by hitting your melee button. And if you want to go full auto, you can throw a spear and then collect the spear instantly. But I don't recommend that because sometimes Savathûn will just shoot an entire volley of shots at you and you die instantly. Now we're at the final phase. Gonna dump some linear. Get rid of these wizards so my team doesn't die. And go invis to get my res. So I'm gonna gambler dodge to go invis initially. Res and slam. We have to finish the ghost of the final boss to get the kill. Otherwise, you have to redo some of this section again. So pay attention to if your random teammates kill that boss early or not. And then 11 minutes and 30 seconds later, you are done with the strike. And with the Guardian ranks, I think you have to do this 2 more times. Let's double check that after we get our loot. So it wants us to speak to Commander Zavala anyway, so while I check it, I'm going to load up the tower.
They're more disorganized than we realized. They're not so bad once you fight beside them.
So we want to go to Character, Journey, Guardian rank 7, go down to Nightfall. I didn't do the surge. I didn't switch at the end.
I didn't either. That's why that hunter was on Golden Gun.
We'll just switch at the end.
Yeah.
That one hurt. That one hurt so bad. I'm gonna have to edit that in ahead of time too and remember to do that.
Editor Cammy.
Yeah, note to editor Cammy. Switch the subclass at the end while you're finishing the ghost. To solar. It's okay, at least like I got the strategy down for Void. For viewers at home.
Wait, Horror's Lace is in the Legacy gear.
True. That's a pretty good pulse rifle. I'm still just turning in random engrams. Got a really good PvE slug for that. Okay, so this is a note for the viewer at home, though. To progress this quest, don't be a dummy like me. Switch your subclass before that boss gets finished. I'm still recommending you play it on Void anyway, if you have it unlocked. Because Void is really, really, really safe at getting you the completion. So, Stump and I are going to continue knocking this out, and at the end of this next strike, I will jump cut to me switching classes and doing this correctly. I did mention that the first time we attempted the Nightfall, so if you were yelling at the screen telling me to switch, I am sorry. See y'all at the end of this. Got 3 more to go. So it's worth mentioning that even if you forgot to switch the subclass like I did, it's not a total loss because you're working towards getting enhancement prisms by completing this Nightfall, which you will ultimately need to level up your PvP armor. I'll see you at the end of the strike. Here we are back at this strike. The boss has just popped frisbee mode, so I'm running away.
He's dead.
He's dead, so I'm gonna go
swapping
invis to
subclass.
finish it. Or maybe one slow panda is gonna rush it. We'll see. I'm gonna switch subclass as this is finishing, and it should be fine. Another rocket launcher, but it's not good. You could switch the subclass a little before if your random match-made teammate like completely destroys the strike and it feels safe. Got another Graviton forfeit as a random drop. It's a lot better statted for PvE, so I will consider using it over this one. Let's check that the quest progressed this time. Or sorry, the Guardian rank progressed this time. Yes, 1 out of 3, so it did work. Okay, cool. So we're just going to do that another 2 times, and if you've been following at home, you're doing it another 1 time. Boss is dead, swapping
I'm
subclass.
finishing.
Swap subclass.
Subclass swap. Yep. 1 more to go.
So it's worth noting at this point, viewer, that you could get the Slammer Sword from this chest, and it can have Eager Edge. So that is another method to get a speed sword. Okay, and if you were following along to this point, you would be done. But also, it's worth mentioning that this is one of the first real difficulty spikes of the journey so far. And it's a spike compared to what we've been doing before this. So I just want to note that this section is entirely optional. You don't have to complete it. You don't have to unlock the surge mods, which is what the reward is for this, on your boots. They're like locked right here. You don't have to have those to be enjoying the game right now. So if this is just too much, you don't have to do it right now. And I would argue if you're a PvP player, you really don't have to do this ever. However, these enhancement prisms that you get as a reward for these significantly speed up the gearing process for PvP. So if you feel like you can do these, but it is just a difficulty spike, it is worth learning to do these activities. And if this specific Nightfall proves too difficult, you can wait for the weekly reset on Tuesdays, for Americans, to rotate to a new Nightfall next week. I believe it's going to be the Birthplace of the Vile Nightfall, which is significantly easier than the current version of, what's this called? Cosmodrome? Let me remember the official name here.
Psyops Cosmodrome.
This is, yeah, Psyops Cosmodrome. This is a really difficult Nightfall out of all the Nightfalls in the game right now. So, like I said, if this is just proving too difficult to complete, don't worry about it. You can tackle a different Nightfall another week, and you don't necessarily need this for PvP, but it is going to save you a significant amount of time, because otherwise you need to get lucky with your enhancement core and prism drops from just playing PvP and normal Vanguard strikes. It could actually be hours before you get the required materials to max out an armor set in the future. So that's just a fair warning. If you've been following along and have made it through it to this point, congrats. This is a taste of what endgame is like in this game. I'll see you in the next clip. Swap to solar. Boss is dead. And this is our final Nightfall. We did one extra, so I'll remember that whenever advising about the amount of prisms you have.
Nightfall before this.
Okay, so realistic time investment for this is definitely like 20 minutes. That first one we did, we had a Galahorn user in here. It's the most legendary weapon of Destiny. And it made a big difference. I got a cold steel sword, so I'm definitely keeping that. Okay, now, if you did this optional step, we're going to claim the reward, and now we have all the armor mods. Going to claim all my seasonal challenges related to this too.
Ah,
Oh, we get a Nightfall weapon for claiming that challenge, week 7. Got a bow.
so we unlocked all the font mods for that.
So now if you look at your boots, we have surges. Surges work where if you collect an orb, you get an armor charge, and that armor charge has a decaying timer. And for that entire duration of that time, you have an increase in weapon damage depending on how many of the corresponding surge mods you put on. If it sounds too complicated or convoluted, don't worry about it. You will only need this in endgame activities for mostly like boss damage scenarios. In PvP, these sometimes come up, but they're very, very, very rare for competitive PvP builds. You see this bow I got. It's bad. Okay, kind of vault unnecessary loot. I tried that foe tracer out again in that Nightfall. It was okay. I like the graviton better for clutching up. And now we are going to take a little break IRL, get some food in us, and come back for the final stretch, which is just straight up gearing the character. And for that, I imagine we're going to do a little bit more coil and Riven's layer in order to try to finish out that armor set to unlock high stat armor focusing at the Riven vendor. So I am just going through all my stuff, checking off all the triumphs and whatnot before the final stretch. Okay, I'm just gonna knock all these out and I'll jump cut to the next clip. So we're just getting back from a food break, stopping off by the tower to turn in the exotic engrams I got for doing Nightfalls. And I got Crimson and 2 exotic chest pieces. And a pretty good sidearm for PvE. These chests are pretty... I'm just going to say bad. For most cases, they don't come up. But Crimson is a really solid weapon. In fact, I think Crimson is relevant in the Onslaught activity in Into the Light. That's the newest expansion that is free. It's a, I know you've been playing Horde mode up until now, but it really is a tower defense mode. Complete with upgrades and everything. So, Crimson is pretty decent there with an exotic boot called Lucky Pants. Oh, I have a lot of engrams now.
Yeah, I have quite a few.
So I might consider spending them on a Nightfall Legacy reward. Just looking at all my available options. Okay. I am going to buy 1 Horror's Least because I really like that pulse rifle. You do not have to do this at home. Then I turn in the rest of them. Unfortunately, it was a really, really bad roll. Keeping that 1-2 punch shoddy that I just got. Okay, as usual, clearing my inventory of unnecessary items. I have plenty of 1810 fuel now. That is in my vault, so I can infuse items up if they end up being useful. I'm going to stick to the same Graviton build I have been using. And we're going to do Riven's Lair. Stump, you ready to queue?
I am ready to queue.
So destinations, Helm. Not the coil, it's the one next to it. It has Solar Surge and Stasis Surge and a modifier where you take increased damage if you're in the air. So I am going to switch to my rocket launcher. And I might even pull an 1810 weapon to infuse into my rocket launcher, so I can do more damage. Since I know I will be using rocket launcher for pretty much the rest of the game right now. I've also unlocked more artifact unlocks. I will choose From Whence You Came, Wished Into Being. And I'm just going to default to solo operative, even though I'm playing with a teammate. Because there's a lot of solo content in this game where that's really good. But for now, I will do Argent Ordnance since I am not using Armor Charge. Let me grab a power weapon out of the vault. That is 1810. And then infuse my rocket launcher up to 1810. Now that I have armor surges, I'm going to put Void Weapon Surge on my boots. And I'm going to put on a mod called Powerful Attraction. So if I use my dodge, it automatically collects orbs. It's very, very useful. And I think that will do. This is my endgame build for a little bit here. I don't remember how long this activity takes to complete. Is it just us two? No, we do have an extra teammate with us. I know that this does give you Riven Vendor progress, so it helps us get towards our goal of high stat armor. I just don't know how good it is, so I want to try it right now. I'm pretty confident I can jump cut this to the end. So I will see y'all then.
Yep.
Okay, so we just finished this Riven's Lair. I'm collecting my loot. It gave me 2 Wish engrams and a pulse rifle. That seems kind of decent. So if you're tired of just doing the coil beginning over and over again, or you can't do the coil normally and make it really far into that activity, then this is also an option. I'm going to go ahead and visit the Spirit of Riven Vendor and roll some armor and see if I can unlock all of it. Now at the helm, quickly stopping by the vault to deposit that pulse rifle I just got. Then I'm opening up my seasonal challenges. Claiming reward for that. Tabbing over to Season of the Wish. And highlighting Wishful Armor Focusing. Notice I need arms in the class item. That's what I need this Riven Vendor to drop in order to unlock the high stat armor and push closer to a PvP build. So still don't have the focusing yet. Not going to do weapons, we're just going to do all for armor. So unlucky this time. Back to the coil and or Riven's Lair and or the coil method of just grabbing the opening chest over and over again. How long did that Riven's Lair take us? I'm going to review the footage. So at this point, we're going to grab our season pass rewards that we find useful, like these wish engrams. Maybe it turns into the armor that I need. Everything else I'm leaving there in case I need a future 1810 power weapon to infuse. They also have an exotic sparrow that I unlocked. I'm going to grab that so that I can have a faster sparrow. Yeah, unfortunately, you just gotta keep rolling this armor until you complete the set. So after some deliberation, I think the next path is to just continue doing Riven's Lair or genuinely attempt to complete the coil. And the reasoning is, when you look at your seasonal challenges, we're gonna go down to Wishful Generosity. Reach rank 10 with the Spirit of Riven in the Helm to unlock the following bonus. Completing activities grant an additional wish engram anytime one is rewarded. So what this means is if we hop into the PvP playlist and we complete a match, instead of getting potentially 0 wish engrams every match, we're going to get 2 every match. And that adds up and helps us have more engrams right here in order to roll for armor. I tried again. Unfortunately, I'm just missing the class item. So it could be a little bit. Doing these bounties can speed up your reputation gains. But for now, this is the bottleneck. This is what you have to do. So I think I'm going to load up another Riven's Lair. We're going to see how rewarding that is and compare it to the coil. See you in the next clip. So we're currently into a Riven's Lair. We just traded with the boss. And here's our loot. 2 wish engrams out of the chest. That is
Weapon and an engram.
about an 8-minute ordeal there. So we're going to go back to the helm and roll the dice. We also found one new method that we researched into, which can get you a variety of things. It's a chest farming route on the Dreaming City. All you do is you go to your ghost right here, and you're going to apply a Wombo Detector. To get enough energy, you can take off the Glimmer Booster, put on Wombo Detector. I would keep Prism Harvest on this, though, just so you don't forget to put it on. It's super important. But then we're just going to go Supercharge Glimmer Booster, or Public Defender if you're doing public events. So either case, we're going to do Wombo Detector. It detects caches within 50 meters. And we're going to be using the Aachen Sniper with 70 zoom. The Eagle Eye with 70 zoom. So when we aim down sights with our sniper, it'll show us the location of the chest. Because the scope like teleports your character, you know, a lot forward. That's how the game calculates it, at least. So at the Riven vendor, I got 4 to turn in. We need a class item. Struck out on all of them. We still want to get to rank 10 though, because that is when we start unlocking engrams for passively playing the game. So until that rank 10, this is our focus. I want to do the Dreaming City route though, just to show off for the video. So if you do have an Eager Edge Sword, which you've had a couple opportunities to get at this point, this is the time to throw it on. And now after this route, I want to attempt a higher difficulty coil and go for a high score. So that'll mean we're probably going to need a better roll on this linear fusion. So keep an eye out for that. There is a linear fusion surge right now on that activity. So you just do more damage, which is great. Okay, to double check, make sure you have Wombo Detector on your ghost. And with the sniper, and you're going to see a bunch of chests appear and a bunch of resources. That's what those triangles are. You're grabbing all of those. As you get closer to its location, your ghost will pick it up. You could Sparrow right now too, which we pulled a exotic Sparrow out of the season pass, so you have to equip that. Down on the D-pad, or S, equip it, and now you have a faster steed. And so, by collecting these resources, we occasionally have a chance at a wish engram, which is what we want, but you also have a chance at gunsmith engrams, which we can use to buy weapons that we want in the future that can have PvP relevance. Let's try this public event while we're here, because I'm pretty sure that'll also give us some nice goodies. Alright, I'm gonna switch to a proper PvE loadout. Use scatter signal fusion instead of Forerunner so that I can better take out the blights. Pro tip with blights, you can stand on top of them and use your uncharged melee to hit them repeatedly.
Cam, everybody's screaming at you. You don't shoot the blights, you dip in and out and shoot the big ball in the sky.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. To make it heroic, that is. Don't do what I just did. To make this heroic, you step in the blight to get a buff, step out of the blight, and shoot the giant ball in the sky. What Stump said. I am sorry, Destiny community, if I ruined this public event for you. If for some reason that's the part where they clicked out of the video. Alright, they dropped some green ammo, that's great. Alright, there we go. Now it's heroic. And now there's a Tormentor here. That's a new addition to this public event. I should have kept Forerunner on. Forerunner does great against Tormentors. Good job. Okay, let's pay attention to the loot we get from this. Bounty complete, Will of the People. 26 Spirit of Ribbon. Hand in Hand and Dark Fragments. I'm gonna say that, oh, 13k Glimmer though. Optional is what I'm gonna say. The chest route seemed a little better. So what you can do is you can go to orbit and then reload this area, or you can just move to the next area if you want to.
Got a wish engram.
Yeah, I want to see a wish engram drop before I abandon this, but it's really chill, just like the coil method. Coil method, you know, just kill enemies, break pods, open chest, repeat. This is kind of similar. This is Petra. She's the vendor that rotates weekly here. I'll just grab whatever bounty this is, or quest. Doesn't really matter. Requires Forsaken Fac. Yeah, I'm not doing any of that. Was just curious what she had. Okay, now we gotta grab that sniper rifle again, or you can just use your Forerunner zoom. It's also adequate. But if you really want to see those chests, that Aachen 70 zoom will do it. So as you can see, the Spirit of Ribbon reputation is flying up right now. You can get the wish engrams from even the resources. It's not just the chests. So you just continue moving around the map, letting your ghost find resources. That's a gunsmith engram. Looking for a wish engram. I'm gonna go to the next area. We're moving to the strand. And now we do the same thing. Aim with Forerunner, go to chest. If you see these like highlighted chests that has something to do with Dreaming City and depositing a ball somewhere, for now you just want the regular chest that spawn. Okay, there we go, a wish engram. That took a little bit longer than the first time I tested this method. But it is an option if you just want a change of scenery from the coil on repeat. So I am going to turn this into the Helm, jump cut to starting the coil. I'll see y'all then. So we just spent 50 minutes in the coil, doing some experimentation on if it's worth it in random matchmaking, and the answer is a resounding no. It's not worth doing the match-made version and expecting to make it to the end. You can do it for fun. You still get better rewards the farther you go, so it is worth it in that regard. But you are not making it to the end. So if one of your friends tells you something like, oh, you can get Ascendant Shards for going all the way to the end of the coil, at this point in your New Light journey, it's not really feasible. So it's not worth that time investment banking on getting a good randomly match-made team. So, I think then the next best source for the engrams is you do the coil method I was talking about, where you just start it, grab that opening chest, rinse, repeat. That works. Or you do Riven's Lair, which is the easier version of the coil. So I'm going to go turn in my loot from the coil, and we'll see if I get that class item. And then I also just showed you the chest route. I have 7 wish engrams from that 50-minute. And I know that if I was doing chest, I would have the same amount too. In that time. So now I'm at the Spirit of Riven, turning in these engrams, and I'm hoping for a class item. It really wants me to have the linear fusion rifle right now. Wow, still no luck on the class item. It's just how it is. Like I said, I've had an ult account in the past that very, very comfortably got this within an hour of doing the coil method. Didn't even touch Riven's Lair. I'm gonna go clean up my inventory and go to orbit. So I was doing the coil method, and I got a pretty good Twilight Oath that has opening shot and snapshot, but everything else about it kind of sucks. But just to show you can get good stuff out of this chest. Okay, now this is a pretty decent time skip. We spent the last hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, farming the coil method and doing the Dreaming City chest routes, the resource route. And we are now rank 10 on this Riven reputation. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it in. We unlock Wishful Generosity, which now means I can passively earn engrams by just playing the game. And this will be extremely helpful for leveling up your Warlock and your Titan or your other characters. I still have yet to get the class item, so I don't have armor focusing, But maybe with these 5 engrams, that changes. If it doesn't, no big deal. Now that I have passive engrams, I'll just eventually get it. And like I said, I've done it before on an alt account where I completed this step within just a solid hour and it was done. And there's the class item. So now I can focus armor when I believe I have... Oh, never mind. I can turn it in now. Perfect. So I got the class item. Now I claim this, and now I can get high stat armor. The next thing to talk about is your ghost mod. I had this on Supercharged Glimmer. I'm going to turn that off. And now I can choose discipline armor, intellect armor, mobility armor, etc. By selecting any of these, we're going to go with Recov. The high stat armor will trend towards that stat. So in this case, I chose recovery. So when I click this, no matter what armor piece it's going to be, it has a chance to have a high spike of recovery in the armor. And it's also going to be high stat. So that leg piece looks excellent. And I'm going to keep doing that for all of my armor. Now, depending on what your ultimate PvP build is going to look like, you might want to focus between Recov, Discipline, and Strength. Hunters typically want high mobility, but not at the cost of Recov, unless you're making a Void Devour Hunter build. It's kind of like a vampire build, a glass cannon. Recovery is the most important PvP stat, so start there. Once you start getting decent recovery armor, a couple pieces, you're going to shift to either Strength or Discipline, depending on which one you want. And that kind of goes the same way in PvP. I don't want to inundate you with too much information, I just want to speed this up for you. So whenever you play Gunslinger with the weighted throwing knife, you typically refund it by using Gambler's Dodge. One of the exotic armor pieces I'm going to recommend that you might use is going to be a exotic called the Speedloader Slacks. Since you have to dodge to get a bonus to reload speed handling and airborne effectiveness, sometimes you don't want to go Gambler's Dodge because the cooldown is a little bit longer than Marksman. So therefore, you need a way to charge your knife back normally, which means you need the Strength stat. Now on Void, if you're using Echo of Starvation, it grants Devour, and when you get a kill while Devour is active, it cools down your grenade. In the same way, if you go Marksman's Dodge, you're going to want your smoke to recharge, so you need Strength. But if you go Gambler's Dodge, then you don't need Discipline. Or sorry, then you don't need Strength. I almost want to re-record this. I'm just going to keep going. If you use Gambler's Dodge, you don't need Strength. But if you're also using Devour, you don't necessarily need Discipline either. So, rule of thumb on Hunter is if you have Gambler's Dodge, Strength is a dead stat. You don't even need 2 in it. It could be 0. You don't need Strength. But if you go Marksman's Dodge and you have Devour, I think 4 is the most discipline that you want, and you chunk the rest of it into Intellect, Recov, and Mobility. The resilience that you want is probably going to be 20. I think that's an adequate first stab at this, but I'm going to talk about it more in detail towards the later end of this video. Just for now, trust the experience here. You're starting on Recov to focus a couple pieces. Then after Recov, you're focusing Discipline and then Strength for a couple pieces, depending on how you want your Hunter to end up. You'll have way more engrams than you know what to do with, and trust me, building Titan and Warlock is so much easier than Hunter, which is why we're starting with Hunter. Okay, next up, what we're going to do is we're going to do these Ribbon Wishes quests to get wish tokens. So if you remember, Morosov is over here. We talked to Morosov. If you didn't already pick these up, all the quests, you can grab them from her. And we're eventually going to use it to decide if you want to use Speedloader Slacks. That's a you question, yes or no. And then the rest of them we are turning into Ascendant Shards to upgrade our gear. And to also buy better weapons from the tower. If you plan on being a PvE player in the long term, you are going to buy Apex Predator rocket launchers. That's the best bang for your buck. And you're also going to buy a Cenotaph mask for a future Warlock PvE build. I hope this is all making sense, because we're just immediately going to start moving into Riven Wishes 4, or whatever this is. So to do this one, I'm loading up the blind well while I talk. Stump, you good to go?
I am ready.
We're just going to kill enemies until that one is complete. Don't even have to finish the blind well. Especially if you're already rank 10 with the Riven Vendor. That's the bottleneck of this account, is getting to rank 10 so you can do anything you want in the game and still progress towards a good armor set. So the active part is done. Now we're moving on to the more passive grinds. The Riven's Wishes is the last of the active grind. Then after that, it's all passive. You just play PvP and your account gets better. I'm gonna equip my rocket launcher. Same loadout I've been using, but feel free to change it up if you want to. So for this wish, you might have even passively completed it the first time we were doing blind wells really, really early into this guide.
You sure this is a good idea?
83%, and it's about 30% for a tier 3 clear if you're just constantly killing enemies. If you recall, Sunshot did really good on this section. So I am going to switch to Sunshot. That just makes way too much sense. Now I have to compete with Claw Rob. He's going to rob my kills. He's got the pre-spawn set up too. So let's talk about how to unlock other exotic armor pieces. You saw that I just turned random exotic engrams into the Crypt Arc. That's one way. Another way is Lost Sectors, the higher difficulty Lost Sectors. And these rotate daily, and you can find the daily rotation at the todayindestiny.com website. Which as soon as it loads, I will show you. So today's Lost Sector is Gilded Precept. And then you can hit the more, and it'll show you the entire calendar. I don't use Adblock because I just want to support the website. So, for your cases, on the 20th is the day that you want to farm Lost Sectors, and I will do a guide on that, of course, in this video, on how to specifically do that. You want the legs on all 3 of your characters. They're so good in PvP. So if that sounds like something up your alley, you don't actually have to use this wish token on Speedlit or Slacks. You can unlock those through doing the Lost Sector potentially. You might not. That might be tied to the Lightfall campaign. I have to double check that. But you also might just be able to do the Lost Sector and get them. However, you will also unlock the Stompy exotic boots, which are ultimately going to do better for a PvP account. So it doesn't even really matter if you can get the speed loaders or not. They're just a great choice that is essentially cheap and pretty painless to get. So start thinking about that decision in the back of your head as far as where you want to go with your PvP account. I will tell you, Stompies is the most popular exotic on Hunter for a good reason. It enhances the jump, gives you a longer slide, and gives you slightly faster sprint. Another popular PvP exotic is the Dragon Shadow exotic chest piece. That one gives you enhanced handling for dodging. And funny, my name on this account is Animation Scaler. That's what Dragon Shadow does. It just makes everything go faster after you dodge. Speedloader Slacks is similar, but it doesn't give you the scaler. It gives you airborne effectiveness, so you can jump in the air and hit yellow numbers consistently. So speedloaders are really good. Like, don't let me talk these down. They're still a top exotic. You can still outperform everybody in your lobby with speedloader slacks. If you don't want to main Hunter, but you also like Invis and want to try that playstyle, it might be worth trying Graviton Forfeit. That's the helmet I have on right now. And you don't even have to masterwork your armor, which means take it all the way to the maximum armor tier, which also gives you some extra stats. I finished Riven's Wishes 4, so we can call it here if you'd like.
I have finished mine, so...
Okay, perfect. So I'm not even going to turn it into Marasov yet. We'll just move on to the next one. So let me decide on which one's that going to be. I was just talking about Lost Sectors. This might be a great opportunity to show that off. So yeah, we just completed Riven's Wishes, and now we're going to do a different one. We could do the Ascendant Chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that one. Riven's Wishes 2. We just completed 4. At this point, we might as well complete this. So I will jump cut to the next clip, or we will do Riven's Wishes 2. Okay, we just finished that blind well, then we traveled back to the Devalian Mist in the Dreaming City. And now we are planning to do Riven Wishes 2. So we have to use a tincture of Queen's Foil and find what they call our Ascendant Chest. You can get a tincture of Queen's Foil if you somehow didn't have it by collecting chests around the Dreaming City. You can collect chests around the Dreaming City by using the Wombo detector on your ghost and scoping in with the sniper rifle at each loading zone or area. I think that covers that. Now let's go grab these Ascendant chests. I'm going to go ahead and pop a tincture of Queen's Foil now. The location of these chests depends on the week of the Dreaming City curse. In the lore or something like that, the curse gets a different strength each week. I believe it's a 3-week cycle. Different strength per week. How do you know which strength it's at? You can go to todayindestiny.com. So todayindestiny.com, scroll all the way to the bottom to Forsaken, and you should be able to see a Riven's Curse. It says growing stronger. And so you can use that to help you search on YouTube Ascendant chest locations, growing stronger curse. Something like that. And the video might even be titled like all Ascendant chest locations depending on strength curse and etc. So it is really, really easy to search on YouTube the location. So I'm going to do that right now and then start the next clip. So I just searched on YouTube, Dreaming City Ascendant Chest Growing Curse, and there's a video that came up immediately, and there's a video from Dado 5 years ago that I partially watched at some point. So we can follow these videos immediately.
What is
and this will take us to the location of the Ascendant chest. So this is what you have to do at home. I'm just going to the chest right now. This isn't going to be a guide. I'm just going to show me picking up the chest. All right. See you in a sec. So for this one, I'm in the Bay of Drowned Wishes Lost Sector. I'll go invisible here for a second. It's the one directly under where you spawn in. You can see it. It's a cave behind you. Spawn in, turn around, go through that cave, keep following it. If I recall, it is up one of these trees. I don't remember which one.
Should be inside.
Oh, it's inside where you're at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, disregard what I said. You're just going to do this lost sector normally to open up that door. Trust me, when you played this game for a decade, all the quests that you've had to do over the years all kind of meld together. Alright, let me make sure I popped the tincture. Yeah, I did. I can't see the platforms you're on.
Jump. Forward.
Forward? Okay, there it appeared. I see now. Making sure I was actually ascendant here. So I grab this, and it progresses the quest a little bit. See, 1 out of 3. Moving on to the next one. We can also grab this lost sector chest. This one is, again, in the Dvalian Mist. You climb up this cliffside, and this one is like a maze in the sky, so it is not obvious. Luckily, Stump has ran this one before, so Stump knows where to go. But a YouTube guide will do you wonders for this one. Huge. Second chest. Now on to the third. So now we're in a different area entirely. Up the Dvalian Mist, go through these mountains, and you'll end up where I'm at now. You don't have to follow this one-to-one, because by the time you're watching this video, it's going to be a different curse strength, and this one's probably not going to be the one you're doing. But if I'm a good content creator and a good editor, this will be up sooner than later. However, I did show you how to search for this on YouTube properly, so this is on you to get correctly. You can do it. I was getting stuck on something here. There we go. Now I can follow. Now this is an ascendant chest.
Where did it go? Hold on.
This one.
Nice. I think it's over here. You've gone the wrong way.
Oh, okay. Red herring. I see it. Alright, and that is Ribbon's Wishes 2 completed. Next up, I think we go to the Lost Sector 1 if possible. So I think that requires us to go to Neptune. And we're going all the way over here in the Gilded Precept. So we're going to Strider's Gate. Again, this is going to be different based on the day. You check it on todayindestiny.com and go to the corresponding location. If you don't have that location unlocked, you might have to do the starter story quest. So for example, if it's on Europa, do the starter story quest of Europa and it unlocks that planet, then you just go to the Lost Sector, complete it once, then you unlock the hard difficulty. I'll jump cut to us getting to the Lost Sector. So I've arrived on Neptune, traveled all the way from Strider's Gate to Mesa Park or whatever it's called. Now I'm at the entrance of this Lost Sector. It tells me I have to complete it once. You can see that it tells me that there's Barrier Champions and Unstoppable. The loadout I suggested of Forerunner, Lithophobia Bow, and any rocket launcher is going to clear this. I'm going to switch to Foe Tracer, of course. It'll clear any of the lost sectors. The only ones you have to be really careful with are the overload champions. You pretty much just want to spend your entire rocket reserve on that overload to make sure it dies. Otherwise, you might want to consider switching your strategy to Thunderlord and using Thunderlord to kill the overloads. But if you're playing Tether Hunter, you can also just use your tether on the overloads. Otherwise, the strategy is going to be pretty similar no matter what the lost sector is. So while I can make you a guide for this specific lost sector that I'm playing, I'm just going to teach you how to play the lost sector fairly normally. And at this point in the video, you would have already dipped your toes into some Nightfalls. So you should have a decent idea of like what the champions look like and what to do against them and so forth. But you're going to be massively underpowered for this activity, so you're pretty much going to have to go into Plink mode, sit really far back with a bow, and just chip away. You don't necessarily have to complete the lost sector, just kill enemies, and this quest step will continue updating. So I will jump cut to starting the legend version. So now I've finished the normal version, I've unlocked the legend. Do not forget on your artifact to put on solo operative and you just get free damage. So I'm going to start the legend version. You can see we have Stasis Surge, Solar Surge, and then the champions are Barrier and Unstop. I am not commentating this entire one. This is one of the worst lost sectors possible to do. It is going to be a slog no matter how I do it. And the lost sector that's available on the day you probably see this video is going to be significantly easier. There is always a lost sector guide on YouTube for any of them, so that resource is a click away. But the strategy is going to be relatively the same no matter what. Create space, Plink, and eventually this quest will be done. When there's a champion, hit it with the corresponding champion mod, play your distance. You can even go back to like the safe zone, play your distance. And then you dump some special and heavy ammo into the correct champions. So for anti-barrier, you break the shield with Forerunner. For Unstop, you make it vulnerable with the bow. And for overload, be prepared to dump a lot of rockets into it. And you might even need to stand near it, being ready to hit it with a finisher. And if that doesn't work, you need to just play it really slow and tether it. I know I just said this in the last clip, but I really want to iron it in. As long as you follow those rules, you should be able to handle these champions. I will skip to me opening the chest at the end, and then we'll see how much I got in one completion and what my time was. Okay, so I completed the lost sector, killed the boss, and this is a 6-minute 49-second completion. And what it amounts to on this quest for killing a lot of enemies, 49%. So roughly I gotta do that again. That's a 7-minute investment. That is not bad at all. Yes, you do have to play very safe. You hold return to orbit and it'll bring you back to the start of that lost sector flag. This wasn't bad at all. Even for like what I consider to be one of the worst lost sectors, this wasn't bad at all. This loadout clears. It's really strong. Moving on. So I am 98% complete with this quest. I don't know if these remaining enemies will do the trick. Maybe I have to load it just one more time and shoot one enemy. Not the case. I exactly finished. So let me grab this chest and maybe I get a reward from it. Unfortunate. You do have a chance, I believe it's 20% chance to get an exotic engram, exotic armor piece of the corresponding type of the day. Today is a chess piece day, and you can check that again on todayindestiny.com. For PvP reasons, I think you should value the leg day the most. Moving on. So we just arrived at the Helm. We're going to turn in these wish token quests to Morasov. And then we're going to finally claim our rewards. And you're going to finally start getting some best in slot PvP gear. So we just turned in 3 of them. Now we have a choice. Do you want the speed loader slacks for PvP or not? I am going to say yes for this. And now I need to decide what ghost mod do I want to claim these with. I'm going to go the recovery route. Grabbed. And they're good enough. They have 2 resilience. That's the most important stat to have low. They're good enough. So I'm going to go ahead and lock these. If they weren't good enough, I could either buy another, which I don't recommend, or go to the Lost Sector later, or way later in your account's life, gamble at the Cryptarch to get a better roll. You can focus it using a lot of endgame resources, but like I said, it's not worth it. The next reward we want is these Ascendant Shards. So I'm going to acquire the 2 Ascendant Shards once, and then the 2 Ascendant Shards again twice. Now we have 4. This is an end game material. If you want more of these, you can go do Nightfalls and acquire a bunch of enhancement prisms and trade them to Rahul. I don't recommend that. You can do higher level Nightfalls, get lucky with Ascendant Shards. I maybe recommend that on Master if you can handle it. This is a rough Nightfall this week. Or you do the Coil. And the Coil is super rough with Matchmade, so you're probably going to have to LFG with it or ask some friends to help you. Those are the 3 methods I like for Ascendant Shards. There is another when it's a proper week. Let me try to find the correct place. Savathun's Throne World. Spire of the Watcher. You need the Witch Queen dungeon key, so disregard what I just said. That's a paid thing. You can't do that. So now I think we're going to go to the tower and buy Not Forgotten. I'll just say that method anyway for the paid players if anybody's planning to pay for the game. There's an encounter on the Spire of the Watcher dungeon where you just climb a tower, and it's super easy to do on the Master difficulty, and occasionally it drops an Ascendant Shard. So that's a pretty decent way to farm those. Other than that, you're going to be starving for these in the future, so use them very, very sparingly. And the weapon we're about to buy with these is super worth it. Arguably the best gun in the entire game. I'm not even exaggerating for PvP. It looks like we might have gotten the infinite tower load, so we're just going to change characters and try again. So I just touched down in the tower. This highlight on the screen right now is the exotic archive. And this is where we're going to obtain one of the best weapons in the game. We're going to preview the legacy gear and hover over to the Not Forgotten. As you can see, it is a steep price of 7 enhancement prisms, 2 ascendant shards, 150k glimmer, and if for some reason you didn't have enough enhancement prisms, you could consider, not saying to do it, but if you really want it now, you can consider trading Rahul for a single enhancement prism via 10 cores and 10,000 glimmer. Or if you do the special order, it's a little cheaper on the glimmer. Those are limited. Regardless, I think this gun is really worth it because it's going to be your bread and butter for PvP for a very, very long time. So I am going to buy it. Be sure to change the stat tracker to Crucible tracker. Add an Icarus grip or a radar booster or a freehand grip or a backup mag. It really doesn't matter. They're all great. I'm going Icarus grip in this case. We'll take off the shader, leave it on its default color scheme. Now let's explain this gun. Zen Moment reduces flinch, makes the sight picture a lot clearer. And Magnificent How, you get a kill and you reload, and you get to just bank extra damage into your next shot. It's great. If you bank this perk twice, 2 kills before you reload, 2 precision kills before you reload, you can 2-tap the next Guardian. These weapons are normally a 3-tap. So yes, this is a giant milestone for your account now. You now have the best PvP hand cannon in the game. I'll jump cut to the next clip. So we're at the Helm. I'm going to focus some armor at the Ribbon Vendor, and then I'm going to teach you how to make a starter build for PvP using minimal resources. We just acquired these Ascendant Shards, but don't feel like you have to burn them now. You can wait until you get vastly superior armor in the future. But we do have to step into PvP, so I want to make something fun and usable right now. So I'm going to go ahead. I can buy any of these armors. I'm going to use the Wish Armor gamble right here and hope I don't get a class item. So a chest piece and boots. Chest piece is perfect. Boots are very good. So I'll lock them. This is a great start though. So now I'm going to teach you how to make a perfect armor setup using minimal resources. I'll do that in orbit. Also have to worry about the subclass, so don't pull the trigger yet. This is why we're going to Ikora. The subclass fragments sometimes can add stats, and that's super valuable for finalizing your build. Unfortunately, we're going to need a lot of Glimmer to finalize our build, so I'll worry about that in a future build. For now, I'm going to buy maybe some grenades, a knife, a jump, and really try to ration my Glimmer here. We'll make it back by playing PvP. Selecting Solar, super. We want either Blade Barrage or Precision Marksman Golden Gun. Ideally, you buy both, but we're kind of strapped. We're kind of low on cash right now. So I'm going to buy Blade Barrage. Class ability. We're not buying the other one. We're short for cash. We are buying Weighted Throwing Knife. We are buying Strafe Jump. You don't ever have to buy High Jump. We're going to buy Healing Grenade. Trip Mine. Aspects. We are buying On Your Mark. And then that leaves us exactly one extra fragment. And this is where we can get some extra stats. Let me see if we're missing anything important here. Pretty safe to assume that you're going to buy the one that gives you plus 10 recovery. So go ahead and lock that in. And don't forget you have to meditate. So with that selected, we're going to go in-game right now. We're going to take off Gunpowder Gamble and put on Your Mark, and this opens up one extra fragment. So we're going to put Ember of Searing there. And I'm going to check all these and see if I can change one of them to Ember of Ashes if I need to. I'm going to change Ember of Eruption to Ember of Ashes. So what I have right now is Ember of Combustion, Torches, Char, Ashes, and Searing. Eventually, we will slot all these out for something a little more optimized, but for now, that's what we have because I don't have enough Glimmer. I'm switching Knife Trick to Weighted Throwing Knife. I'm considering keeping Swarm Nade, but Healing Grenade is also really, really good. For now, I am going to keep Swarm Nade. I bought Trip Mine and Healing Grenade so you can experiment with these two on your own. I'm going to switch to Gambler's Dodge since I want the Throwing Knife back as soon as possible. And I'm going to switch to Blade Barrage. Now we are going to go to Orbit so that my Destiny item manager can update properly. So I had this like super detailed explanation on how to make your armor set, but I think it's easier to do it with the old pen and paper with the assist of some websites. So I'm going to walk you through the simplified version now. This took a little bit to come to this conclusion, but I'd rather not have a 30-minute section here when it could be done in just a few minutes. So we're going to grab a notepad. You're just going to type out helmet, arm, chest, boot, class. And we only have 7 energy to work with for each of these. So I want you to go in-game and think about the perks you want to run in PvP. I always recommend a targeting. So harmonic targeting costs 2, and I'm going to be using a kinetic weapon with it. So solar weapon in the energy slot, kinetic in the kinetic slot, right? I'm using Not Forgotten and a shotgun. So once you select your weapons, you'll know what to use on the helmet. So let's just say I lock in harmonic targeting and I lock in kinetic targeting. That's going to cost 5, which gives us a remainder of 2. So we can add those up. So 7 minus 2 minus 3 equals remainder 2. So that's what we want to put there. Now we're going to go to arms. What perks do you want on the arms? I know I always want fastball, and since I'm using a throwing knife class, it's heavy-handed. And then, since I'm using a solar gun, I'm going to choose harmonic dexterity for faster stow swap speed. And I know my remainder is 1. So let's do it again. We're starting with 7. We'll look at the perk. Minus 1 for throw distance, minus 2 for harmonic, and minus 3 for the heavy-handed. 1 remainder. So now we do the same on chest piece. What perk do you want on your chest? I recommend at least 2 unflinching mods, and since we're using a solar weapon on a solar subclass, we get to use harmonic to make it cheaper. So I would want 3 of these, and our remainder is going to be 1 again. 7 minus... Oh, hold on, I accidentally turned off numlock. 7 minus 2 minus 2 minus 2 equals 1. Then we're going to go to our boot. I like using recuperation. That costs 1. Better already. That costs 1. And we're going to do a solar holster since it has a unique interaction with Not Forgotten and storing that Magnificent Howl perk. Just for context, you need a precision kill, then you reload. You get a stack of Mag Howl. But if you never manually reload and you let it use solar holster in the backpack while you equip your kinetic weapon, it'll reload to full, but it won't trigger Magnificent Howl. And you can just manually reload the gun whenever you want to trigger that perk, which helps you stack more of that Magnificent Howl perk to go for 2 taps. It's fantastic. So our boot is 7 minus 1 minus 1 minus 2. Our remainder equals 3. Now we go to the class item. For the class item, let's reset this here. You're locking in Reaper. Reaper costs 3. You're locking in Powerful Attraction. That costs 2. And I honestly think you don't even try to fill a 3rd stat here and just have your remainder of 3, since you are gifted from that Into the Light chest from Shaxx, the very beginning of the game that we picked up. You're going to have a remainder of 3 here. So we already know what it is. This one's going to be 8 minus 2 minus 3 equals a remainder of 3. So now we have these numbers at the end that are important that we're looking for, and we're going to use third-party website to punch this in and let it calculate for us. So this is going to look really intimidating when you first boot it up. Get to this page right here. It's not intimidating. I'm going to walk you through it. Scrolling down to where we see these armor limitation things, and it's going to look like this by default. I'm going to show you what to type in. So, helmet. We had 2 remainder, so we want to have 2 of these gray blocks remaining. We're going to force 3 of these white blocks. Arm. 1 remaining. We want 1 remaining gray block. Chest. 1 remaining. 1 remaining gray block. Boot. How many? 3. We want 3 remaining gray blocks. Class item. 3. We want 3 remaining gray blocks. And there we go. Those are our limitations for armor. The next very important thing to punch in is not to assume legendary items are masterwork, do not assume exotic items are masterwork, and do not assume that class items are masterworked. Then we take a look at our solar subclass in-game with the exact fragments that modify stats. Searing gives +10 recovery, char, discipline, torches, minus discipline, and so forth. we're just going to punch those into the website. So in order, combustion, torches, char, ashes doesn't have a selection here because it doesn't modify stats. And then I believe this one is searing. So I've typed all of those in. Now we're going to maximize this page. Now we're going to go all the way to the top. We want 10 recovery. We're not negotiating below that. We want 2 resilience. We don't need any higher or any lower. We want as high mobility as possible, so we're selecting that. Now we have some choices right here on this. And so judging by the choices it gives me, I think I like this one the best, but we also want to select our exotic. So we're going to select speed loader slacks, and now it's going to limit us to 2 remaining. And both of these are fine. I don't know what I actually have in my inventory right now, but I know it works. So I am going to select the top one, copy dim query to clipboard. And by the way, you might not be able to get these exact stats. Go for the highest you can and try to click the same buttons I click. You might actually have like a ton of options right here. I like to label it by tiers, so it has the highest tier at the top. So now I'm going to go back to Destiny Item Manager, copy, paste that in, and it wants me to use a different helm. So I probably selected the wrong one. We're going to go back to D2 Armor Picker. We're going to try this query. Told you I worked backwards on this one. So that's the one I originally figured out. So that's the one we're going to use. Now it tells you what mods to socket in there, but we're going to do this manually in-game. So we're going to choose our helmet, harmonic, kinetic, and then we're just leaving this blank for now. Harmonic, fastball, heavy-handed, leave it blank. Triple harmonic, leave it blank. Leave it blank. And leave it blank. So now that we know what we're working with, going to put a mobility mod here. Going to put a minor recovery mod here. Minor mobility mod here. Minor mobility mod here. And a minor recovery mod here. Now that makes my armor very, very PvP ready. This is a solid starter build for PvP. This is borderline a no excuses build. You can take this very, very far, and it was cheap. We are going to upgrade it in the future, and the process of min-maxing your stats are going to be so much easier when you have a lot of armor and resources. For now, we don't have any of that, so this is the next best process. Grab Not Forgotten out of the vault. Grab any shotgun that you like. In this case, I'm choosing Wastelander because it's very likely you have it. And then I'm choosing any rocket launcher in my vault that doesn't have the perk Bipod. Since we have the exotic slot open, I just recommend using Thunderlord here. Thunderlord is going to do fine. This is what my tree looks like right now. I elected for Blade Barrage. And that is how you use D2 Armor Picker to help you create a stat combination without a lot of resources. I hope I was very clear and slow on this one. Remember, you're not going to have the exact same armor that I do, so you're going to have to fudge these numbers a little bit to get them to work. Whether that means you have to go 4 mobility and 9 recovery. It's the exact same process I just went to. I'm telling you, use some pencil and paper. It's going to make it a lot easier to understand. Okay, time for some PvP. So we got our build finalized, at least the budget version, and now we're going to save it to one of these loadout slots. Doesn't really matter which. We'll just go with the middle, for whatever reason. And you can, of course, use the arrow keys or controller or whatever, change the icon and color to help you remember what this is in the future. So I'll just make a solar symbol that is orange, and it's called Crucible. Looks great. That way, even if we change everything around in here to work better for PvE, we can still just go back to this loadout section, hit equip, and there it is. The next thing we're going to focus on is getting the best in slot shotgun in the game. Well, maybe second best in slot, let's be real. I'll explain that later. The quest is called Blast from the Past. And if you didn't have this, you can go to the old quest kiosk in the Helm or the tower, though I did cover that in this video. It wants us to collect data by defeating combatants and completing public events on Europa. Problem is, we don't have Europa unlocked yet. We cannot touch down. So in order to do that, we are going to open up Europa, and it's on the right. It is a quest called Darkness's Doorstep. This is the start of the Europa campaign. You can expect from start to finish, this quest to finish is about 2 to 2.5 hours of briskly playing. As in, you're not stopping to smell the roses, you're skipping unnecessary enemies, and when there's a quest marker, you're using your sparrow to go towards it. You don't need Eager Edge. If you're doing that, 2 to 2.5 hours, you're done. Then the post-campaign begins, where you get some of the strongest PvP weapons. The post-campaign can take you about 4 to 6 hours depending on how slow you go, and you can significantly speed it up by having a friend who's already done the campaign taxi you into a couple missions. That being said, if you're doing it solo, expect it to take to around 4 to 6 hours, and you can be even smarter about that and really, really trim your time down. I had to do it from scratch in order to advise y'all. If you end up liking this game, go back to it. Do not do the entire campaign right now. We're not doing that. We are just doing the first mission of this campaign to unlock the zone to be able to travel in. So it's not going to take that long, only a couple minutes. But if you end up liking this game and the PvP, etc., I strongly recommend that you do this entire campaign. How many days do we have left? 16 days, 15 hours. I strongly recommend you do this entire campaign and the post-campaign, because the rewards you get from it are very strong. You get the No Time to Explain exotic pulse rifle and the exotic sniper Cloud Strike. Both of those are, no exaggeration, best in slots for their weapon type in PvP. No Time is still the best pulse rifle in the game. Cloud Strike is still the best sniper rifle in the game. So they're entirely worth doing. I might not have a guide for those though. You're gonna be on your own if you do decide to do those. Maybe I come out with the second video that just shows me going through them, but kind of leaning towards not doing it. Just know for Cloud Strike, you don't actually have to unlock all the stuff. You're gonna have your friend taxi you into the legend version of that mission when it's applicable. You'll know when you get there. Other than that, even if you don't get Cloud Strike, I do think No Time to Explain is a no-brainer pickup from this expansion. So clear the campaign, and you'll be able to follow the No Time to Explain questline, and you'll get it done very, very quickly. It's like barely any investment at all. So this quest is only a couple minutes, and I will jump cut when we're at the end. But welcome to Europa, home of the Stasis subclass that you can unlock by doing the entire campaign. That's the Ice Element class, and I will tell you that the Warlock one is extremely potent. The Hunter one, it's pretty good in PvP, but it's excellent in PvE because of a movement ability you can do with the swords. You can cancel your dive ability and use the sword to fling yourself across the map, and it's really, really, really fast. So if you plan to do a lot of speed running in this game, you're going to end up doing this campaign anyway. So as long as you do it on your Hunter, it will never be a waste of time. Titan is high-key one of my favorite classes in PvP for the Stasis element. It's very, very fun, but difficult to pilot, so I don't recommend it to beginners. It also breaks a lot of rules when it comes to making a build in PvP. So it's just not beginner-friendly whatsoever in PvP, but it's very beginner-friendly in PvE. So I've given you those options. Do with that information what you will. I just think you should experience the game without stasis first and then unlock it later. It is a 2.5-hour grind, and what you put in right now, if you really like the game in the grand scheme of things, that's not that much for something fun and guaranteed. And also you get no time to explain in Cloud Strike, which is worth it on its own and should be the motivating factor. I glossed over Warlock. Stasis Warlock in PvP is a menace, but to unlock its full potential... Hold on, let me skip this cutscene. To unlock its full potential, you need to use the Osmiomancy gloves on Warlock. So you can wait for the Lost Sector, or you can unlock them. Is Wish Tokens available for that? I don't think it is. It might be, though.
It's choosable from the end of the Witch Queen campaign, but the role is not very desirable.
Okay, I did mention the Witch Queen campaign really early on in this video. That is the best campaign in this game, but it is excruciatingly long. It's the best, but it's also long. So I really do think your entire campaign and post-campaign grind for Witch Queen is like straight up 9 to 12 hours. It's in that area. I haven't done it in a very long time, but what I remember from it, that's what it was. It's still the best though. And so if you're enjoying this game and don't want to have this like guided along optimized grind, by all means just do the entire Witch Queen campaign just because it's fun. It'll also help you understand the game a little bit better so you can tackle harder challenges. I think we shoot the ice here. Witch Queen does give you some decent exotics, just not exactly on the PvP front. Osmiomancy being the exception, but even then, the role you get isn't that good, so you're probably wanting to unlock them from Lost Sectors anyway. I bring it up because it's just yet another option and to deviate from the path I'm suggesting here. But it is a really, really good campaign experience. So if you want to deviate, feel free. It's going to be a good time. I'll jump cut to the end of this now. So we just completed that starter Europa quest. Now we unlock the patrol zone, landing zone. We are trying to do 3 public events to do that blast from the past quest. I don't see any public events popping up right now. So we can maybe go to the Dreaming City and see if we have... Yes, we do. The Strand. We're switching plans right here. And I'll talk while we do it. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for public events on Europa. Or the Riven's Wish is 1, public events on the Dreaming City. Depending on what planet has it, you're doing one or the other. So we're consolidating some tasks right here. The Chaperone gun that we're going to unlock is, in my opinion, the second best shotgun in the game. Seriously, it is a potent shotgun. Even to this day, I'll prove it to you right now. I'm pulling up Trials report. Remember, Trials is the most popular game mode in the game. We're going to scroll down to first trio flawless. You see yours truly there on 5th. Just casually, a little bit hungover, gets it done. We usually lose to Defizzle, Panda, and Denny. They're goats. They usually get first, but this time Kara got first. Right? We're going to go over to Duo. If I right-click all of these players, I promise you Chaperone will pop up as their most used weapon this weekend. And same for Solo, as we go down. Number 8 is Frostbolt. He's a content creator. He's a goated too. So yeah, if you just search all these names, it'll show Chaperone as like their most used weapon career-wise. And if you want to see something scary, we'll do a Drewski jump scare for his Trials report. It's my teammate. This dude has like 60,000, something like that, on his 60,000 Crucible kills on his Chaperone. He currently has equipped the best shotgun in the game, which is Conditional Finality. You get this from a raid, and it is semi-feasible to get on free-to-play accounts now. I'll go into that another time. Conditional Finality is the best shotgun in the game for the wrong reasons. This is now where I ruin your understanding of the PvP meta and taint it. So, You can skip ahead a little bit if you don't want to hear me say why. The reason that conditional finality is the best shotgun in the game is because it is a hard counter to the two supers in the game, the bubble and the well. Both the bubble and the well are used to lock down positions in PvP, in objective-based game modes mostly, to a point where they get the super so fast that it feels uncounterable unless you have 1-2 punch on a shotgun or use conditional finality. There are a couple other niche ways to counter it. You can, like, for example, freeze a Titan inside of his bubble. You can break a well by throwing an enhanced pulse grenade at it. But in most cases, conditional finality is the easiest way to kill a bubble super or a well super. And for that reason, conditional finality is the best shotgun in the game. But for every situation that isn't a bubble or a well or a stasis or a solar subclass interaction, Chaperone is the next best shotgun in the game. So for those reasons, that is why you want Chaperone. Hope I made this one clear. And so in the background now, we are doing the Rift Generator public event. And I'm going to teach you how to make it heroic. I am learning myself right now. It has been a while, so I'm going to get roasted in the comment section. But I think we killed Deranged Abomination. We pick up the orb that he dropped, bring it back to mid, and we rinse and repeat that a couple times. There's a blight that comes out of the floor. We shoot it, and then some wizards spawn. Sounds like a lot of directions. That's because it is. Just kill the abomination, take orb to middle. Repair core. Just keep doing that. Keep killing stuff. You see that orb spawn? We're going to shoot it. We're going to do some big damage to it. And it goes away. Now we kill ads again. Rinse, repeat. This is a good time to get familiar with Not Forgotten, since I kept my PvP loadout on. And speedloader slacks. You dodge, you get the tight fit bonus. You get more kills, tight fit bonus goes up. You get more aerial effectiveness. You get better handling and better reload. By now, if you play PvP and you played PvE all the way up until this point, you're going to notice that your in-air accuracy is like pinpoint perfect. That is the point of this build. Oh, we should pick up those. Never mind. I think we kill these wizards and then it becomes heroic. There we go. Now we kill these wizards. Gonna throw blades in them. We kill these wizards and then we can damage the boss. I'll just use Thunderlord. Thunderlord solves everything. And there we go, boss dead. Oh, are we already done? We just had to do it once?
Once on heroic.
Wow, that was easy then. That's so worth it. I was not aware it was that easy. Let me actually update the written guide right now. What was that? Ribbon's Wishes 1 or 2? What's that? 1. Okay, I updated the written guide so I don't forget to talk about that in the condensed video. We'll visit Marasov and the Helm later. For now, we need to check Europa. For public event. That's Neptune. Europa. There is currently not a public event going on. Oh,
should we try and
it just popped up.
Oh.
5 minutes though, so we got some time to kill. What was your suggestion?
Oh, I was going to say go talk to Varix.
Yeah, we can progress the campaign a little bit while we're there. Let's do it.
pick up the next step, so there's not a marker.
We could have also went to Marosov, got another wish token, maybe bought some more Ascendant Shards. I would say you don't even turn in the wish tokens until you need them, though. Just wait. You never know if you're going to be a PvE maniac or love the game in a different way and want something else off the wall. Or get that Apex Predator. So, don't let those burn a hole in your pocket yet. You got plenty of time. This is a game after all. It's supposed to be fun. I'm trying to hold your hand on this one so I can make the game as fun as possible and give you the most options as soon as possible. Otherwise, it feels like, and this is why I was motivated to make this guide, otherwise, with this game, it feels like you are thrown off a cliff and they're like, good luck, have fun. And you're like, what do I do? What does any of this mean? And I just want to help guide so that we can potentially have more PvP players that genuinely find the game fun for no other reason than they find the game fun. No other extrinsic motivation. It is all intrinsic.
You do not trust Varix, yes? But leave your distrust.
All right. Grab that, and then I think there's a note outside that you start this mission for, like a little flag. We're not going to do that right now. Even though I'm confident we could speedrun the mission and still make it to the public event, we're just going to wait out here for 3 minutes, because Chaperone is worth waiting 3 minutes for. I will jump cut when we're done with this public event. I'm not going to do some detailed explanation like I did with the Rift Generator. It is not hard. You'll be fine. Okay, so back at the public event. Just completed it. We made it heroic by shooting these little floating drones. I didn't know that. Stump came in clutch with that one. And let's check the quest progression. It is a 1 out of 3. The heroic does not count for multiple. So you don't even have to make it heroic. Just get them done. Now we have another public event in 2 minutes in the Eventide Ruins. So we are going to head over there and do the same thing 2 more times. And I'll just jump cut to them. Okay, so we should be killing this brig shortly as he hits the hottest strafe ever. New step. Targets with precision damage and defeat targets with shotguns in Gambit or Crucible matches. Oh, so we don't actually have to go to PvP if we don't want to. We can go to Gambit if we're not feeling like playing PvP. I'm loading up PvP. We're going into the... We have to verify our phone number for PvP? Okay, we're going to do that real quickly.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. We verified our phone numbers. Now we can queue PvP. We're going straight to the competitive playlist because the competitive playlist gives you a reward. After you play your 7 placement matches, you get a lightweight frame hand cannon. It's the only one of its kind called Rose. And it is very good considering that we struggle to get high mobility sometimes on accounts like this. New lights. And Rose gives you plus 20 mobility just for having it equipped. Just like all the other lightweight weapons. So that's the goal right now. So now this might be in this gray area of, aren't y'all on Smurfs? Question mark, you're using new accounts. How could you play competitive? And the answer is, I just poured me a fat glass of whiskey and that's going to help even it out. But the real answer is I'm going to just play good, but not so good that it's oppressive to my opponents. So that, I will tell you that when I've made other accounts in the past, even playing like half-ass, I still get the max rank after the placement matches. So straight up, my performance in this is not going to matter. We're going to max it out regardless. And then once we have our appropriate rank, I will still try, but not play perfectly as to make it a shit experience for the opponents, but I'm also not smurfing. As soon as matchmaking catches up with like a lot more competent opponents, I will start putting in some real effort, and then we'll never stop from there. That is the goal. So, not going to be a smurf, going to try, and eventually the matches will even out in a way that makes it fun again. I actually like playing opponents that shoot back. And while matchmaking's figuring it out, it's going to be a little boring from our point of view. So, I don't know if I'm going to post these full matches. Might just show you the end game, but maybe I commentate just one. Right now, because the Trials of Osiris playlist is out right now, we're very unlikely to find a match in competitive just because not a lot of people are queuing this. Also are across the world here on connections, so I have to search the North American population just to get a match. We're at 2 out of 6 on this search, and if it exceeds a 10-minute search time, we get an error code mongoose and have to do the entire process over again. And since we're a fresh account searching PvP for the first time, it might not find other players. There's a very, very good chance that we get the mongoose error code. So to fix this, we will queue any of the other playlists except Trials. You have to buy Lightfall to play Trials. It's a cheater thing. We'll search any of the other playlists. We'll play a couple games. I will try in these games. I'm not going to make it oppressive for my opponents, but I will try to move the matchmaking up. Like I said, I can half-ass it, and we're still going to max out the under-the-hood matchmaking. No problem. I just don't want to make it miserable for the opponents. There's a difference between winning and not letting the opponents play. That's what I don't want to do. So I hope I made that clear. These are not Smurfs. These are going to end up having better statistics and under-the-hood matchmaking than my main account by the time I'm done with it. And my main account is pretty stacked. I'll end the recording right there, and maybe we get a match. So we did end up getting a match. I spec'd out the opponents and teammate. We don't know who our teammate is yet, but a pretty mixed bag. There's no telltale signs that these are all noobs. They have really good gear, so I just don't know. Usually Osteostriga, sorry if I'm like pointing out somebody in the comment section, but usually Osteostriga is a good indication that they don't really have the gun skill, and that usually signifies middle of the pack rank. But we'll find out. I'm not going to like hard call out or anything, even though I could with my duo. I'm not going to. This is a brand new map for PvP, by the way, so we're probably not going to master it. Okay, so after just that first engagement, I can already tell you that these are medium to lesser skill players. Which means that in maybe like a kill more, I'm going to pump the brakes a lot. Even though they do have good gear, good stat splits, that doesn't mean that they've played 10,000 hours of PvP like I have. I'll show you the 2-tap perhaps of Magnificent Hal. There you go, that's the 2-tap. And I can do it again too, back to back, just like that. And now I'm gonna pump the brakes. I told you I was gonna pump the brakes. So we're gonna miss a couple, do a little dance here. It's all good. I told you, even giving them a couple like that and not spawn locking their ass, even giving them a couple, we're still going to achieve max rank by the end of these placement matches. It's very, very lax. I don't want the opponents leaving here feeling fucking defeated. Like, obviously, they're probably gonna lose this match. I just don't want them to feel like hopeless and quit the fucking game as a result of me just existing. Because I'm telling you, I'm really, really not trying right now. At the same time, we also don't want to let down Yeet Master. So, now that I've given him a couple, I take a couple. And obviously, like, when a baseline my approach here. I don't want to go 100 and then 0 and then 100 and then 0. I just want to keep it like a baseline 70. I definitely started too hot, and showing those 2 taps was a little rude of me. I want a baseline around like 70%. That's the famous Titan melee. If they melee your teammate, you just can't shoot back. So let's turn this into a little bit of an educational commentary now. Now that I've established that I'm really trying not to overwhelm the opponent. So the hand cannon is the most powerful weapon in the game because of peek shooting. Even if they have an automatic weapon, it doesn't matter because I can just peek out for one singular shot on repeat. And I will be, for the most part, safe. Took a little bit of chip there and stayed too long out on the pulse rifle. But that's why hand cannons are the best. They're the best burst damage per single pixel peek. And you can just keep blind firing like that over and over again. That is what makes them the best weapon. Hand cannons are also the best weapon because of chunk damage. I'm going to go grab a shotgun right here. I'm going to put a single shot into the opponent, switch to the shotgun, and clean up. Speed loaders let me do that even faster. So you'll be able to see how those combos work. Oh, nice fusion. So now I have to get some more shotgun ammo. Not a big deal. Was not close enough to melee. I'll be having a golden gun soon. Or a blade barrage in this case. And they don't have a bubble. That's also a telltale sign that this is not the highest skill lobbies. I'm going to reload, get my Magnificent Howl perk. There we go. I want to shotgun combo one of these players. That's the famous Titan melee. What can you do to even hit that? Hunter has a sick melee too. It's a throwing knife. When he revives this dude, I'll just headshot him. Let's get my reload in. There's that chunk damage I was talking about. I'm trying to split my targets into a true 1v1. I did not have any shotgun ammo. Power ammo is dropping soon. Got that special ammo too. Here's that chunk damage. Oh, shotgun wasn't ready. That's speed loader's difference though. I need to activate that perk ahead of time. Let him live. Nade out the body. And there you go. That's the chunk damage I wanted to show, but he plays the Titan class, so he gets to trade with me anyway. That is why hand cannons are the best. One shot of hand cannon, one shot of shotgun. The faster you're handling, the quicker you can do that combo. Alright, that's the Blade Barrage Super. Really easily counters other supers. So now that's our quest, dividing the ladder. We just play more matches. So still was a blowout, but I promise you, if we started calling out and tilting the chair forward, they're not getting a single kill. It's going to be that big of a difference, and so we want enough of a lead, enough of a win, where the matchmaking says you are considered of the highest rank, but not so much that the opponents just can't play the game. That's like the Goldilocks zone I'm shooting for. Not calling that a smurf, though, because as soon as we're in our appropriate rank, I'm just full sending it every single time. I had planned on only doing one of the PvP matches commentated, but just going through the roster, and no offense at any of these players, for all I know, one of them might be cheating. Like, we just don't know that right now. But when you spec these loadouts, there's a lot of hints that point you towards they don't really play PvP, or they're new to the game, etc. And myself and Stump are veterans of this game, and we play a lot of PvP, and the game tells us we're good at PvP. We don't run into these players on our main account, like, at all. They practically don't exist in normal matchmaking. So this one is going to be beyond a blowout. No matter what we do, there is nothing we can do to prevent this one. I'm going to try to play in the spirit of the match. I'm going to throw on some random ass weapons. In my, I'm going to go double primary, just like they did. I'm going to throw on Dragon's Breath. Doesn't matter what I do. It's going to be a blowout no matter what here. I'm going to, again, try to give them an option to not get spawn locked and not feel completely hopeless in every gunfight. But this is just one where it doesn't really matter what we do. It's going to be a blowout. And hopefully we have less of these. Why did I even grab special? I don't have a special weapon. Hopefully there will be less of these matches as we start playing. I could have throwing knifed this player and instant killed him. I'm not. Meanwhile, Smuckers is having the game of his life over here. I'll just give him the double throwing knife, it's fine. I should have let them kill me there.
Gun. I love the gun that Cheesy Man's using. Oh, he swapped.
There we go. He's got the vigilance swing on. He's popping off. These are the type of lobbies I expect players following my guide to find themselves in sooner than later, as they are getting used to how this game is played. And you don't have to feel bad about that either. It is okay to not be highly skilled at everything you do in life. This game's fun regardless when you're playing similarly skilled opponents. It's when there's a giant outlier on either team that it starts to become unfun for all involved. Though some players, you know, go crazy with that. They'll learn eventually, though. Like, because if you completely stomp every skill difference that you come across, you're going to run out of players to play against. That's the reality in modern FPS games. I can't believe with double primary you can even interact with that to like remove it from the enemy.
It's kind of cool.
Dude, Smuckers, man, he's cleaning up. All right, next fight for real. I'm just like straight up tossing. Like, it's bad.
Yeah.
By the way, viewer at home, you do not have to do what we are doing. Because you're not going to enter this game knowing every angle, every timing, every ability interaction. You're not going to have to scrim with tournament players, all of the above. You're not going to have that experience. So just play normally, you're going to be fine. It's when you start getting outliers like myself where, like I said, it just contributes to the opponents wanting to quit the game before they even really get to play it. And all I really want is the Rose hand cannon so I can go to skill-based matchmaking as fast as possible. So this is just an artifact of the competitive system. Which, by the way, I think rank-based is awesome. Because on the flip side, if I loaded into the regular other playlist and someone ran into me and they go, no, that player is too good. I don't want to play against players like that. I want to play against players of my own skill level. Well, they can go to ranked and match players of their own rank once they get through their placement matches. Alright, we're close enough to ending that I am gonna just expedite this a little bit. Some Smuckers, man. I hope you match me in Ascendant Comp in a week from now. I could go for the spawn throwing knife over this, by the way, and just kill them off of the respawn animation. I'm supering. Smuckers is still on his farm. So if I was confident I could have played the last match without dying and without letting the opponents get a single kill, I'm double confident on this one. It's just a reality of the competitive system and the reward that they dangle over the player's head for participating. Like, holy shit, he got 31-0.
Oh my god.
He has screwed his account for the rest of his account's lifespan. The game will never forget that. He's pro now. But is he? Is it just like a comparison to the opponents? He's going to be thrown on the skill island, and he's going to be the .2 player for his teammates to get balanced out on. For the algorithm to be appeased. Alright, putting on the proper loadout again. I joke, but there is some truth to that. At least on how it manifests in the game. Being good at the game is a curse at the high level, I promise you. You just don't get games. And the matchmaking will look at a potential match and be like, oh, it's a close game. And yeah, it is a close game. But 5 of your teammates won't get to play the game. That's what it considers a close game. So sometimes it's just not worth it. Anyway, it's comp. I didn't design this system, this placement match system. I just want the rows. I just want the rows so I can get to my proper rank and then play the skill-based matchmaking. Where if I perform like Smuckers did and drop 31, the next game, that's probably not going to happen. That's what I hope. So that's 2 games in a row, just to show you that the system works as intended. And my advice to you as a player is just to play to have fun and not worry about the results that much. And skill-based matchmaking and the rank system will find out where you're supposed to be. You're not starting off with 10,000 hours of experience. Don't worry about going too hard on your opponents. It's going to be just fine. Gonna end the recording on that. Dog, I can't make this up. We got the good player out of the lobby.
Oh my
Our
god.
team. I was hoping
Do
to
you
shoot
know that
back.
time you complain about getting the bad duo?
Yeah.
This is that guy, except
Our account's too new
where
for
the
me to
good-
make that prediction.
Yeah.
Oh, teammates making invis flanks. Holy.
Okay, now they're starting to hold angles.
Me instinctively turning around to spawn kill. Me playing the head glitch with the crouch jiggle. No, like, no. It's a different video game when you know how to play it. It's...
Yeah.
I am gonna give him freebies, but I'm gonna cut the feed here. And just to like show you I'm honest on this one. There we go. I died to a shatter dive. Perfect. Now we're just gonna play this one out, try to get the match done quick. Still gonna let him play the game, as usual. But just to show you, for game 3, there's still a giant, insurmountable diff between players in this lobby. Insurmountable. Like, don't know what to say. Gonna move on to the next.
Getting wish
Unrelated, I got the Sunshot Catalyst just for participating in this match. We should be getting shotgun kills every match, but I kind of get distracted on not having it be the match where they get 0 kills. Queuing, competitive again. We're gonna complete this blast from the past quest though, while doing this. We still got like, what, 4 more games? Should be quick.
Yes.
I'm recording this. When you see a Shadebinder with Wish Ender, that's how you know you're probably on the like middle, at the very least. The upper middle. I need shotgun kills though. It's just like fly forward. Like I'm just serpentine going in with the shotgun. No, I missed with the shotgun. I suck. It might make more sense for me to use a slug, but the viewer at home might not have a slug. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep serpentining towards him with the shotgun. This connection is fantastic, but I expect this when the game has to really, really stretch for players right now. Because everyone's in trials. We have a Mr. Worldwide lobby here. I don't expect it to be good. When you play by yourself in your own appropriate skill bracket, it should be much better connection than this, is all I'm going to say. Serpentine. 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 Okay, I got one. Alright, more serpentine action with the shotgun to get this bounty done. Nice double. That's where I'm ending this recording. As you can see how I'm getting this quest done now. It leaves nothing to the imagination. I'm doing that for all of the games. So this is our 7th game, and this is the first player that I would say is like probably representative of the real like gold rank. However, he has some teammates that aren't really of that rank. They're kind of just along for the ride. So I accidentally hit a Wii ran on this one, I'm not gonna lie, but I definitely said I'm not letting up on this match because this is finally the regular rank we're supposed to max out at. So this is just how comp works. You get gold 3, you play gold 3 until you're out of gold 3. So we need a point, and we're in our gold 3. These players can play, which is why I did not feel bad about it. Some of them are under geared, but they can play. But those rest of the matches that I recorded and showed you, nah. Let them have as many as they want. Make the game playable for them.
Gold maxed out.
Yeah, right? It's gold. It's maxed out. Max rank. Exactly. So there you go. I told you we can half-ass it, and it's always going to be the max rank. I think Bungie is very, very, very lax on those placement matches for that reason. But then again, I know that I'm in a bubble for PvP. Anyway, now let's get back on track with where you, the viewer, are in your own journey as I turn in these seasonal challenges. And we're about to play some SBMM, so we can genuinely try and have some fun now. Alright, so we completed the Blast from the Past quest for Chaperone, second best shotgun in the game, and the Dividing the Ladder quest, which will give us access to Rose.
Why can't those rookies in the Crucible be more like you?
Slide shot explosive as the first one.
Wait. What? Hang on.
What did you get for a roll?
Slide shot explosive?
Corkscrew tack?
I haven't picked it up yet. I need space, but I think so. Yeah. Handling masterwork.
Yeah, that's the same one I got. So is it a fixed roll for that? I mean, that's a pretty decent one
That
to
is
have,
fixed.
so just keep it.
That is a...
Now the question is, can I focus roses? I can focus roses. Okay, so now I have to explain this to the viewers. So after you play your placement matches, and you achieve your competitive rank, whatever that may be, you now can go to Shacks, scroll over to Focus Decoding Legacy Gear, and now you can select Rose or Mercurial Overreach to focus. 4 per week at gold. So I am going to focus roses with my minimal amount of engrams. And I'm just going to throw them in the vault, because Rose is such a good gun that having plenty to choose from is a great problem to have. So now we need to play normal PvP to get engrams in order to roll more roses. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. And now we don't have to like take it easy in comp anymore. We can just full send it. It's because we'll climb up the ranks very quickly as a result. So I'll load up a standard Sparrow control here, and we're just gonna play till SBMM catches up. I'm not sending it 100% per se. Like 70 to 80 would be more than enough for matchmaking to go, yeah, you're going back to Skill Island, man. It'll be real quick. It'll be a matter of a couple matches at most. So yeah, Sparrow control time. Also, didn't I just unlock Chaperone? Hold up. I had to talk to Banshee, right? Yeah, I didn't talk to Banshee. I'll get that after this.
I did.
I was too excited about Rose. I'm sorry. Alright, yeah, I don't even need to report on this match. It'll be fine. Okay, I'll start recording on this one. This is about the match where SBMM started catching up. This is like the 5th match in. Feels pretty normal. Normal for us on Skill Island.
Oh.
This is one where we got to play the whole game.
Around those zones. Take that iron will beyond the Crucible.
Still, scoreline looks very, very skewed in our favor, but like they certainly shot back and had a plan and used their supers in intelligent places, tried to control power ammo, tried to spawn trap, had a good sense of when to help their teammates out, etc. Like, we are back. It's just the gap is still that big. Top to still bottom of Skill Island. Still a big, big difference if you put in the effort. But we're pretty much back to normal matchmaking. I'm going to go ahead and grab this chaperone from Banshee at the tower. So I used Not Forgotten recently for a review with the main account, and in my opinion, it's still the best. Best energy 140. In the new expansion, Into the Light, which we haven't even covered yet in this video, there's a analog to Not Forgotten called the Luna's Howl. Show you what that looks like. This is rough to try to find on this. I see Not Forgotten. Is it because I haven't bought Luna's Howl that it doesn't appear here? That's probably it. So I'll show you on the Exotic Archive. So this is the original Luna's Howl. They re-released this gun without the Zen Moment perk, but better other perks, and then you can also get a different barrel, magazine, and masterwork, as well as perks other than Magnificent Howl. And of course, the gun's great. It's still probably the best controller hand cannon in the game. But Not Forgotten, you can just buy off the wall, and I think it's better on mouse and keyboard, and still very solid on controller. And although it says it's a legacy item, Bungie is going to eventually make it so that legacy items don't exist anymore, and you can just use them at whatever the maximum power level is. So that's exciting. Anyway, let's grab Chaperone. Second best exotic shoddy in the game. Anything good at the gunsmith? I'm going to go ahead and buy 2 of these Cantatas and then 1 Fioritura with my gunsmith engrams. Didn't get what I was looking for. But that Cantata hand cannon is one of my favorites. It has a perk that gives you anti-flinch for just reloading. And then it also can roll hipfire grip in this slot. So it's very good. I would use this a lot. Probably more than Not Forgotten. And that other roll was bad. Fioritura is more of a controller gun. But trust, we will eventually get the controller gun later. For now, we still have a lot of things left on our plate to do. This was just a nice little PvP break. I can still focus 1 more rose.
The Crucible beckons, Guardian. Will you answer?
And then I'm out of weekly focuses since I'm not a high rank. Got a quick draw snapshot, it's okay.
Oh, I got a usable one.
So I'll have to wait until next week to get more roses. We still have to unlock weapon crafting. We still have to do the Into the Light expansion. Still have to maybe consider some of the other campaigns if we want to do that. But for all intents and purposes, your PvP account is pretty much done here. all you're looking at is you go to inventory, go to engram tracker, and look at wish engrams. And you're going to passively accumulate those. What you can do is you can grab better, higher stat armor, do the same armor picker or Destiny item manager to calculate the stat splits on this, and you can make some builds with anything. Of course, you have to be sparing with your Ascendant Shard use. I'll let you know what I end up spending them on. I'm definitely going to spend one of those on the Sturm hand cannon, and another probably on Polaris Lance, exotic scout rifle, at some point in the future. For now, though, as you can see, these are very, very usable PvP builds. And you can do that same process on a Titan or a Warlock if you were to make that character right now. You do this starter seasonal quest to unlock the Ribbon Vendor, then you turn in high stat armor, and now they have high stat armor, and that's their starting armor. So it's super easy to do, and we've unlocked it passively since we hit rank 10 at that vendor. So that was kind of what it was all for. So now you can kind of just enjoy PvP and still make forward progress. I'm still going to do the rest of what I would say this post-game state is for PvP. We're going to get our crafting done, etc. So we'll move on. See you in the next clip. So now that our character is very PvP functional, we're going to do some odds and ends missions to create more passive sources of engrams to then, I guess, fast forward the progress of other characters in the future. So we're going to go to the Helm, we're going to go to the Descent mission, and we're going to progress the Sonar Station vendor. This will unlock the salvage missions, and those can eventually turn into the Spare Rations hand cannon if you decide not to use the high stat armor source from here.
The witness has moved beyond our reach.
Oh, cutscene skip. As usual with this guide, if I think it's something the viewer can very comfortably handle and I don't really have anything to talk about, I'll just fast forward until the next clip, or just jump cut, I mean. I think these opening Sonar Station missions are very, very, very easy compared to anything you've tackled before, so I think I'm going to do that. See y'all in a bit. So we just finished that mission, and now I believe we can pick up the old seasonal artifact, which can help us start accumulating some engrams. So we are going to do this legacy questline to unlock salvage, which will get us some starter engrams. And we can eventually use those for the Spare Rations hand cannon. So I'm going to quickly look at seasonal challenges. We're going to go to Season of the Deep. And we need to complete week 1 to be able to passively gain engrams. So that's what we're doing. So we're completing Into the Depths. So it wants us to complete the salvage activity. That's exactly what we're going to do. This is an easy mission. Again, it's match made. Just going to jump cut to the end of it. And that's the salvage boss dead. By doing these salvages daily, or pretty much any of the Helm activities, from what I recall, you get a red border weapon from the reward chest each day. And you can use those red borders to eventually craft, which is something we still need to unlock. So there we go, red border. And if I do this again tomorrow, I'll get a different red border. Don't know what it could be. So you can extract it. And then you can check the pattern progress on collections. Scroll down to submachine gun. Then you see Rapacious Appetite, 1 out of 5. Next, it wants us to launch Operation Thunderbolt. So I'm going to pull up the Helm. And there it is. This is another pretty self-explanatory mission. Just complete it. The entire process from start to finish of this task to unlock the challenge is about 30 minutes. So we're at the tail end of that right now. Okay, that is Thunderbolt done.
Well, I've had a lot of dive time. But the Guardians took to the sea like a fish. Send over the submersible beacon and let's transmat this whole.
And we bring Coral back to Sloan at the helm, and I believe this is the last step, and now we have passive engram source.
You asked me to trust you about the Empress. Trust me.
So yeah, still have to turn in that Coral to get this Deep Challenger, but it'll be soon. And now speak with Sloan at the holo projector after turning in the Coral. And I believe this should be it. Now you've unlocked fishing, if you want to do that. And there it is. We get passive engrams now. And so we're going to do this exact same process with Season of the Defiance. That has a slightly different upgrade system, but it's essentially going to be the same. So now you can just turn in your engrams and you'll get Season of the Deep gear. And so the same process that we did for Ribbon Vendor, we do here. We just turn in the engrams and try to complete an entire armor set.
Sloane's been through enough as it is. I informed her of everything that transpired.
And so you're going to be able to do that on... You could just save the engrams and make them all on a Titan or a Warlock or something like that, but since you're maining Hunter right now, you might as well just get the full Hunter set. Okay, this is the war table. Like I said, your engrams are mostly spent on going for Imperial Decree. Unlucky got a gold tusk. But you are looking for high stat armor. There it is. It's this second track right here. That's the upgrade you're going to choose. I think it goes like downward, so maybe we need 2. Stump, remind me on this.
We might need to.
Yeah, it's still not going to take that long. So now our goal is, scrolling through my quest, Legacy Awaken Queensguard. So now we're going to go to another holo projector.
On Neomuna.
On Neptune?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it is. So this is the exact same process. So that's pretty much how the seasonal beats of every Destiny season goes, is you pick up a quest, go to a holo projector, do a mission or 2, do a seasonal activity or 2, and then you get some sort of reward track increase that passively gives you engrams or high stat armor or something like that. That's what all of them do. The reason that we went for the Ribbon Vendor first is partly because on the seasonal artifact, you have this perk called Wished into Being. When you wear Season of the Wish armor, and you get an ability kill, when your super is nearly charged, it spawns orbs of power that you can collect for yourself, and your teammates can collect. So all of that combined leads to you being able to infinitely loop your super in activities. So therefore, by going for that armor first, and making an armor set with that first for PvE, you're setting your account up to save a lot of time and harder activities where that matters. Despite that though, these passive engram sources are incredible for springboarding other characters up to, let's say, the gear quality of your hunter. So that's our goal right now. We're just going to follow this quest line and I'll update you as we go through. So now we got to speak to Marasov at the farm. I'll just like jump cut to the end of this mission series. It's seriously not bad at all. So we freed some prisoners in this activity, following the quest steps, going to the farm, talking to people, and now we're visiting the war table at the Helm. While we're flying in, let's turn in those seasonal challenges to get our upgrade material, and then just various challenges that you complete. Just turn them all in. As soon as they've given us a sword, I grabbed another quest. I don't even know what it is. I'll just accept to progress it. Then we need to go to our upgrades. We're trying to get this one, so I'm going to just select the Justice one. Doesn't really matter. And then hopefully the next one we get unlocks this. If not, I imagine it's going to have to be these two, then this. I hope it's the sooner option, though. We're about to find out. So to get more of those upgrade materials, we have to continue doing these challenges. It says complete week 1 of We Stand Unbroken, so we should probably just do that. That sounds the easiest by far. Otherwise, it's just like use specific weapons or something to get kills in the designated activity. So collect 3 Awoken Favors in Defiant Battlegrounds and complete 1 Defiant Battleground playlist. That's super easy. If I recall, the favors are like something on the ground that you walk over to get a buff. It's not going to be bad at all. Strand and Solar Surge, if that matters. It's this exact same activity that you just did to get here, except just slightly harder enemies. That's it. And when I say slightly, I really just mean slightly. It's not bad. I'll see you when we're back at the war table. That should be the battlegrounds done. And that should be our final upgrade. Got 2 red boxes for that. So it wants us to go to the farm. I think we have to progress that to finish week 1. So we have to go to the farm.
Check your
challenges
triumphs quickly.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Oh, I do have it. We're going to the Helm. We are not going to the farm. Launching. Here at the war table. We now have extra rank rewards. We're going to save those for just a sec. We are going to buy Defiant Armor Focusing. And then this one all the way on the right. Defiant Sojourner. Just helps you obtain passive engrams faster. Now we're grabbing this sword. This random weapon. Which was good. It's the Regnant. It's pretty decent. Then we're going to go for more Imperial Decrees. Until I see something with like surplus or threat detector with opening shot. I'll just throw those into dim real quick. And if I wanted to, I could go for the high stat armor instead of the Imperial Decree. But since I can get the high stat armor elsewhere, it kind of might make sense to just go for the PvP shotgun instead. At least in the short term. Long term, you might be going for a specific armor combination on a different character, so you just need to take what you can get. Me personally, I do like Chaperone and the slug shotguns, but I just want a consistent kinetic shotgun to use in PvP. So that's why I'm rushing Imperial Decree first. So with that out of the way, we have more choices. I think we unlock crafting next, which means we start the Witch Queen campaign.
Yeah.
So just gonna immediately go into that. Is that the arrival mission?
Should be.
Triple checking that. I
Yes.
believe it is. Just gonna jump straight into the Witch Queen. I really don't want to spoil this for the viewers. This is the good content in Destiny. So I believe you do this mission, and I'll follow up after, but it should just be follow steps in a quest line. So this Become Legend versus Be Brave. If you have went through the game pretty easily so far, and you're like, wow, that really wasn't that bad, you can choose Legend, and it's more fun. It says the reward is exotic armor, but high key long term, you don't want to take that exotic reward. You want to unlock it manually later, because you'll get a better stat split on the armor. It's not that much slower to do the Become Legend version, but I really value my time, so I'm going to do the standard version. You do get a lot of extra goodies beyond the exotic armor, but I just don't think those are worth the extra time and effort investment when you can just go through it at basic if you're looking to just save the most time. And you can always change the difficulty later if it ends up being too hard. It is one of the best campaigns though, so seriously consider setting a day or two on the weekend and choosing the legend mode and having some fun in there. For me, I've done it so much that even though I can just fly through it on legend, I still would rather just save a few minutes and do the normal version. So that's where I'm at. Once again, jump cutting to the next. I'm trying to get to this exotic engram that fell out of the boss time, but we're stuck in a cutscene, no spoiler. Please. We'll be back when we get crafting. So we followed the quest line so far. It tells us to talk to Ikora. We're in the Enclave area right now. And now we get the crafting quest. So all of those red box patterns that you've seen on weapons previously, this is when you complete the pattern, when and where you can shape it. So now we get a cutscene. It's trying to find the right cutscene. During these times, you can just turn in like random titles and triumphs and stuff.
The cutscene is playing.
There we go, and now we skip the cutscene. So it wants us to make a glaive, and we also can passively unlock the Omit's auto rifle, which is really solid. It's a great starter weapon. But in this guide, if you followed it, you didn't even get to use a starter weapon in PvP. You just queued up with the best weapon. It doesn't matter what perks you put on this, just craft it. Access the conduit on the side of the relic. So I picked up whatever quest those were. To continue Witch Queen, I believe you talked to Ikora. We don't need to do that anymore. Wants us to extract the pattern of a weapon. Maybe I have one in my vault. I'm pretty sure I do.
That was sure exactly what that something was, or what that something did to you.
We can go ahead and talk to Ikora while we're here, I think. Turns out I do not have red boxes for this, but it doesn't matter. You'll get one soon. So you'll just remember to come back to this later. But you have unlocked crafting, so. I do have one weapon I want to craft while I'm here, though. Which is going to be the purple sword from Dares. Okay, yeah, it wants us to do more Witch Queen missions, as we guessed. Gonna make my purple sword now, and that'll be my main form of movement for the rest of the game. I don't expect the viewer to also have this. What level is Eager Edge?
7, I think. Standard Eager Edge.
Alright, double check again. Yeah, it's 7. Just couldn't find that there. So normally, when you have a leveled account with a lot of resources, you go into your menu, Y for details, and you can just increase the weapon level with Glimmer and Enhancement Cores. I am mighty tempted to do that. I'm going to bring it to 7. I do think it saves enough time that it's worth it to me. You can level up the weapon by just completing missions and using it to kill enemies. I think Eager Edge is such a staple that it is worth having. And that costs a lot of Glimmer and Cores, but like I said, it's going to be a staple weapon for me. So, there we go. Sword created. I had a different Eager Edge sword from earlier, but this one's eventually going to be enhanced. And enhanced just means it'll let the perk activate quicker. So there you go. That's your crash course into crafting. If you want to watch some funny Destiny history, look up the crafting. That's some funny stuff. It's when you were able to create some Frankenstein monster weapons with perks that they were not supposed to have. It was a huge bug. Really, really funny. Okay, back to orbit when you're ready, and we'll decide on
I'm
something
ready.
next to do. So next up on the list is to finally start clearing our vault a little bit to accumulate legendary shards and Glimmer. I don't really have great advice for how a new player should clean their vault, since you don't really know what are meta PvE and PvP options. I'm just going to say do not delete your staples. Do not delete your rocket launcher that has some form of reloading and damage, like auto-loading holster or the reconstruction perk if you have those. Do not delete those. Keep your PvE linear fusion, if you remember what that is, just the damage perk one. Keep Eager Edge sword. Keep snapshot snipers. Keep quick draw shotguns. Keep 1-2 punch shotguns. Try to keep one of each weapon type and element if possible. So like keep an arc hand cannon, a solar hand cannon, etc. If a weapon has the Zen moment perk, that's usually an automatic keep for me. If we're talking bows, let me look up Rack Hunter real quick. If we're talking bows, if this draw time is 576, which you can get from having Elastic String and a draw time masterwork. If you see Elastic String and a draw time masterwork, you're going to lock it and keep it. Any other variation on a precision frame bow, you can safely delete if you want, but you could also just keep one bow of each element of each type. That Austringer I got really early in the game, keep. Your roses, keep. And shotguns that feature perks like surplus, threat detector, opening shot, 1-2 punch, etc. Keep those. I mentioned that the Dares weapons are pretty rare, so maybe you want to keep a Fractithist or odd weapon. So these tiger spites, for example, all in a row, are a great example of something to delete. I'm just going to pick one that I like out of all of them and delete the other 4. And you don't have to spend a long time on this. It's going to be very, very quick. So I like the Invisible Hand Frenzy one. I'll delete the rest of them. Then I see a row of trace rifles. Which one do I like out of all of them? I like the hip fire grip one. I'm deleting the rest of them. Zen Moment, that's a PvP weapon. I lock it. I probably have a row of BXR battlers. Let me pick one that I like for PvP. And I know I have one in my inventory. I'm keeping the Blunt Execution Rounds one. I'm deleting the rest of them. And you're just going to repeat this for your entire vault until you have an accumulation of legendary shards, and then we're going to consider using those on Glimmer at the Crypturg. So see you in a sec. Now, about deleting armor. The stat total matters, but so does the distribution of stats and the character that you want them for. This is a great example of an overall bad armor. Total is 54. Right, so total is too low. What's a good total? Around 62, 63, 64. Somewhere around there. That's probably what you should consider keeping. And if it's below that total, you need to see some spikes. What do I mean by spikes? This 53 is a great example. Has a spike in mobility, recovery, and intellect with low resilience. Spiky armor is really easy to make builds with. But you should also keep spare 1810s of all weapons and armor if possible. So I'm not necessarily deleting everything. I just want to make sure I have a couple spare 1810s and delete the armor that is low stat. So this one's a 65 with a couple spikes. I lock it. The 67 high total, fantastic. Hunter typically wants low resilience for PvP, but high resilience for PvE. So you're gonna keep pretty much all of your armor on Hunter. Titan and Warlock, you want big spikes in resilience and recovery. Hunter just wants all the armor, that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, moving on. So I finished clearing majority of junk in my vault, and I have 414 legendary shards. I'm not going to turn it all into Glimmer now, but I am going to make just some fringe purchases. Like, for example, with the Gunsmith right now, he has a Code Duello rocket launcher with auto-loading holster. It doesn't have a damage perk on it, so I wouldn't normally recommend this for 30 legendary shards. But since I know that rocket is part of my bread and butter loadout, if there's a Solar Surge in PvE, this will be very useful because it's just free damage. So the next thing we're going to do is visit a vendor that appears on Friday through, I believe, Monday. Goes away on Tuesday. Tuesday through Thursday, it's not available. His name is Zur. We've already talked to Zur. Different, you know how like Shax appears at the Crucible vendor, but also next to the Into the Light chest? It's the same thing with Zur. Zur used to be a vendor that appeared weekly, and he still does. It's just random which location he's going to be. So you gotta go to YouTube or something like that, type in where is Zur, and you'll usually find a video with his location. In this case, his location is on Watcher's Grave in Nessus. And we're going to purchase another exotic cipher from Zur. Or we're going to buy something off the wall at the tower. It's always good to check his inventory every time he comes, though. I believe this week he has a really good Stag exotic helmet for Warlock. Oh, also, I have an Eager Edge sword now. We're using it. So I'm going to pick up the Xenology quest in the second page of Zur. And once you complete like 21 Crucible matches, strikes, etc., you'll get an exotic cipher, which is useful. The Hawkmoon hand cannon is incredible if you can save up the coin to buy it. However, I really don't like this roll and will probably wait for next week. You can roll the dice on a random exotic engram, but it costs 97 legendary shards So you weigh if that's worth it to you. I feel like I have enough good exotics. If Arbalest didn't require the Destiny 2 Forsaken pack, I would recommend it. It's a strong, strong weapon. You can skip buying the Raiju in the Aeon safe if you're watching this video when it's here. And I do recommend this Stag helmet. It is really good. I am going to pick it up. As far as the other weapons, I don't really recommend any of those. And sometimes Zerg can also have very high stat armor. This week he has extremely low stat armor for whatever reason. So as long as we picked up that exotic Cypher, we can move on to something else. I don't know what that's going to be. So I've decided that I want to buy some more exotic weapons. I'm going to buy Polaris Lance for long-range encounters in PvP. And I'm going to buy Sturm, since Sturm also unlocks the Drang sidearm, which is really solid for controller players. So I'm going to go to the Cryptarch. I'm going to need 125,000 Glimmer per weapon. So I'm going to start exchanging. Now I could just do public events in the Dreaming City or something like that. It's going to be rough. Glimmer is the hardest thing for a new account to come into contact with. Alright, so there's 260,000 Glimmer. And if I need more, I can continue deleting even more stuff in my vault. So there is Polaris Lance. This is a staple for PvE right now. I strongly consider that you use it. This will brute force you through the Nightfalls if you're struggling in them. The reason why is because with the seasonal artifact, if you get like the Radiant activations, Polaris Lance will build up a Scorch. It has infinite ammo. If you keep landing headshots like a bottomless magazine, on the 5th shot, it blows up the target with fire and ignites them, which causes an unstoppable stun. But since you're also building Radiant, it's also a barrier weapon. So it handles 2 of the champion types being 1 weapon. And then you can fill your 3rd weapon with a rocket launcher to handle Overload. So therefore, it is one of the best PvE weapons. But I'm suggesting you pick it up for PvP. However, just owning this will help you get more Ascendant Shards by potentially doing Master and Grandmaster difficulty Nightfalls. Next up, we're going to buy Sturm. So we're going to pull our Season Pass. And we're conveniently already on this rank. Rank 55 just by passively playing the game. We're going to pick up this Cypher. And then buy Sturm. I am getting these Ascendant Shards through the Wish tokens, if you remember. So now I own Sturm. Sturm is a solid 120 hand cannon in the kinetic slot. And it gets even better when you get its Catalyst, which randomly drops for just playing the game. Now we're going to walk over to Banshee, who will now sell us the Drang sidearm. 35 legendary shards, 2,500 Glimmer. So now we own one of the most competitive controller weapons in the game, which is Drang. It is worth leveling up this Masterwork. It is going to be a staple weapon for controller players. It will never leave your inventory in PvP. Sturm and Drang are an exotic combo, where kills with Drang give Sturm overcharge rounds, and those overcharge rounds hit like a truck. However, you're not going to be using Drang with Sturm exclusively. You don't have to be tied to that. You can use it with Forerunner, and you can use it with Chaperone. Both of those are solid options. So now we kind of have an arsenal going on your character. These are all solid weapons. If you end up collecting spare engrams at the Crucible vendor, you should save about 21 per week to be spent on Rose and or Mercurial Overreach focusing. If you reach the max rank in competitive, you can focus up to 7 per week. So just make sure you have that before the weekly reset on Tuesday. If not, you can spend your extra engrams on a variety of good weapons. I think the best one is the Unending Tempest submachine gun, but there are also other great options. Some of these weapons might be enhanceable in the future. Not going to go into that, just keep that in the back of your head. And if for some reason you didn't want to go Sturm, the Keening sidearm is a decent replacement for Drang, but not perfect. Alright friends, if you have followed the guide up until this point, this is it. You're done. You are ready for PvP. The rest of the grind is passive. You just play the game, accumulate engrams, and turn in those engrams for slightly higher stat armor. Then you do a Nightfall or two to get an Ascendant Shard, level up that armor, and use it again in PvP. So that's it. You're done. And I want to review the arsenal. I made Stump share his screen to show us and remind us what we've accumulated at this point for PvP. So our main loadout is going to be Chaperone with Not Forgotten, and I'll let Stump take the floor here.
So we have Chaperone, Not Forgotten, and I'm playing Void Hunter. My main build is to dodge for speed loaders and get my super as fast as possible, because supers win games. In the kinetic slot, I have alternative options of Ostringer as a hand cannon, or Rose with a lightweight frame so I can drop my mobility a little bit. I also have got lucky with a decent Imperial Decree, which has a pretty decent perk loadout, but not everyone may have this. It's okay. We have a Wastelander, which is a good alternative to Imperial Decree. It also has a lightweight frame, so again, I can drop my mobility a bit if I need to. Forerunner, one of the best in slot special sidearms, and Sturm, of course, one of the best 120 hand cannons, and Sondok as a really good 600 RPM.
Although it's a blue, I really have to stress, it still holds up. You will still dominate lobbies with that thing.
Kill Clip is to allow kill chaining, so I can just keep going. And with Void and my build, I can get Devour on an orb pickup, which I use Powerful Attraction to suck up the orb and
kill chain.
My kill chain with Kill Clip Sondok. In the energy slot, I have Not Forgotten, Zen Moment Mag Howl, of course, allows for kill chaining. We have Polaris Lance for when I need my long distance engagements. Sunshot is a good explosive payload hand cannon which will flinch the opponent a lot. I have a BR with a decent roll. It's Snapshot, Adrenaline Junkie. Could be better, but the BR is a best in slot pulse rifle. Drang, best controller sidearm in the game. Retold Tail, decent roll to deal with Titans with 1-2 punch.
Yeah, if you wanted to improve that, you already know what to do. Just load up the coil, open the chest.
Yeah. Arkan is my go-to sniper rifle, and then Risk Runner as just an SMG. Heavy weapon, I have a rocket launcher. I got lucky and got a crafted Eager Edge sword, but you just need Eager Edge on the sword and it'll be fine. Dragon's Breath and Thunderlord. And that's basically what I've got for my Hunter.
I'll share a screen here too so you can see mine as I go through it in real time. I have a very, very similar setup. So Forerunner, Shap, Sturm, Ostringer, Rose, Sondok, Imperial Decree. Didn't get as lucky there. But I did pull some Gunsmith engrams, so this is where I differ from Stump a little bit. I have a Cantata hand cannon and a Funnel Web. And Funnel Web Forerunner is a loadout that is really, really solid for mouse and keyboard. Other than that, I think I have a solid Retold Tail. I wish I got 1-2 punch here, but Barrel Constrictor will do. This is like almost everything I would want on the shotgun otherwise. So that'll do. That'll do just fine. For power weapon, I got lucky on an Eager Edge Sword as well, and then also still have the same options. I mostly go for PvE power weapons right now. So now the question is what to do next, and the answer is I made a very primitive list of weapons for things you can chase if you don't already have them. Hand cannons, Not Forgotten, Rose, Ostringer, Cantata, Sturm, and Spare Rations, which now you're passively obtaining these engrams. For SMG, you have Unending Tempest at the Crucible vendor, Out of Bounds from Crucible vendor, and Funnel Web from Gunsmith. Sidearm, you have Drang, Keening, Pulse Rifles, Battle Rifle, Elsie's Rifle. We are actually going to go get very soon, so don't worry about that. Peace of Mind can be obtained from War Table or Gunsmith. Autumn Wind, Crucible Vendor. Auto Rifle, you will get Omit from just unlocking crafting for the next red box you get. Sorrow's Verse is also very solid. Sniper Rifles, Aachen, you already know. Mercurial Overreach, you get it from the competitive playlist. There's a quest whenever Trials goes away. You just play in the new territory playlist and it drops like arguably a 4 out of 5 roll, which is perfect. Twilight Oath, Coil Method, Frozen Orbit, Crucible Vendor. Shotguns, we have Retrofuturist from Crucible Vendor, Retold Tale, Coil Method, Supercluster, Ribbon Vendor, Imperial Decree War Table, Chaperone Blast from the Past, and you can always spend an extra Cypher if you have one from Zur or something like that to buy Duality, which is an exotic shotgun. So that's what I have so far. Now, there are extra side quests to go on. For example, we can go to the Europa campaign and finish the Beyond Light campaign. This is about 2 to 2.5 hours per character. And then the post campaign takes about 4 hours. If you're doing it solo by yourself and don't have, let's say, a friend that has finished everything on Europa to taxi you into the Cloud Strike mission. It's about 4 hours solo, but you can easily shave off time if you skip exotic weapons to get at the end of the campaign or have a friend to taxi you in. So, yeah, about a 6-hour investment to get arguably some of the best in slot weapons. I think that would be my next task if I had to make a recommendation. What you end up getting is the No Time to Explain Pulse Rifle. I might actually just pull up my main account, Destiny Item Manager. It's easier to do this. So here it is, No Time to Explain. It is one of the best weapons in the game and it still holds up. I would say it is the most competitive pulse rifle in the game. And then we have the Cloud Strike Sniper Rifle. One of the best snipers in the game, because if you get a headshot kill, it creates a storm. It's like a collat machine. Giant explosion. Just hitting a headshot, it kills other opponents. There are other campaigns. There's the Witch Queen campaign, which can give you the Parasite Exotic Grenade Launcher, which is very good for PvE. There is Shadowkeep on the Moon, which gives you the Deathbringer Rocket Launcher, which is solid for PvP, and Xenophage, which is solid for completing the Into the Light activities, which is what we're going to do sooner than later. The Shadowkeep campaign, I believe, was about 2 hours-ish, but the post campaign took a while, a little bit longer than I expected. So it's very similar to the Europa setup. Am I forgetting a campaign here that is free to play?
No.
I don't think so. So anyway, those are some optional side tasks if you want more weapons for your arsenal. I am currently leaning towards doing the Europa campaign for No Time to Explain because I truly think that is a PvP staple. The next thing to keep in mind in the future is when the Crucible has a rotating event called the Iron Banner. It just replaces this control node. It's a slightly different theme on PvP, and you get different rewards for playing it. I think the Iron Banner weapons are some of the most competitive PvP weapons in the game. So I would strongly recommend just keeping your eyes peeled for that and doing that to get potentially some alternate shotguns and sniper rifles. Past that, I'll start a new recording if I think of anything else. So next up on our side quest is the Hall of Champions. We're going to make sure we have everything from Shaxx. We're going to talk to him, double check the quest line, and then that's going to require us to play 10 rounds of the Onslaught activity to unlock the harder difficulty. But what we're really after is we want to passively obtain these trophies of bravery, which we can use to exchange for weapons like the Elsie's rifle in the future. We also want to passively work towards all of the weapon quests that are available by our side or Shaxx, I don't remember who. They're next to each other though, so you're just going to grab them all, and you're going to passively do them all. You don't have to no-life this Onslaught activity. The weapons are great, but they're definitely all replaceable. As far as the highlights go, I'm going to say Elsie's rifle is the #1 PvP weapon from this. If you play controller, the Luna's Howl hand cannon is great, but you already have a Not Forgotten in your inventory, potentially. So just take everything from Shaxx. Even these 4 bounties. There's a hand cannon called the Midnight Coup from this activity, which is solid with Zen Moment. I'm taking the Steadfast Onslaught bounty.
Same.
And then I'm going to load up the basic one while we talk. Requires... What is this? Oh, you gotta talk to Shax. Feats of Bravery. So yeah, let me know when you're ready. Other weapons. I talked about Luna's How. It's a best controller hand cannon. The Mountaintop is also worth getting, if you can get that. The Mountaintop is a grenade launcher that allows you to rocket jump, like from Quake. The Blast Furnace Pulse Rifle is very decent. The Hammerhead Machine Gun is pretty good for PvP. So yeah, this activity will sink a lot of your time if you let it. It's really difficult to get perfect rolls on all these weapons, so just take like a good enough roll. It doesn't have to be perfect. Almost forgot to mention the Succession Sniper Rifle. This is my personal favorite sniper rifle in the game, and if I was going to spend a lot of time on this account, I would want a very decent roll on that. For PvE purposes, the Edge Transit Grenade Launcher is phenomenal. Best in slot. So if you plan on tackling raid encounters with future friends you make in this game, might be worth picking up a Edge Transit with a decent roll, like Envious Assassin Bait and Switch, or Autoloading Holster with Bait and Switch, or Explosive Light. So this Onslaught activity is Horde mode. You level up turrets or something like that, and just defend this ADU. It's like a bomb site or something. It's pretty self-explanatory, not a hard activity. Eventually, when you farm this, you're going to try to create a build that involves the Orpheus Rig exotic boots. And you will unlock those either through just turning in exotic engrams each week, or waiting for a lost sector to appear on a leg day, which I believe is tomorrow for me. Leg day is the most important thing for a competitive PvP account, because it gives you Stompies, it gives you Gemini Jester, Lucky Pants, and Orpheus Rig. All of those are staples for PvE and PvP. Whenever I get Fallen, I typically reset, but since this is the starter quest, I am not going to. I'm not going to walk you through this because this is the starter quest version. I'll walk you through a harder version. But I'm telling you, long term, you will save so much time if you spend just a little bit of time on your hunter to grind out Orpheus Rig, just to use exclusively in this activity. Talking to Shax.
Every exercise with lights should teach you something. I'd be right there with you.
Spend my trophies on a new weapon. Sure. Gave me a recluse. Now we talk to Shax again. And now I think we've unlocked Onslaught as an activity. And more importantly, we now get these tokens as a passive currency that we can get for just playing the game. Now we want to unlock the Elsie's Rifle quest up by just getting pulse rifle kills anywhere. I think it has to be in PvE too. So, optimally, we should have did this way earlier into this guide, but it's fine. I wanted to stick to the PvP staples as soon as possible. Okay, we've unlocked Attunement because we just finished the Elsie's Rifle quest, the Stranger Danger. So, we're going to go attune that, and then that should give us the option to unlock all the other quests. And you want to pick those quests up and passively do them. You don't have to focus on any of them unless you really want the weapon. My priority weapons are Elsie's Rifle number 1, Succession number 2, Mountaintop 3, maybe Luna's 4, Midnight Coup 5. Gotta talk to Shax. Blast Furnace 6, Edge Transit 7. You get a curated roll for completing the quest. You can just put it in the vault and kind of forget about it. You'll most likely get a better roll. So now grab all of the quests. You can also get an Eager Edge Sword here if you were unlucky at dares. And then that scout, the wow, they've released it so much. Hung Jury, the Hung Jury scout, can get no distractions and box breathing. Box breathing is such a lethal perk on that gun. It lets it 3-tap in PvP. So keep your eye out for that. Past that, if you enjoy this activity, just play it till you don't. You don't have to be here. I have played this activity way too much, so I'm kind of out. So we're a little over 20 hours into this account creation, and I'm going to say if I wanted to, I could have a min-maxed PvP build right now, fully masterworked, and done. I'm not immediately going to pull the trigger on that, because what if you like the other characters better? What if you like Titan or Warlock better? So that's the point in this guide where I'm going to just create the other characters. So the first thing I want to do is go to my vault and just pull out any weapon so that I can transfer my current weapons to my Titan or Warlock, whatever I make. Oh, I accidentally put that in the vault. Alright, let's see if I don't do that this time. Alright, so I'm going to deposit everything I normally use into the vault. Even my ghost. Because we're going to share that ghost for a little bit until I'm rich again. Now I'm going to scroll down to gameplay, change character, and we are creating a new character. So Warlock or Titan next, it really doesn't matter. I'll make a Titan. And so now the exact same process from the beginning we're about to run through. Except this time I can pull up Destiny Item Manager and scroll items like a ghost or a sparrow or something like that and save a little bit of time. We're definitely doing the tutorial skip again too. Okay, so let's pull up Dim and just see what happens if I throw Forerunner, the bow, and the rocket. Then I'm gonna throw a sparrow. And the good ghost. All through Destiny Item Manager. And there you go. We're starting off already. You know what I'm gonna grab? I'm grabbing an Eager Edge Sword. That's what I'm gonna grab. We'll go even faster. So now I want to hold my lightweight weapon, and we're gonna blaze through this character opening. We don't have to complete all of the same stuff as our previous account, our previous character, because it is an account-bound progress. We're gonna get our PvP armor by turning in those engrams we've been storing up at the Riven vendor and or the other vendors at the Helm. So that's how we're going to springboard this account into being PvP ready within only very minimal playtime. I'll let you know exactly what that is when I finish. Oh, hold up. I just picked up like this Maeve's key from Shahan and it gave me tractor cannon. I don't remember if I mentioned that the last time I did this. But yeah,
no,
now I have tractor cannon. Cool. That is a endgame PvE exotic. Skip new light. Yes. Skip new light. So, whenever I skipped the tutorial, had a long tower load, and now I'm at Ikora, and I get to pick up the new light kits. Even though I could go for the Graviton Lance, I am just going to pick Striker so that it can give me fragments and save me Glimmer costs, since I want to play Striker Titan. Okay, so let's put on our aspects. And then I'm going to... How much Glimmer do I have? 77? That's 3 of them at least. So I'll just buy the 3 I like. Let me make sure I have the correct jump, though. Yes, I do. I usually use Catapult, so I'm going to make sure to equip that. Yeah, I'm just going to buy 3 fragments. I know what I'm getting. Feedback. Shock. And then Instinct. Those are my PvP fragments. So I'll equip all of those right now. Since those are always no-brainer equipped, we gotta meditate. Okay, perfect. Now we have enhanced pulse grenades from the aspects and fragments. We're going to switch to shoulder charge, and we're going to switch to catapult jump. Use whatever jump or whatever you want. I'm also going to switch to thruster just because I like that ability better while playing PvE. And I'm going to switch to thunder crash so I can save myself from falling off the map. Okay, now I want to... I think I've already unlocked the artifact. Give me a second here. So I talked to everybody at the tower, then I approached the Hall of Champions, and now I'm just going to pick up Gift of the Thunder Gods, everything again. I'll put the spares into my vault, but I'm really just after the armor. And once again, make sure to lock all of this stuff. Do not delete it. So equip, lock, lock, equip, lock, and so forth. So after you go to the Hall of Champions and get to 1810, you have to do the first contact mission on Neptune in order to unlock the Riven vendor to be able to claim your engrams on this character. So that's the route we're going for. Just going to speedrun this mission and move on to the next. So immediately loading into the Neptune first mission, I believe the Riven mission appears, so we're just going to launch into it now. So then we're going to do that first mission or two to unlock the Riven vendor, and I'll see you in a sec. So that was really quick for starting a new character. That was roughly 30 to 40 minutes, and we're at the point at which, again, we can start collecting the high stat armor. So if I go to focusing right here. Okay, I need to unlock it in collections, but I can just spam it right here. If I had Glimmer. Let me go to the Season Pass to grab a Glimmer. I don't always recommend doing this, but in this case, I just need to show off for the video. Okay. So I need to unlock the entire set in order to focus it, but I can just turn in engrams here until I have it, and then also do the coil method until I have the full set. Or just play PvP on my hunter, and passively unlock engrams for my Titan and my Warlock. And as you can see, they're all high stat. Always, always, always change your ghost mod to whatever you want the armor type of. In this case, I got a pretty much perfect helmet. 2 of them almost. On my Titan, I don't want mobility at all. I want that to be 2. So I got good boots and a good helmet. Everything else I'm still going to throw in the vault, but that's the process. You're going to do that on your Titan and your Warlock until you have a great armor set. So yeah, 30 to 40 minutes, and you already have a functional second character. And you just do the same thing on your Warlock if you want to play Warlock 2. Rinse, repeat. Yeah, another important thing to do on your alternate character, your Titan, your Warlock, is number 1, don't forget to update your artifact with whatever you were running for. It doesn't have to be the same stuff, just... it's free damage. Take the free damage. And then the second thing is you need to go to the Helm and grab all of the other old artifacts so you can passively get engrams from those sources. So for example, I'm going to the war table, picking up quest, and this is what I'm looking for. Legacy Ascendant Scepter. I want to pick that up so I can passively acquire engrams there. Then I want to go to the sonar station and do the exact same thing. And that's it. Now your Titan is playable. And in my opinion, the armor that you pull from the Hall of Champion chest is solid to just toy around in PvP with. It's totally okay. But if you do have the extra coin, you're probably waiting for a leg lost sector to get your hands on a high stat roll version of Dune Marchers. Yes, I know that Ikora has a quest that gives you Dune Marchers, but it's probably worth just waiting until a leg lost sector appears, putting on that standard cookie cutter build I suggest of Forerunner, a rocket, and the Lethophobia bow, flinking away until you get all the exotic legs that you want. I'll just quickly go through what Titan meta is. Titan finds Dune Marchers, Peacekeepers, Lion Rampant, and Peregrine Greaves very, very usable for boots. There are other exotics that are also great, but I'm just going to default suggest boots. For Warlock, Warlock wants the Ophidian Aspect gloves. Here they are. Warlock can use I Have Another World. Warlock can use Stag, which Xur currently has a great one. And Warlock also wants Transversive Steps. So those are my recommendations for Warlock. Hunter has a lot of options. I've already talked about it in this video, but just while I'm on the subject, so you don't have to click all around. Knucklehead Radar is great. Graviton Forfeit's great to make use of bad armor, so you don't have to spec into recovery at all. You could put that recovery stat somewhere else, like mobility, resilience, discipline, etc. Mechaneer's Trick Sleeve is fantastic with the variety of sidearms that you now own. Dragon Shadow is great for making use of low stat armor. You don't have to necessarily have 10 mobility to take advantage of it. Omni Oculus is great for Void Hunter mains in PvP, especially in a team setting. Stompies is a default great pick. Gemini Jester is a default great pick. Orpheus Rig for PvE, necessary for Into the Light if you're really efficiently grinding for it. And then Speed Litter Slacks is a great all-around pick. Frosties is a great all-around pick. So Hunter, you have a lot of options. Titan, I straight up am just going to say wait for boot day. Okay, I hope that clears up how to make a second character. Let's go back to Hunter. And with that, my friends, the account is done. The rest of it is just rolling the dice for higher stat armor. Then you learn to use a program like Destiny Item Manager or D2 Armor Picker. Go to the loadout section, loadout optimizer, and just start toying around with different combinations of exotic armor. You go get Ascendant Shards via the Nightfall. I recommend the Master version if you're uncomfortable with it, then the Grandmaster when you are comfortable with it. You're able to passively turn in the engrams on all three characters. You can do those post-campaign things in Europa, Shadowkeep, whatever, if you want more exotic weapons. But you are ready for PvP, and I'm going to tell you our investment was realistically 20 hours of play, with about an hour of deliberating what to do next and searching for times that we got soft locked or something like that, so that we could advise the player not to do the same thing. I also don't think the route was as optimal as it could be, so I made sure to make those changes in the condensed guide. However, I don't feel that it was so bad that this video is invalid. Realistically, you're just missing out on a couple engrams and a couple tokens of bravery from probably 15 Crucible matches or Vanguard strikes combined of not consolidating tasks. So genuinely not that bad. So I hope that holding your hand through the new light process was helpful. I hope that you did not run into problems, soft locks, etc. while doing this. Sometimes that happens. Maybe I got lucky and didn't experience it. It happens. I can't really think of anything else to add here other than in the next like 15 days, we're going to get the final shape expansion, and this video is pretty much going to be moot. I only did this because I want to help new players into the game and bolster the population for PvP a little bit, for no other reason than that. So I'm probably going to have to do another video like this in the final shape, and I'll refer to these notes, of course, to build the next guide. I'll try to do better, so leave me some constructive criticism in the comments, but remember, to properly edit a video like this, it is a behemoth of a task. So I'm not going to outsource that work to someone else. I would rather just record the initial clip better next time than to spend too much time in post, because then otherwise I'm not playing the game anymore and it takes away from other content creator videos. It's just way too much work. But I still appreciate the constructive criticism. Past that, let me say thank you to Stump for riding along with me the entire way. He sort of ran ahead on some parts, took a bullet for the team, just so we knew if something was worth or not worth doing. And that was incredibly helpful, as well as the random tidbits of knowledge, like the Dreaming City Heroic event that I botched. So thanks again, Stump.
Anytime.
I normally have some like subscribe notification at the end. Maybe it'll play if I remember to edit that, but my editing program is going to light on fire from loading all these clips into it. So I hope that I didn't mess up severely anywhere along recording this. Fingers crossed. I'll see y'all in the next. Don't forget I stream this game sometimes. I hope you enjoy Destiny.